Brother Yi Yang, I saw the broadcast of your game in Shangwan. Lin Shuer smiled. Yi Yang nodded. Because there were shadows within the system behind that game, the broadcast video was not too much controlled in China. By the way, it also used it to promote anti-gambling and anti-fraud. The effect is good. Facts have proved that people with good gambling skills basically play whatever cards they want. If you, an ordinary person, go to gamble, you are just giving away money. Free gift. Yi Yang also didn't expect that the country would always find a unique angle to publicize, and he couldn't laugh or cry. It's so thrilling. Lin Shuer said, after all, it's 1 against 3. My little heart was pounding when I watched it. Yi Yang laughed and said, it's really a big mistake for you. I should have told you earlier, but don't say this to others. He whispered to Lin Shuer, actually, out of the 3, 2 are ours, pft. It's real or fake? Lin Shuer blinked. Ha ha ha, just think I'm bragging. Yi Yang didn't explain any more, laughed, and walked into the bungalow hotpot with Lin Shuer on his arm. The two haven't seen each other for a long time. It is now November and the weather is getting colder. It's a good time to have a hot pot meal to warm up the body and warm up the friendship. I am used to eating delicacies from the mountains and seas. This time I randomly ordered some ordinary meals and spent less than 10,000 yuan. Opened a few bottles of fruit drinks. A meal only costs 20,000 yuan. It was the most homely meal Yi Yang had eaten recently. However, the two of them are considered old lovers and don't pay much attention to that. After eating, we found a top-notch KTV room in the city and made out for a while. We were very passionate. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. I originally planned to make out after watching the movie, but the two of them were so passionate about each other that they couldn't hold it any longer. In the dim light, with flying clouds on his cheeks and skin like gelatin, Yi Yang first had a feast of steamed buns, and Lin Shuer had a feast of mushrooms. After eating and drinking, it is pure original water juice. It's almost ready for dinner. After a long time, Yi Yang Kai helped Lin Shuer out. Seeing that he could no longer watch the movie, he had to send her back to Linjiang community. Buzz. Lamborghini poison. Speeds down the street. As we were about to enter Yandingshan Manor, we saw a familiar figure from behind. His heart moved and he parked the car next to the figure. Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan is a bald man. He was his neighborhood playmate when he was a child. His relationship with him has always been pretty good. He said he would go to the United States a few years ago, but he didn't want to see him here now. Why are you here? When did you come back? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen him for several years and suddenly saw his childhood playmate. He was very happy. He got out of the car and signaled to the community doorman not to open the door. Now the entire Yunding Mountain belongs to him, and all the staff here naturally serve him. Yi Yang. Lu Yuan didn't expect to see him, and he was so pleasantly surprised at this moment. I didn't expect you to really become rich. Live in a big villa, and drive a big luxury car. When I first heard what those old neighbors said, I didn't believe it. Yi Yang laughed and said, it was all due to good luck. Are you the one who acted in the movie? We grew up, but we didn't know you knew martial arts. You've hidden it quite well. Lu Yuan was amazed. Well, it's me. Yi Yang nodded. There was nothing he didn't admit. This star is making money. Lu Yuan looked at the big villa with emotion. Haha, let's go. It's been a while. Let's go out for a late-night snack. If you want to. I'll take you in for a walk tomorrow. Yi Yang patted Lu Yuan on the back and was in a good mood. Ah, good. Lu Yuan thought for a while, then cautiously put away what he was holding, and drank Lamborghini poison with Yi Yang. The feeling of sitting in this supercar is different. Lu Yuan sighed. Haha. Yi Yang looked at Lu Yuan and estimated that this old man was not doing well recently, so he didn't talk much about money and changed the subject. When did you come back? It's been more than a month. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. What? Have you had enough girls in America? Yi Yang laughed. Lu Yuan mentioned this and lit up a cigarette. Stop talking about it, the myth of the United States has ended. When I go there, it's hard to say what I can say in the past few years. Yi Yang nodded. There is a good barbecue stall in front, let's eat at that. He chose a barbecue restaurant with a moderate price tag. Considering Lu Yuan's condition, taking him to a place where a meal cost tens of thousands of dollars at once would hurt his self-esteem. When I was a child, this guy was very dignified. Because he was the older one among his playmates, everyone took care of his face. Before eating a few skewers, Lu Yuan had already drank 3 bottles of wine. A bit drunk. Brother, I've been living so well these past few years, and I'm really not afraid of your jokes. It's too bad. I couldn't stay there any longer, so I came back on my own. I missed the best age. I believe hard work will lead to success. Now I'm getting older too. I'm old and don't have much money. It took me a month after I came back to find a job. During that time, I went on blind dates with more than 20 people, but no one liked me. Lu Yuan's eyes turned red as he spoke. Yi Yang also had a drink, thinking about how to tactfully tell him that he could provide him with a better job. I'm actually still in my hometown. I came to Shanghai this time, just to find you. Lu Yuan thought about it and took out the invitation from his chest. I heard from a few people in my hometown that you are rich now. If I just send an invitation, it may not reach you. I think it's better to come to you in person. Yi Yang took the invitation and took a look at it. His eyes lit up. Wedding invitation? You are so good. You just said that no one wants it, and you are getting married now. As he said, he found that Lu Yuan's face was not right. Is your fiancé not happy? Yi Yang asked. Lu Yuan drank a bottle of wine and complained. Yi Yang gradually understood. Lu Yuan didn't make any foundation in the United States. He also encountered the $0 shopping spawned by the freedom everyday atmosphere. The store he saved money to open was sold out. He came back alone. 26 or 27 years old, no money, no house, no car, and just found a job. After a month of blind dating, he met all kinds of weirdos. But none of them liked him. After all, most of the women who can be reduced to blind dating are the most difficult to deal with. They are weird and have many requirements. Except for a few who wasted time because of their pursuit of excellence. Most of them are not good, but no one likes them, otherwise they would not be nearly 30 years old and still rely on blind dating to find a partner. The last one reluctantly liked him. But it's hard to say. According to his description, Yi Yang seemed to see the black potato he met on a blind date last summer. But this black potato seemed to have some money. They were getting married. After just a few days of dating, and now they came to invite him to go back to attend the wedding and join the best man group. First update. Nest, no problem. Yi Yang nodded. How many good friends can you have from childhood to adulthood? If you don't help them, who else can you help? But your fiancé doesn't sound like a good person. As the old saying goes, you should marry a virtuous wife. As a brother, I have to persuade you. Yi Yang thought about it and said, if I can find someone better than her, I will not agree to this marriage. Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When people grow up, even if they have the ability, sometimes they can't help themselves. Not to mention ordinary people like me, whether to get married or not, what to do, is not my choice. The pressure from home and society. As an ordinary person, there is no way not to compromise. Of course. Brother, you will never have this feeling in your life. Yi Yang drank a glass of wine, indeed. He understood this truth when he was very young, so he studied hard and worked hard in all aspects just to get rid of the sad fate of being an ordinary person. But he knew, if there is no system, he would be at most a small supervisor in the Wanmin company, earning 30,000 or 40,000 yuan a month. People who respect him call him an elite, but he is still a pathetic worker. If everything goes well in this life, with his ability, he may be able to buy a house in Shanghai in his 30s or 40s, buy a decent car, marry a decent wife, pay the mortgage, have children, and raise children. Then his life passed like this. In the eyes of those who are not doing well, he is an elite, but he still cannot escape the essence of being an ordinary person who is just a little richer than ordinary people. How difficult is it for a person of ordinary background to achieve a real class leap? Oh. Let's not talk about this, drink. He drank all night. After drinking, he sang a nursery rhyme, but didn't order a princess. The next day, Lu Yuan and Yi Yang strolled around the Yandingshan manor and were envious. Lian asked Yi Yang, this manor must be worth at least 100 million, right? Yi Yang smiled and said it was about the same. Afterwards, he returned to a small county town in Jilin province to prepare for the wedding. The woman had many requirements. Not only did she have to live with her after marriage and support her parents. The per capita income of this small county town in Jilin province is only 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, and the average gift is between 20,000 and 60,000 yuan. He asked for a gift of 200,000 yuan. For an ordinary family, 10,000 yuan is a large number, and every additional 10,000 yuan is a huge pressure. Zhang Yuan ran around to get enough money. Yi Yang originally thought that giving such a high gift to such a rubbish woman was a dog licking, but seeing Lu Yuan like this, he couldn't help but sigh that some people might really be helpless. But what surprised him was such a typical toxic chicken soup. Girl didn't ask for a house and a car before marriage. This is also the reason why the two can get married. Other blind date girls asked for a house and a car, but Lu Yuan didn't have one. So, no matter what, Lu Yuan could only marry this toxic chicken soup girl. At least she didn't ask for a house and a car. Yi Yang wanted to help him, but thinking of his stubbornness when he was a child, he felt that it would hurt his self-esteem, so he waited and see, and found an opportunity to help him again. On the wedding day, the wedding banquet was still quite lively. According to Lu Yuan's financial situation, he didn't want to have a big wedding, but the other party had a hard request, so he squeezed out more than 100,000 yuan, to hold the wedding. Before Yi Yang was invited, these had already been decided, and Yi Yang couldn't say anything. Everything seemed normal. Until the stage of picking up the bride. The bride's family came from other places. And there was no custom of blocking the door in the northeast. But these bridesmaids blocked the door and refused to open it, and they had to pay before opening the door. The boarding fee, the disembarkation fee, the hardware, etc., are all expenses outside the wedding. Zhang Yuan is now in debt. Where can he have money? The hundreds of yuan handed over were thrown back. Poor bastard. You were just fooling around with a few $100. You can't marry a wife without money. That's right. Our Hu Kaifeng is naturally beautiful and virtuous. She married a down-and-out trash man like you. Don't you know what she looks like? You're still slacking. No wonder you're still single at 30. That's right. I, Hu Kaifeng, was wrong to marry you. Is that all you're sincere about? Yi Yang frowned when he heard this. If he met such a fool, he would at least make them concussed. But now this thing in the room is Lu Yuan's future partner after all. It's not right for him to ruin it. Brother. Lu Yuan looked at Yi Yang for help. Yi Yang smiled and waited for him to speak. He didn't let him say the following words. He handed over some bills. Just think of it as a loan from you. Just pay me back within 20 years. Yeah. Lu Yuan nodded. Handed the money in. Yi Yang sighed. He didn't mind helping his brother, but he felt dirty when he thought that his money had gone into the hands of these disgusting women. That's good enough. Let it in? A rough and arrogant voice came from inside. Open the door. Yi Yang almost fell. Seeing these people boasting before opening the door, I don't know if it was a Ponzi cave with 7 graceful spider spirits. In the end, there were no spiders, but a group of pig spirits. At first glance, it was full of evil spirits. None of them looked normal. He couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan with sympathy. He would have to deal with these guys in the future. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. Lu Yuan walked in with a stiff upper scalp. The one on the bed is short, fat, dark and ugly. If I have to praise it, it is that it has its own characteristics. It is really hard to find something like this in this world. Sigh. If the appearance of the black potato can still score 1.5 points, this fat black potato with pockmarked potatoes only feels like a 0.5 point. He had a polite yet awkward smile on his face. If I hadn't done well back then, I might have become Lu Yuan today. I have the heart to think about death. Let's go? Lu Yuan said with a forced smile on his face. Haha, you want to ask me to leave now? I can't ask you to leave that easily. Hu Kaifeng sneered. Didn't we agree? Lu Yuan frowned. That's what I said yesterday. What does it have to do with me today? We women just want to do whatever we want and do whatever we say. Only after training you to be as obedient as a dog can you barely respect women. Hu Kaifeng sneered. Everyone present could tell that something was not quite right. What do you want? Lu Yuan frowned. 1. Kneel down and kiss my shoes. 2. Buy me a car and a house. 3rd, promise that I will have the final say in everything in the house from now on. All rights are mine and you don't have any rights. The woman raised her black face and looked arrogant. What did You say. Lu Yuanhua was so angry that he got angry. Being able to play with Yi Yang, he is naturally not a bitch. If he hadn't been forced to have no choice, today's wedding would still exist. Second update. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. What do you mean? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and asked angrily. What, you still don't agree? The vicious girlfriends nearby all helped to speak out. Letting you kneel down and kiss your shoes will destroy the unnecessary dignity in you. Master said it well, only when a man is willing to throw away all his dignity for you can he love you. That's right, just do it. Lu Yuan's eyes were red. Love? Love this shit. They just can't find a partner to match, and there has never been any love. Even if we don't talk about love, I lose my dignity to show that I love you, then how can you show that you love me? Could it be that the so-called love in the eyes of a master is a man loving a woman? Are all women heartless and loveless creatures? What a fallacy. Lu Yuan knew that these women were a little over the top, but he didn't expect that they would be so ridiculous at such a major wedding event. As for asking you to buy a car or a house, isn't that something that comes with marriage? And you are talking to us who kaifeng? You are so ridiculous. A man like you is simply rubbish. You don't take the initiative to offer the car and house, and you still ask us to open your mouth. Are you a man? The poisonous chicken soup ladies all mocked each other. That's right. Do we still need to teach you common sense? I have no money anymore. Although I was very angry, I had really paid too much in organizing the wedding, giving the bride price, and all kinds of expenses, and I couldn't regret the marriage lightly. I can only swallow my anger. If you don't have money, transfer your parents' house to my name. The woman said coldly, anyway, I won't marry a man who doesn't even own a house. Even a male bird looking for a female knows how to build a nest first. Lu Yuan was really angry. Then I will go to the wild and build you a nest with bricks that can only be used for sleeping. Are you going to live in it? Does the bird want gifts and hardware? He could only say this, you are not even as good as a mother bird. He kept it in his heart and did not dare to say it. You. Okay, you have a temper. Hu Kaifeng jumped up from the bed in an instant, like a reincarnated goblin, and started acting up on the spot. Can you pass the transfer or not? Not only do you have to transfer the ownership, but you also have to sign a slave agreement. We have prepared everything for you. After marriage, you give up all rights as a human being. We, Hu Kaifeng, are your masters. Whatever you say. She will have all the financial power and all the housework. You do all the work, and you hand in your salary card. It's up to us, the woman, to decide whether to have children or not. That's right, isn't it popular now to sign something before getting married? The fact that we didn't ask you to sign in front of your relatives and friends at the wedding is enough to give you face. Don't be shameless. Yi Yang thought of the news he had seen before, where the men were forced to sign such an agreement at the wedding. As a result, the men could not bear the insult and left angrily. Some people in Huibua's comments think that this man is not good enough and he can't stand it anymore. He will be violently abused sooner or later in the future. Well done. And I can't understand why the man didn't sign. Lu Yuan's fists clenched so hard. How had he ever received such insults since he was a child? If he hadn't been robbed in the United States, he could have found a normal person with his savings. I thought that looking for this kind of rubbish among the rubbish, the other party would be a little self-aware, and a poor man would be paired with a weirdo. But the other party obviously has no such consciousness at all. Boys basically already know how poor they are, but these women obviously haven't realized how weird they are. It's hard to tell whether a social scum of this level is a simian or a human being. How come you deserve to put forward such a condition? Ouch. He's clenching his fists. Hurry up and take a picture of him. This is evidence that he has violent tendencies. He will definitely commit domestic violence in the future. Just because of this, you have to pay another 200,000 yuan as a deposit. As long as you suffer domestic violence in the future, this money will always belong to us, Hu Kaifeng. That's right. All the girlfriends want to take pictures with their mobile phones. You guys have gone too far. None of the groomsmen could stand it anymore. Although they knew it was someone else's wedding and it was hard to talk about it, they still couldn't help but angrily yelled. Too much. We don't know how much we have given in. At the beginning, we thought that only Prince Charming could be worthy of us. If there was no other way, who would marry you chickens and dogs? The best friends all mocked. The groomsmen were all indignant, but it was Lu Yuan himself who made the final decision, and there was nothing they could do. Yi Yang patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Make a decision. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his expression changing several times. Yi Yang waited quietly for him to make a decision. Whether to compromise with reality and evil, or to live a little more of yourself. You can only make your own choices. Help is meaningful only when a person has the will to survive. If he gives up, even if it can help him now, his future life will not be smooth. Lu Yuan clenched his palms with bloodstains, then took a deep breath and looked at Hu Kaifeng with bloodstained eyes. I will pay you back all the expenses for this wedding. I have no money, but even if I borrow money and break my head, I will sue you for cheating. But after this incident, I will buy you a big mirror. He turned around angrily. This marriage is not done today. The groomsmen all cheered and gave Hu Kaifeng a few poisonous chicken soup old ladies a middle finger. Then whistled and followed Lu Yuan out with their hands behind their backs. Yi Yang nodded. Making this decision is not easy for a man who is frustrated, under tremendous mental pressure in life, and is about to enter middle age. But since Lu Yuan still maintains this attitude towards his life, he will not stand idly by. The bridesmaids kept scolding me. Let's go. If you go, don't come back. You're suing us. You still want the money back. In our hands. Stop dreaming. Trash man. How dare you resist? They were dumbfounded until Lu Yuan and his party really left. Haha, let him go. He will come back crying and begging me soon. Hu Kaifeng sneered. Chinese women are so valuable nowadays. If someone is willing to marry him, why don't you kneel down and thank Lan Zhen? His family won't let him make this choice. Trash men can't do it in reality. What happened? Hu Caifeng's parents rushed over, looking unhappy. The few outsiders who were helping here were so angry just now that when they saw Hu Caifeng's parents coming, they thought they were going to educate this woman. Unexpectedly, as soon as they opened their mouths, They scolded him, "It's hard to find an honest person, why do you force him to leave?" "Haha, I can't leave. You have to come back and beg me later." Hu Kaifeng is extremely confident. "You are looking for someone to take over the business. In a few months, the secret will be revealed when you get pregnant. You should tie him up quickly and slowly take over his family's property after marriage. You are too hasty." "That's right, we have really wasted all these years of educating you." Several outsiders were dumbfounded. "Good guy, I can only say one thing about this family education, it is simply awesome." First update. Some of the people who helped had a good relationship with Lu Yuan, so they recorded this section and sent it to him. Among the groomsmen who were complaining, Lu Yuan's eyes stood up in anger after watching the video. If you don't discuss the car rental before marriage, then discussing it after getting married is a fraudulent marriage. Not to mention having children, finding someone to marry and take over is pure fraud. This is too much. This. Not long after, Hu Kaifeng called him. Lu Yuan frowned, sneered, and answered the phone. "My family has discussed that. We don't want the RV. This is to give you the last bit of face. Come back and get married as soon as possible. Don't blame me for not letting you get off the stairs if it's late." Hu Caifeng's tone was still extremely arrogant. Lu Yuan hung up the phone. After suffering such a big loss, it would be too easy for him to just file a lawsuit and ask her to pay some money. Someone said, "What else can be done?" Lu Yuan sighed. Yi Yang patted him on the shoulder, "As long as you are willing, I will help you to the end." "Brother Yi." Lu Yuan was very moved. At first, I thought that Yi Yang would ignore these old buddies as he became prosperous in recent years, but so far, it seems that Yi Yang is still the loyal person he used to be, and he has not changed just because he has money. "Let's go. Go back. Show her some color." The groomsmen were also extremely angry and kept talking. Hu Kaifeng was afraid that Lu Yuan would regret it, and knowing that Lu Yuan was coming back, she asked him to go directly to the wedding venue. Wedding scene. "Haha, aren't you back again? Aren't you done with it?" Hu Kaifeng raised her head and felt that she had given Lu Yuan enough face. At this time, in front of everyone. "Of course, I have to find my own face." Lu Yuan sneered, walked directly to the wedding large screen control computer, and played the video. Hu Caifeng's family was angry at the receiver, saying that there was no one to support their children. All manifested this. The wedding scene was chaotic. Lu Yuan's parents were also so angry that their faces turned pale. They didn't expect that the daughter-in-law they had spent so much effort to marry would turn out to be this kind of thing. "You." Hu Caifeng's face twisted with anger, "I let you take over just to see you. Don't be so shameless. What on earth do you want to do?" "I just want to make you angry. Let you know what you are." Lu Yuan was extremely angry. Let the cameraman show all the 3 conditions Hu Kaifeng mentioned before, as well as the scene where many girlfriends were sarcastic. "Stop. Are you going to cause trouble? How dare a mere trash man attack us?" A group of best friends got together to smash computers. The scene was chaotic for a while. "Enough." Hu Caifeng's father stood up. Everyone looked over. I think he finally realized his mistake and wanted to apologize. But he yelled angrily, Lu Yuan, you are very brave. Do you know what? I do. Believe it or not, I will make you speechless. Hurry up and remove the video. Don't you have some money? Want to fuck me? Come on. Lu Yuan is now willing to give up. If he wants to explode, he will explode. If he is a coward, he is a dog. You. Father Hu Kaifeng didn't expect Lu Yuan, who usually looked very honest, to be so tough. What a mistake. How can a person like you find a wife without my daughter? Father Hu Kaifeng shouted angrily. I'll be a bachelor for the rest of my life. And I don't want to end up with a vicious family like yours, breaking my bones and sucking out my marrow. Lu Yuan said coldly, marriage is for a better life. It is not a purpose or a career. Rather than being consumed by the vicious perverts of your family, it is better to remain single. You're right. The whole audience burst into applause. Who encouraged you and gave you such courage? It's impossible for someone like you. Father Hu Kaifeng shouted angrily. Yi Yang sneered, who else needs the courage to do this? What your family has done is comparable to being exterminated. People and gods are angry, but as long as there is still human nature, they must unite to deal with you. Who are you? Where did this little shrimp come from, talking arrogantly here? Father Hu Kaifeng sneered. How could someone like Lu Yuan have any awesome friends? He mocked without any pressure. At this time, a late guest came in. Seeing Yi Yang, boss, you are here too. Well, I'm the best man today. Yi Yang smiled slightly. What's going on? Doesn't it look pleasant? The middle-aged man looked at the video scrolling on the big screen, and his expression was ugly. This is too much. At this time, Hu Caifeng's parents, who were in a stalemate, both ran over. Master Li Fan looked at Hu Caifeng's parents. What's going on? I just heard that you are using the financial resources of our gym to threaten other young people? What? Damn, just talk nonsense. Hu Caifeng's father kept pretending to be weak. They provide fitness equipment, parts, and maintenance to Welsh Spring City Gym. Everything depends on the care of the gym owner. Li. Okay, from this video, I can see the character of your family, so let's stop our cooperation. Hall Master Li said coldly. This? Father Hu Kaifeng was so confused that he just gave up. Is this too childish? He turned his eyes and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Just now it seemed that Director Li had called him the boss. There are such important figures in Lu Yuan's groomsmen group. What are you looking at? This Mr. Yi is the general owner of our Welsh gym. The Welsh gym has a market value of tens of billions now. 10 billionaire. He took a deep breath. If he had known that his son knew a super boss of this level, how could he dare to do it so blatantly? It's not just bullying Lu Yuan, who is an honest person. Isn't this world kung fu superstar? Yi Yang. I was just here watching a show and eating melon, but I didn't expect a big star to come too. He's also Lu Yuan's best man. Oh my god. I like him so much. Yi Shenhao. All the young guests recognized Yi Yang. Yi Shenhao, I am your fan. It's the first time I'm so close to a billionaire. I'm so excited. The words next to each other frightened Father Hu Kaifeng out of his wits. It's over. This time it's a nail in the coffin. Ahem, it's all a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Father Hu Kaifeng said repeatedly, I heard from Lu Yuan. It's us who feel sorry for him. We shouldn't have such dirty thoughts. Let's not get married until we get married. Second update. No more. Yi Yang sneered, no more, that's it? Do you know how much effort Lu Yuan put into this wedding? How much he paid? It's not easy for an ordinary person to hold a wedding. Do you think you treat it as a joke? Are you so selfish? If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Hu Caifeng's father was used to doing evil things. He said it directly at this time. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had spoken out of turn and slapped himself twice. Yi Yang sneered. You are breaking the law and harming others. You sound so high-sounding. You don't need to be punished by heaven and earth. I will kill you now. Hu Caifeng's father was so scared that his lips trembled. If his daughter's previous things were discovered, it would be the end. At this time, he said repeatedly, we will refund all the expenses of brother Lu Yuan. We will also pay for mental damages. We will pay the money and admit our defeat. Oh, Dad. Why are you being so cowardly with him? I am a woman. Who dares to offend a woman in this society? Even if he is a big shot, I just need to post a video saying that he harassed me or threatened me, and the public opinion on the internet will all stand on my side. If I don't blackmail him, he will have to kneel on the ground and thank me. You are actually begging for mercy. I am dying of laughter. Hu Kaifeng sneered. Shut up. Hu Caifeng's father has been in society for so many years, and he knows everything. He directly slapped Hu Kaifeng twice. Why did you hit your daughter? She is not wrong. Now, let alone bullying us women, even if we don't worship them, it's a crime. Just post a video of accusation and say a few words. Without any evidence, you can ruin a star or a male student. Haven't you seen the recent news? What about the senior sister Yodo from Kyoto University, who said that her junior touched her buttocks, and then the internet bullied her junior, made him socially dead, and expelled him from school? Even if it is proved to be defamation later, isn't this sister Yodo still living happily and without any punishment? And that. Okay, shut up. Hu Caifeng's father went up and slapped Hu Caifeng's mother twice. These things are only for the general public. If you really meet someone powerful, will these cheap tricks of yours still work? I told you a long time ago that we only make money by relying on poisonous chicken soup, so that you won't get too deeply involved, but you really took it seriously. These things are only useful for suck-ups, incompetent, low-level, tool men who have no mouth, can't resist, can only work, can only be pua willingly, can only be constantly exploited for their labor value, have no will to resist, and live from day to day. You can't tell anyone. Do you want to kill our family? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, although this old man acted viciously, he saw things very clearly. Unfortunately, these cannot erase the fact that they violated the law and committed crimes. Especially this happened under his nose. Soon, the law enforcement officers came. Mr. Yi. Yi Yang's reputation was heard by everyone in the high-level circles of Jilin province. These people obviously knew part of Yi Yang's identity, and they were all respectful when they came here. Have you investigated what I said? Yi Yang asked. It has been fully verified, and their crimes can be confirmed. Moreover, We have also found some other things. The leader raised his mouth and sent the information to Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Good guy. No wonder such a rubbish can make money. Hu Caifeng's father opened an equipment supply store, and the initial capital came from Hu Caifeng himself. Moreover, each of Hu Caifeng's early income was large and the source was unclear. After in-depth investigation, only to find out his family is a professional criminal gang. Live broadcast on grey dating software to deceive people. Yi Yang glanced at the screenshot. Is the woman in this picture Hu Caifeng? Yes. The team leader scratched his head, looked at the real Hu Caifeng, and broke out in a cold sweat. The beauty effect is a bit extraordinary. Yi Yang nodded involuntarily. But he was also relieved. In the past news, some old men with big stubble on their faces, greasy and ugly, looked like 28-year-old girls after beautification in front of the camera. It is normal to beautify this short, fat, dark and ugly woman into such a decent image. They used this dating software to set up a trap. They made appointments, opened a room, and then set up a trap. They extorted money from people. Of course, many of the men ran away the moment they met, so they waited for the men who took the bait to go in and immediately sealed the door to commit the crime. The nature of the crime was extremely bad. However, a while ago, the trap failed and she accidentally got pregnant, so she wanted to find a scapegoat. Mr. Liu was unfortunately chosen. The team leader added some details. The people present were stunned. Good guy. This is too awesome. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. No wonder you are not embarrassed. It turns out that you are habitual criminals of traps. Habitual fraud. Habitual extortion. He now wants to strangle this family to death with his own hands. Fortunately, he still has some blood. Otherwise, he would have been cheated to death, and after marriage, he would have been sucked dry and completely killed by this weird family. Perhaps in the dark places of this world, many tragedies like this have already happened. It's over. Hu Caifeng's father collapsed on the ground, and it was all over. After the silence of all the relatives and friends, a discussion broke out. Lu Yuan's parents were so ashamed that they wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, regretting why they forced their son to get married. Okay, take them away. Yi Yang waved his hand. You dare to do it. Believe it or not, I will take a video. I will make you famous directly. Who dares to touch us? I will sue you for abusing women. Hu Caifeng and her daughter did not understand the current situation at all, and they jumped with their mobile phones. However, it was obviously useless. Or it could be said to be ridiculous. Warn once. Warn twice. They obviously did not understand. Do it. Just throw him down and take him down. He was bleeding from the nose. Interfering with law enforcement, aggravating the crime. Take him away. Soon, the whole family was taken away, leaving behind a wedding scene full of sighs. Lu Yuan's parents also burst into tears and promised that they would never force their son to get married again. Obviously, they were also scared by this incident. Yi Yang smiled and said to the silent Lu Yuan, "Don't worry, I have a team of lawyers who will ensure that they will receive the highest level of punishment allowed by law." Yeah. Lu Yuan nodded. This time, it's really thanks to you, brother Yi. His eyes were red with emotion. Why do you mention this? We have been friends since we were young, and our friendship is priceless. By the way, what kind of store do you run in America? Yi Yang asked. Clothing store. Lu Yuan sorted out his thoughts, sighed, and said, Yeah. Have you heard of Tang Hongzhihui? Yi Yang asked. Of course, Tang Hongzhihui has emerged in the fashion industry recently, with great momentum, surpassing countless old brands and becoming one of the largest fashion brands in the world today. First update. There is still a shortage of Tang Hongzhihui's agent in Ji province. If you are interested, you can take over and do it. Yi Yang thought for a while and said, As for the agency fee, I can help. You pay it. Just pay it back to me after you make money. These few words made Lu Yuan confused. The provincial agent of Tang Hongzhihui. The franchise fee for such a world-class brand is ridiculously expensive and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Brother Yi, do you have connections with Tang Hongzhihui? This agent is not something you can just take if you want, it's not something you can do if you have money. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. So be it. Yi Yang smiled, to be precise, this brand is under my name. Lu Yuan was completely stunned. I asked someone to check it out. Your overseas store did a good job. It started from scratch and built a pretty good store. If you didn't buy it for 0 yuan, you should be doing well. Yi Yang smiled and said, I still believe in your ability. I'll lend you another startup capital, and you can go ahead. Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed. He has already accepted Yi Yang's huge favor. If he were asked to help get this agency right now, he would owe too much. Yi Yang knew what Lu Yuan was thinking, and he also smiled at this time. It's not like I gave it to you for free. Think of me as borrowing it from you. I won't be done with it until you make money and then pay it back. Fair trade is not a favor. Lu Yuan held Yi Yang's hand. He really lacks such an opportunity now. Starting from scratch again, I don't know how many years it will take to start working. With the blessing of such an agent, plus the startup capital provided by Yi Yang, it is simply a ladder for him to build a life. Don't say anything anymore. If something happens in the future, in one sentence, no matter what happens, Lu Yuan and I will not frown. Tears streamed from the corners of Lu Yuan's eyes. Only when you have experienced the real ups and downs of life and see hope again can you understand how precious this hope is and how rare true friends are. Yi Yang put his hand on his shoulder and patted him. Why are you talking about this? You escaped a disaster today. You should be happy. Let us go have a drink. That's right. You have escaped from the clutches of the devil. It's too late for us to be happy for you. Ha ha. The other groomsmen also laughed. Walk. Lu Yuan also nodded. Yi Yang asked the doorman of Xinghuang Mansion to drive over in an extended Bentley and drive a few people to Spring City Yuhaiming Hot Pot. This is considered one of the high-end hot pot restaurants in Spring City. Mainly because it's expensive. Except for Yi Yang, the others have basically never had a meal of this level until now. But today he narrowly escaped death and escaped a disaster. Lu Yuan would treat a few buddies to a good meal, no matter what. A meal for 5 people cost 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. It was a great pleasure to eat. After this matter came to an end, Yi Yang flew back to the Magic City. Get up the next morning. Yi Yang looked at his phone and found that a demonic wind had spread all over the internet. He looked at the titles. The myth of Yi Shenhao is about to end. 10 trillion in cash compensation, Yi Yang is heavily in debt. About bankruptcy? Yi Yang may sell assets to pay off debts. Betting against the whole world, can Yi Yang afford it? Various posts and articles began to go viral online. There are obviously promoters behind this. Yi Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Within 3 months, Huaxia Kyushu University became the top university in the world. That's the first clause of the bet. At the beginning, more than 1 trillion yuan of funds came into the gambling pool. If he loses, he will pay 10 trillion. If he wins, the foreign capital participating in the bet pays double. You just lost 2 trillion to me, now you can't help but think about rushing to give me another 2 trillion? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth curled up. The March period is coming soon, and those behind the scenes can't sit still. Why should he win? It's due soon. There's no news at all that Huaxia Jiuzhou University has been certified as a world-class university. No matter how much money you invest, it's useless. Yi Yang will definitely pay the price for his arrogance. Wait to sell off the Shou company to pay off the debt. Humph, those people in Europe and the United States are just staring at the divine soil, wishing they could take it into their hands. Yi Yang is so stupid, he gave the company away by himself. Hee. The comment area represents various interests, and all kinds of sunspots appear. I think Yi Shenhao will definitely win. We, Yi Shenhao, have always been able to create miracles. You are destined to be slapped in the face. Some people always think that they are very smart, the best in the world, and can predict the future, but they don't know that they are the stupidest one. Haha. I hope Yi Shenhao will prove himself and make the European and American consortium pay the price. It's so funny. Not only European and American consortiums, but also many domestic companies have invested. There are really too few companies with national responsibility. Yes, the kind of atmosphere in the past few years has spawned businessmen who basically cannot be called entrepreneurs. 8 out of 10 are vampires. They are all just wallflowers who are unscrupulous for profit. Calling them capitalists is just a compliment. Them. At the critical moment, they are digging into the corner of our Yi Shenhao. They are fighting against their own people. It can be compared with those puppet troops and traitors back then. I hate them so much. Alas. Yi Yang's fans, and people with a sense of justice, are cheering for him and worrying about him. Everyone realizes that this may be a battle for bone correction in China. Everything depends on whether Yi Yang can get the world's top certification for China Jiuzhou Academy within the deadline. Soon. Yi Yang received messages from many people. Some were sent by Chinese industrialists and entrepreneurs, who expressed their willingness to do their best to help Yi Yang. If Yi Yang needs help, he can contact them. There are also people from all walks of life who help Yi Yang collect information and do their part. Looking at this information, Yi Yang was quite moved. No matter what era it is, no matter what the world has become, China always has a group of people who take the world as their responsibility and work tirelessly for the glory and rise of China. Don't worry, I won't let you down, he said silently in his heart. Second update, P.S. I may have something to do tomorrow, and I may come back on the 25th to update. Yi Yang replied to these kind letters. It means that everyone does not need to worry too much. The latest ranking of top international universities will be in 5 days, right? Yi Yang flipped through the information. The top international education evaluation organization hosted by UMOMO will conduct a routine evaluation in 5 days. The International Academic Evaluation Agency conducts comprehensive strength rankings of international institutions at the end of each year. Yi Yang obtained the status of president of the evaluation agency during the construction of Huaxia Jiuzhou University, which can ensure the fairness of the evaluation process. The evaluation of comprehensive strength has various specific indicators. Calculated according to previous indicators, Huaxia Jiuzhou University is now not only the world's top university, but even if it is elected to be the world's number one, it is only just shy of its reputation. But among the hard indicators, there is no such thing as reputation or public impression. Judging from these objective indicators alone, Huaxia Jiuzhou University can now rank first in the world in this competition. So, he didn't panic at all. However, it is certainly impossible for all the forces involved in the gambling to stop. He will definitely take action in secret. However, no matter what move is made, it will follow. The objective strength is there, and I feel at ease. United States, SARS Group's main office. Shadow Emperor SARS Milo held a cigar in his mouth and read the report. The next round of international school competition is about to begin? The new secretary nodded. Don't dare to neglect. The last secretary was fired because he made mistakes regarding Yi Yang. She didn't dare to neglect reporting on this aspect. Well, tell the evaluation agency that a rigid indicator will be added to this year's indicators, such as the year the school was founded, or something like that. As long as it does not meet this indicator, it will not be selected as a top international university. A sneer appeared at the corner of Milo's mouth. They control most of the educational discourse in the world, and they set the rules. You are a piece of trash in a corner of China. Even if you are really capable, we still have to award the honor. As long as I don't agree, you are just garbage after all. He put his legs up on his desk. He smoked a cigar and sneered. The will of China? But you are too young. You can defeat us 100 times, but if we win once, you will be gone. Why are you fighting me? He laughed darkly. Since sitting on the throne of the top 10 shadow emperors in the United States, no one has ever made him lose so many times. The name Yi Yang makes him hate it to the core. This time, he said that he would get Yi Yang's compensation of more than 10 trillion yuan at the next gathering of emperors. Prove to the world that the SARS consortium is still one of the secret rulers of the United States. The news was quickly dismissed. SARS Milo couldn't believe the reply message he saw in front of him. How dare this institution reply to me and reject me? How dare they? Don't they know the monopoly of the South Foundation in education? As long as we don't invest in them, their institution will be dissolved by the end of the year. As long as we withdraw our investment, no one will dare to take over. Under the pressure of our capital, haven't we already obtained 6 institutional member seats? Shouldn't we sit firmly on the Diaoyutai and fully control the international academic evaluation institution in our hands? He asked questions again and again, feeling that the reply in front of him was ridiculous to the extreme. There have been many changes in the International Academic Evaluation Organization in the past 2 months, but because we are too large, we have not paid attention to the trends of this organization. And before yesterday, we always maintained 6 parliamentary seats and did not lose the highest control. So I don't pay much attention to its internal changes," the secretary said. Milo already felt that something was not quite right. What happened? The secretary told the investigation report, International Academic Evaluation Organization, composed of the president and 9 members. The president himself has the final say. When encountering major events, the remaining 9 members each have 1 vote to vote. However, if 6 of the 9 members support a resolution, the president only has the right to postpone the implementation of the resolution. If all members support a resolution, the president can only agree. 2 months ago, the former president of the organization announced his resignation as president, and the new president took over. Milo nodded. That's a good thing. The previous president himself was always against us. If he hadn't tried his best to stop our capital invasion, all 9 members would have been ours. The secretary continued, the identity of the new president has been kept secret and has never been shown. He has only maintained contact with the previous president. Of course, there are also reasons why the consortium does not pay attention to this change. Just yesterday, the old president ran for parliament again and defeated the one we put in. Milo frowned. It's understandable that he lost to the former president in the election for members. But with 5 out of 9, the advantage still lies with me. The secretary continued, they collected information about the dirty deeds behind another congressman. After reporting it, they sent another one of our people to prison. The person elected by the new president will succeed him. As a result, we lost 2 councillors in 1 day, and only 4 of the 9 councillors were ours. When the resolution was being made today, the new president expressed his rejection of our proposal. Pung. Milo knocked on the table. What a treason. Check it out. Let me see what the identity of this new president is. How dare he openly disobey the orders of the Sal's Foundation? Believe it or not, I will have their organization disbanded. Checked. The secretary lowered his head and handed a piece of paper to Milo. The intelligence organizations of the top 10 consortiums in the United States are extremely powerful. They just didn't pay attention to this matter before. Now they are searching with all their strength, and the identity of the new president was quickly found out. What? Milo's mouth was wide enough to fit 20 sausages. Yi Yang. He bypassed our eyes and directly took control of the academic evaluation institution. Milo was confused. This is another miracle. Now, he really doubts whether there is a God helping Yi Yang behind him. Every operation is so fresh and refined, and everything he does can be successful. He felt guilty. The last trump card was stolen. How so? He couldn't believe that. It was almost impossible to do this through formal procedures and with the power of the Sal's Consortium's eyes and ears in the organization. Yi Yang seems to be an old acquaintance of the old president. The 2 of them have already thought of this conspiracy. The replacement of the old and new was completed in an instant when the 2 of them contacted each other through a single line. 2 council seats were replaced together yesterday. This is a game. A long-planned and well-planned strategy against our consortium. According to the ancient Chinese proverb, this is called taking the fire under the cauldron? Or is it a secret attempt? First update. Soon, the news that the International Academic Selection Organization will conduct a new round of comprehensive ranking of international universities spread to the pages of people who pay attention to this news. Originally, such niche things were generally only participated and paid attention to by people in the academic community. However, this time, the number of attentions has skyrocketed. Not only the relevant academic personnel and the companies involved in the bet are paying attention. Many people who were attracted by this matter are also paying attention. This has caused the popularity of this matter to explode. Not only is the bet involving the winning and losing of 10 trillion Chinese yuan involved in people's hearts, but the people of China are also looking forward to China really having a top-notch university in the world. Although Tsinghua and Peking University are strong, they are still outside the top 10. They cannot be called the top in the world, but can only be called the top in the world only by entering the top 10 in the world. Can it be considered to be in the top ranks? Is it really possible? I will always believe in Yi Shenhao. When has Mr. Yi ever lost? The three gambling gods can't beat him. Do you think he will lose this time? It's so funny. This is not gambling. If it doesn't work, it won't work. This time, even the top 10 financial groups in the United States have joined in. Do you think they are joking? The three gambling gods are just flies and ants in front of such big men. They can be crushed to death at will. The top 10 financial groups are terrifying existences that manipulate the direction of the world. Don't kneel down. They can manipulate the direction of the world. The world has long belonged to the United States. They haven't even conquered Ahan for so many years. Do you really think China, Russia, and Europe don't exist? At least, it's too easy to crush an individual rich businessman like Yi Yang. I don't think so. A divine land alone is enough to break all forbidden spells. It may not be weaker than these top financial groups. He is bound to lose. I said that even Jesus can't change it. I think he is bound to win. On the internet, a frenzy has been set off again. There is a great deal of controversy over whether Huaxia University can be rated as the world's top university in this evaluation. After all, there are still not many people who really know Huaxia University. Perhaps they have heard about Jiuzhou University because of a certain construction phase or some explosive news, but there are not many people who really understand the strength of Huaxia University now. After all, ordinary people are just eating melons. How many top teachers, international professors, Nobel Prize winners, international-level laboratories, and academic-level A projects does Huaxia University have now? Even if you have seen such data, you will forget it another day. Even if you notice these, most people don't know what these numbers mean. In a few days, the expert group of the International Academic Evaluation Organization will enter the major universities in China. The results will be released on the day of the 3-month deadline. That's right. The results will be known at that time. I am really looking forward to it. Including internationally, there are many discussions. This bet is somewhat hot in various countries, especially the United States. Even the SELS consortium has gotten involved, so of course there are many people watching. Miro knocked on the table and watched the video of the expert group entering Huaxia University and Yi Yang personally leading the team to welcome them. The scene was full of gongs and drums, firecrackers, and it was very lively. It didn't seem like a welcome, but more like a celebration in advance. In Miro's eyes, it was particularly dazzling. In this battle, the more than $100 billion is a small matter. This is related to whether our SELS consortium still has a monopoly in the education industry, and it is also related to our face as one of the top 10 consortiums in the United States. I won't allow others to think that the times have changed. He hammered the table. The other managers of the consortium were all silent. It can be seen that Moreau was really angry. The top 10 consortiums have maintained their glorious image of being undefeated in the world. Any failure is an irreversible blow to this invincible image. What's more, this time it has set off such a big heat. If they lose, what a heavy blow it will be to the Sal's consortium. He won't allow this to happen. Think about it, everyone, come up with 3 countermeasures for me, otherwise don't come to work. Sal's * Moreau knocked on the table and said angrily. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you. Everyone lowered their heads to think about countermeasures. No one wanted to lose their job. But they found that the Sal's consortium could do very little about this matter. After a thorough investigation, they found that this was in Yiyang's home court, China. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't get in and couldn't control anything. Moreover, Yiyang was a backbone figure in China. He couldn't be brought down by any small action. Whether it was controlling public opinion or controlling the subsequent direction of this matter. Even the root cause of the problem they wanted to solve in the end, Yiyang. But finding out his true identity determined that if they really took action against him, it would inevitably set off a war between superpowers, which would not be worth the loss. The Sal's consortium couldn't afford such consequences. A bunch of losers. Sal's * Moreau roared, because he couldn't think of any way, so he could only be helpless and furious. This matter was handled according to the formal procedures, everything was fair and square, and there were no loopholes. The size was similar to that of the Sal's consortium, and there was no way to destroy it. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Try some spies and gray methods. This is our last resort. Let's see if we can regain power within the International Evaluation Organization, or launch a public offensive against Yiyang as the president after the results come out. But at that time, we can only strive to be undefeated, and don't even think about winning. The SARS consortium is in chaos. Inside Huashakyushu University. Evaluation Expert Group. Verify assessment qualifications item by item. In order to avoid suspicion, Yiyang stopped contacting the evaluation team after the welcome, and only conveyed 4 words of absolute fairness to the council. Our annual evaluation mainly has 3 aspects. Among them, the comprehensive situation is divided into 6 items. Academic reputation accounts for 40%. Employer reviews account for 10%. The teacher-student ratio is 20%. Citations from teachers' papers account for 20%. The proportion of international teachers accounts for 5%. Proportion of international students, 5%. Teaching resources are divided into 6 categories: teaching environment, laboratory level, number of high-level projects, corresponding project funds. Besides, of course, within each face or item, there are many smaller items. Together, a score will be given, and the final score will determine the school's ranking. After the experts from the evaluation team finished their explanations to the school, they began to conduct practical investigation and verification. This kind of investigation and verification has many projects. Strive for authenticity. So it is quite time-consuming. Everyone is nervously waiting for the results. Second update. Over time, the expert team's verification is also getting more and more in-depth. The leader's head was sweating. Before coming here, they had never thought that a new university in China, no matter how famous it was and had unparalleled momentum, would only be established for a few months. How could it be so powerful that it could even compete with the world's top universities? They originally thought that the absolutely fair directive issued by the parliament was to make things difficult for Huaxia University, conduct strict investigations, and conduct everything according to absolute standards. But now they finally understand. This is helping Huaxia University in disguise. They all knew about the bet. As long as it was absolutely fair, considering the current strength of Huaxia University, winning the bet would be too simple. The school's resources are unparalleled in terms of evaluation. No university in the world has such terrifying resource support, from the investment in selecting students, to the advanced level of the laboratories, the majestic project resources, the terrifying teachers, and even considerations and investment in entrepreneurship and further education. Immaculate. The perfect college. Existence that transcends time. Everyone on the evaluation team expressed this emotion. In contrast, based solely on the basis of admission fairness, Huaxia University has completely surpassed the so-called top universities in the world. Those universities are relying on the resources of their predecessors. But there are many shortcuts to admission, which don't even require grades, let alone the student's own ability, but rather the connections and resources of the student's family. As long as you can find a big boss to write a letter of recommendation, or spend $10 million or even $1 million to build a fountain garden or something, you can enter and study. As for the others, there is no need to compare. The only pitiful advantages other universities now have. Only history has more graduates than Huaxia University, and more famous alumni than Huaxia University. Of course, this item is not included in the scoring system at all. Judging from the ratings alone, Huaxia University is well deserved to be the #1 university in the world. But the evaluation team is still facing a huge problem. Can a university that has no graduates really become the #1 university in the world? Huaxia Academy is so special. According to normal development, a school that can develop to this stage must have a history of running schools for decades, hundreds, or even hundreds of years. This situation cannot happen now. Therefore, the scoring system does not consider this aspect at all. They were in trouble. A school with no graduates cannot prove the ultimate teaching quality of its school if it reaches the top of the world. Wouldn't that be a joke? This controversy sparked a huge debate within the review team. I haven't been able to decide on the final score of Huaxia Academy for several days. The outside world is nervously waiting for the final news. Everyone is waiting to see. Even the most powerful shadow emperor in the world is troubled by it. Things have come to this point. Any external force can play a very small role. We can only wait for the evaluation team to make their final decision. The teachers and students of Huaxia University are also working day and night. They know their own shortcomings and obviously want to do something for the school before the evaluation ends. On the last day of review, within the evaluation group, what we evaluate is the university, just the university itself, the quality of teachers and students, the environment and resources. Everything should be about the internal quality of the school. Why should it involve things after graduation? Are there any graduates and whether it is a good school? Does it really matter? Can such a school really not produce good students? But for a school like this, that doesn't even have graduates to be among the top in the world, isn't it a miracle in human history? Can we really call it a good school if we can't prove that we can teach good students? There was still a lot of quarrel between the two sides. For a while, there was no conclusion at all. After we submitted the issue, the congressman gave us full authority to handle it without any interference. It's letting us make up our own minds and putting it all on us. It's a kind of trust and it's also a kind of pressure. The evaluation team was silent. Before sunset, they had to make a final decision. The sun is now halfway down. Time is running out. I think it should be based on the standards we already have. Things outside the standards are not what we should consider. According to the rules, we should give as many points as we should. I think we should be responsible for the scores we give. Schools that don't even have graduates don't deserve scores. The evaluation team leader looked at both sides and knocked on the table. There is no time, let's vote. China has a voting rule, which is to draw straight characters. Although the team leader has some power, it is difficult for him to speak out in this situation where the two parties are clearly at odds. After all, this decision will definitely set a precedent in the history of human education. It is an extremely important decision for the entire human education. He knew that he was not qualified to take on this responsibility and make this decision alone. I don't agree with the rating of Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy. The tellers put a cross on the side they disagreed with. I think we should follow the original rules. Another commentator weighs in. The teller wrote a horizontal line on the agreeing side. Time passes little by little. The afterglow of dusk also fades away little by little. The voting has also reached the final stage. The votes on both sides remain deadlocked. The sun is going down. At this moment, the door is open. The last rays of the setting sun suddenly shone in, making the entire hall suddenly light up. Everyone looked over. No one expected that at such an important moment, someone would break in. Who are you? Someone asked dissatisfiedly. Students from Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy. The person in charge, standing tall and tall, in Jiuzhou school uniform, is Yi Shaozi. Behind him stood many students from Kyushu University. Stakeholders are not allowed to be present during the evaluation. Even if you plead for mercy, it is useless. We have always been known for our absolute impartiality. No matter whether it is wealth or feelings, it is impossible to affect our final decision. Please get out. The deputy team leader frowned and shouted coldly. We are not here to offer money, nor are we here to ask for favors. Yi Shaozi looked determined and refused to take a step back. After getting up, many students were united and showed no signs of weakness. Then why are you here? The white-haired team leader smiled slightly, with a glimmer of hope in his heart. When there is a deadlock, this kind of new light is needed to break the situation. We are here to prove ourselves. First update. We are here to prove ourselves. This sentence is very resounding. The evaluation committee members present were all stunned. They thought of Yi Shaozi's thousands of words, but they never thought that what she said would be this sentence. Nonsense. The deputy team leader was about to scold him when he was silenced by the team leader. Tell me more about it. He has his own tendencies in his heart and cannot speak out, but at least he can make these people listen to the demands of the Kyushu Academy students. We know that you are doubting whether this school can teach good students. You want to cancel the grading qualification of Kyushu University because we have no graduates to prove the greatness of this school. Yi Xiaozi got straight to the point and said directly. With all due respect. People who think like this are stupid and lazy. Her eyes glanced at the evaluation committee members. It's simply ridiculous. Just a student. He's talking nonsense here. Questioning our evaluation team. Lawless. Get out. The evaluation committee members who had chosen to disagree before were furious. Don't worry, just listen to what she has to say. The evaluation team leader calmly took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. In the previous investigation, you didn't even understand the growth and achievements of our students. Just because of this in the discussion, you deduct points for us. Isn't this arrogance, shamelessness, and laziness? Yi Xiaozi stared at the rude review committee members, then she looked at the white-haired evaluation team leader. Showing a confident and beautiful smile, "Dear team leader, I am applying to the evaluation team. I hope you will at least get to know our students at Huaxia University before making an evaluation in this regard. You are very brave." The team leader nodded. "I grant your proof and try your best to shine your light. Perhaps you can erase the prejudices in the hearts of the committee members." Yi Xiaozi nodded. She first walked onto the stage and put a PPT into the computer hard drive. Projection followed. This huge PPT file is a collection of achievements created by the students of Huaxia Academy together. The achievements of each student in the past few months are all recorded in it. Judges, my name is Yi Xiaozi, I am studying at Huaxia University, and I am an ordinary freshman. Since enrolling in school, I have been studying the problem of Poincare's conjecture under the leadership of tutor Stanley. This is our achievement in 3 months. Hiss. The reviewers are all extremely professional, and naturally know that Poincare's conjecture is one of the 7 major academic problems in the world of mathematics. For a freshman to dare to challenge this kind of problem is tantamount to fantasy. The myth is nothing more than that. At first, they expressed disdain. But then, Yi Xiaozi's actual progress and surprising ideas gradually conquered the evaluation committee members who knew mathematics. Shocking to heaven. Is this really an 18 or 19-year-old freshman? Throughout the ages, a rare talent. They all whispered. And they were even more dumbfounded when they saw the several international-level awards and honors that Yi Xiaozi had received during the process of proving this issue. Some PhD students from prestigious universities may not be able to receive these honors upon graduation. Although there was help from Stanley, the Nobel Prize winner in mathematics, they could see that the main ideas and strategies were indeed thought up by Yi Xiaozi herself. Yi Xiaozi's academic talent is astonishing, otherwise she would not have been selected by the aristocratic Baoli High School as a special admissions student. This has been vividly demonstrated in the past few months. It's just a genius, what does it mean? That's right. She relies on her own talent. After Yi Xiaozi finished speaking, he bowed and left the stage. The next one is a simple and honest rural boy. His appearance was unremarkable, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted all the physics experts present. I come from an ordinary rural middle school, and it was the university's selective subject selection committee that changed my destiny, allowing me to contribute to my favorite physics. I haven't accomplished much in the past few months. In the first month, a homemade nuclear reactor was built with the help of school resources. In the second month, I studied the fusion knowledge provided by the school's partner company, Shou Industrial Company, built a simple simulation model, and successfully simulated ignition on the computer. Now, I am a specially hired technician at Shou Industrial Company. I am specialized in research related to nuclear fusion. This month, my research on nuclear physics was compiled into a paper and published in Nature magazine. He turned the page of the PPT and showed everyone the poor magazine photo with poor photography skills. Everyone present was stunned. Is this even a human being? The gods of learning pale in comparison to such unprecedented physics geniuses. There are still people who want to be tough, but can't say anything to refute. Next, students from Jiangjing Academy appeared one after another. Although not everyone is as stunning as Yi Xiaozi and the Black Earth Youth, they are all among the best in the world, if compared at the same level. No school can beat them. Occasionally, there will be some amazing talents that make people sweat. In just 3 months. They can't believe it. But all these things, one by one, are in front of them and they can't question it. How many students are there in the entire Jiangjing University now? This ratio of geniuses is many times stronger than other universities, and the pressure on the so-called top universities, even if they are tied together, may not be able to breathe. They watched the second half of the night in high spirits. After all the talents were displayed, the PPT came to the end. Yi Xiaozi took the stage again. Jiangjing University, at all costs, recruits talents from all over the world and gives every talented person a chance, regardless of origin or bloodline. Only moral character and ability are considered. Jiangjing University provides academic freedom and huge resources that no other school can provide, allowing every genius to burst out to the fullest. Is such a university not worthy of being called the world's top? Is such a university not worthy of cultivating world-shaking talents? Will we, like this, be mediocre in the future? Yi Xiaozi's voice was steady, but full of infinite confidence. 3 questions in a row left all the evaluation committee members speechless. No one said no. Yi Xiaozi bowed to the evaluation team leader. Thank you for letting me finish all this. We have done our best and we have done what we should do. After that, all the students of Jiangjing Academy turned around and left without a trace of hesitation. The door was closed again. The team leader looked at the backs of those people leaving, and a surge of enthusiasm surged in his heart. Yes, with such a group of people and such a school with infinite cohesion, how can it not be the best in the world? Second update, it's the 999th chapter. Xiaojiu thanks everyone for their support. This chapter is a bonus chapter. Tomorrow, it will exceed 1,000 chapters and aim to be the best in the world. Silence, lasting silence. Then, applause broke out in the hall. This is belated applause, this is applause for the talents of Shou University. Even those committee members who had previously insisted that there were no graduates who were not worthy of scoring could not help but applaud. The students of Jiangjing University left. But the shocking style they left behind remains. Only the few people installed by the SARS consortium to set the pace had dark faces, knowing that the situation was irreversible. They didn't use any twisted tactics. They have proven themselves with their own strength. The previous doubts about this university and these students have naturally disappeared. Team leader Pengbo sighed, and then Shanai's eyes flashed with infinite light. Does anyone want to take back their decision? His eyes scanned everywhere. After a short silence, the deputy team leader stood up, walked firmly to the blackboard, personally erased his horizontal line, heavily used chalk, and wrote the next horizontal line with the consent, completing the 9th straight line. With his leadership, the committee members all stood up one after another and changed their previous decisions. Finally, there is only one stroke left, and it is full of 18 straight characters, and it is agreed. There are only 2 lonely horizontal and vertical strokes, dwarfed by the different branches. Team leader Peng Bo looked deeply at the 2 black-faced monsters, with a faint smile on his lips. Finally, he turned around and completed the 18th correct character with his consent. Good. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy awarded the score according to the original rules, and the resolution was officially passed. The team leader dropped the hammer and solemnly announced the result. The applause was even louder. The 2 black-faced monsters were eager to find a crack in the ground to escape. SARS Milo would definitely kill them both. The light of dawn rises at this moment. A piece of news, following this morning light, runs through the internet, and in an instant, flows to the whole world. Ding ding Huaxia, Kyushu University, the best in the world. This sentence seems to have a unique magic power. Let the world boil. Everyone who paid attention to this matter was filled with emotion. The various forces behaved differently. Some people sighed while others were excited. Yi Yang also got up unusually early today. He looked at the report in his hand. His eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm. After all, I didn't disappoint you. He stood up and said, let's go. I will personally celebrate the success of my Huaxia Jiuzhou University. He doesn't want to keep a low profile anymore. He is already number 1 in the world, yet he is so low-key. After the F-1000 landed, a fleet of luxury cars was already waiting there. Koenigsegg 11 clears the way. Many famous cars followed. The convoy was distinguished and drove through Spring City. The news that Huaxia Kyushu University was ranked No. 1 in the world has now spread like a craze. Many people were celebrating on the avenue. This is the glory of China. You can even hear firecrackers and see fireworks. Yi Yang sat in the car and saw many people waving to him. After all, Yi Shenhao is the only one in Ji province who can create such a fleet of luxury cars. Huaxia Kyushu University is particularly lively today. Many people have spontaneously come over to celebrate, and bigwigs from all over the world are coming. But Yi Yang didn't want to see him. He came to an auditorium and walked in quickly. A beautiful figure flew into his arms. Brother, you are finally here. Yi Xiaozi smiled sweetly. Yi Yang nodded. I heard about what happened this time. Thanks to Xiaozi, he came to the rescue at the critical moment. He is so handsome. Yi Xiaozi chuckled. I helped my brother save more than 10 trillion. Why don't you share some with me quickly? Okay. Yi Yang nodded indifferently. Are you kidding? Brother, you and I don't know yet? You must have a backup plan. Even if I don't come to the rescue, you still have your own methods. Yi Xiaozi smiled. It's just a little less glorious. Yi Yang nodded and did not deny it. I just thought, brother has already done a lot. As a member of the Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy, it's time for us to work hard for ourselves. We can't rely on brother to do everything. Yi Xiaozi said seriously, I also Want to prove that I can really share my brother's worries. The brother and sister were talking in the auditorium. And there was a door guard outside, so no one could disturb them. And at this moment, as the news fermented, all parties in the world are in infinite shock. A school's ranking, although important, is not the most important. The most important thing is the meaning and moral behind this matter. Many people know that the SALS Consortium, one of the top 10 consortiums in the United States, is involved in this matter. Moreover, it is the enemy. That Yi Yang, riding on the reputation of the top 10 financial groups, tore up the education monopoly, and truly became the number one in the world. Compared with this meaning, it seems that the astronomical figure of 6 trillion yuan that Yi Yang will collect debts has become insignificant. Everyone is marveling and sighing. From Huaxiao's nuclear fusion research and development, to Falcon 1 wafers, to the complete rise of the divine land, to today's breaking of the education monopoly, Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy has become the number one in the world. One thing after another seemed to indicate that a brand new era is really coming. The undefeated myth of the top 10 financial groups. The era when the United States controlled the world hegemony seemed to be history. The top floor of the SALS financial group. SALS Miro frowned, his face was very ugly. You are really capable. SALS Miro's face was ashen. In the end, he still failed to prevent this result from happening. The face of the SALS financial group has been lost anyway. When Yi Yang bet against the world, there were two conditions, namely, the world's top within 3 months and the world's first within a year. Now, he has completed both agreements in 3 months. For each bet, you have to pay 1 times, and now, you have to pay 4 times the money of the bet to repay the debt. At the beginning, 1.5 trillion yuan was added to the gambling pool, and the fourfold compensation means that many parties around the world who bet against Yi Yang have to pay back his terrifying wealth of 6 trillion Chinese yuan together. Even for the top 10 American financial groups, this is a terrifying number that cannot be ignored. The current GDP of the entire American country is only more than 20 trillion Chinese yuan. Behind it stands the top 10 financial groups. In terms of property, each financial group has an average wealth of less than 20 trillion. Of course, the power and monopoly resources behind it cannot be calculated entirely in terms of money. Even so, 6 trillion Chinese yuan. It is still a terrifying cash flow. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Salsmiro shook his head. It seems that now we have to set our goal to prevent Yi Yang from getting compensation. After all, once the 2 trillion lost in Sangashan Aobe is added in just 1 month, if the cash flow of 8 trillion Chinese yuan flows into Yi Yang's group, it will have a significant impact on the world's economic midway and even the future international economy. And this impact must at least be unfavorable to the SALS financial group. He must stop all this from happening. First update. How can it be? It's only been 3 months. Number one in the world? It's outrageous to be number one in the world. Is the world's number one school so easy to run now? A group of companies betting against Yi Yang gathered together and were collectively confused. The SALS consortium is okay. After all, the family has a big business. Although it hurts a little, it doesn't hurt their muscles and bones. For them, if the money is not enough, they can just print more paper. But for other companies, it is fatal. They all believed at the beginning that Yi Yang would lose, and there was absolutely no way he would lose the bet. Therefore, I just pushed as much as I had, without caring about the consequences at all. Some of them even borrowed money, not to mention 4 times the compensation now. It is estimated that they have to sell their assets at a low price to get it together. In addition, there are many people who have previously recharged the $300 billion in gambling at the top of the bay. At this time, it is even worse. Li family in Shou. Li Laocheng looked sad. That traitor even participated in this bet before. It's really not enough for him to commit suicide. He lamented. This Li Jiazi is really dancing. Adding the 2 times together, the cash compensation exceeded 100 billion. Even for the Li family, it was extremely painful. Such cries of pain are happening all over the world. At first, Yi Yang bet one person against the whole world, saying that he would build the world's #1 university within 1 year. No one believed him, and the ridicule was overwhelming. I don't know how many people wanted to join in, eat this bloodstained steamed bun, add insult to injury, and rush in to participate in the gambling. Now that the final results are out, they are all dumbfounded. Such a result is something they have never thought of and cannot accept now. Judging from the ratings, Huaxia Kyushu Academy even surpasses the former #1 in the world by a large margin. It is the undisputed #1. You still can't underestimate 1 trillion. It's mainly Mr. Ye's talent and strength. No matter what, from now on the world's #1 university will fall in China. We in China have finally reached the top of the world in terms of academic institutions. By the way, Yi Shenhao has now fulfilled all of the original gambling agreement. Wouldn't those who participated in the gambling have to lose 6 trillion yuan? Haha, it's exciting to think about it. Those rubbish, envious monsters, China haters, those guys who want to add insult to injury should be allowed to bear the price. That's right. The word 6 trillion soon hit the hot search list together with Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy, which was rated #1 in the world. It has become a topic of conversation for many people. After dinner. How much money is this? 10,000 yuan a month has been earned since the single-cell period, but I still can't make that much money now. Yeah, it's just shocking. Incomprehensible wealth. If I could have 600 million, hee. Huge wealth always brings endless topics, whether it is an anchor paying 1.5 billion in back taxes or a real estate company owing 2 trillion yuan in debt. It can create endless hurricanes. This time, China won 6 trillion from the world, and the topic was even more fierce. It has the potential to dominate the rankings. Yi Yang looked at the list of bets and raised the corner of his mouth. You don't have to save face for them, all of them will be given debt repayment subsidies, and the money must be handed over within a week. If they can't be called within a week, they will file a lawsuit immediately. There are several companies that will file a lawsuit immediately. Several companies. Companies from all over the world have been beating us up, now it's time for us to fight back. Good. Fang Han, director of Jincheng office, nodded repeatedly. Now, this matter has become the top priority of Jincheng office. After all, 6 trillion yuan is involved. Even though they are one of the best in China, they are also among the top law firms in the world. This is the first time they have taken on a case of this level. Yi Yang looked at Fang Han's leaving figure. He sighed quietly. Although many of the companies on this list are foreign companies, there are also many Chinese companies. This made him feel a little sad. It is endless fun to battle wits and courage with foreign enemies, but it is indeed More hateful to be slandered by one's own people. People's hearts are unpredictable, and it's really difficult to achieve true unity. Yi Yang shook his head. This is not just a problem faced by China, but also a problem faced by all mankind. In this era, many problems cannot be called problems at all if people are united as one. However, because people's hearts are different, many wars, struggles, internal strife and tragedies have been forced. He sighed, stood up, and made a separate list of these domestic companies. In the future, these companies must be more careful. Just when the whole world is asking for money, the Sales Consortium directly exposed the black material. Almost all the companies that paid attention to this matter took advantage of the issue and refused to repay their debts. This organization belongs to Yi Yang, it's just talking about itself. Who wouldn't give themselves an award? It's just hilarious. Haha, I will never pay for this farce. Many companies are building momentum and spending money to discredit Yi Yang. Shou University Core Principal's Room. Yi Yang looked at the overwhelming voice of crusade. Money-taking party. Originally I believed in Yi Yang, but I didn't expect him to be such a person. We Chinese people don't want such a victory. There are also many cross-dressing gangsters. If you don't love Yi Shenhao, you are not patriotic. All kinds of monsters appeared on the stage. What should we do, Principal? This obviously has a huge impact on the newly established image of Huaxia Jiuzhou University in the world. Yi Yang sneered, I've been waiting for their move for a long time. The person who asked the question breathed a sigh of relief. The boss always anticipated the enemy and always had a plan to deal with it. His worries were somewhat unnecessary. First, publish all the data for this evaluation on the official website. Yi Yang said lightly. The hard power of Huaxia Jiuzhou University is there, and it is not afraid of anyone taking advantage of it. And launched a challenge on the official website. Any qualified institution can conduct research on the released data by paying $100,000. Huaxia Jiuzhou University will cooperate with their verification. As long as the data is found to be fraudulent, they will be given $10 million. Make a bonus. Yi Yang added. Wonderful. The person in charge's eyes lit up. This is a great plan. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. Second update. It has exceeded 1,000 chapters and 2 million words, which is a major milestone for this book. Thank you all for your company along the way. This is just the beginning. Yi Yang's words gave the person in charge a reassurance. Okay, I'll do it now. The person in charge had a premonition that Yi Yang not only had a card to protect himself, but perhaps he could also use public opinion to backfire. Fight back. Fight a beautiful counterattack with public opinion. Let these guys with evil intentions walk around without food. Soon, all the process and data about this evaluation will be announced on the official website. Have you heard of it? This time, the International Academic Evaluation Organization has announced the evaluation data of the top 10 universities in the world. Is it? Quick, go take a look. Those data are all in professional terms. Can we understand them? They basically use simple and easy to understand language, so we can get a rough idea. Then go quickly. Soon, many people flocked to the official website of the International Academic Evaluation Organization. I'll go. Make everything really open and transparent. Everyone was stunned. Even the number of teachers there Names, how many laboratories, and what the experimental projects are, except for the confidential data, are basically all disclosed. Even without those confidential projects, the published data alone is enough to crush those universities. Awesome. Let me just say that Yi Shenhao will never cheat. It is impossible for such a big boss to make such obvious lies. I think so too. The loser must be unhappy. He is here to dig up dirt and engage in public opinion propaganda. The direction of the wind changes instantly. Haha, this is what they said. Do they mean what they say? That's right, I just made up some data and said it's true. That's right. I don't believe that a newly built school has such a huge advantage. In almost all projects, it has the potential to crush other schools. It's simply outrageous. Dozens of Nobel Prize-winning teachers? It's really funny. Do you know how many Nobel laureates there are in the world now? It's really hilarious. All kinds of discussions came and went. Just when the two sides were quarreling, the International Academic Evaluation Organization issued an announcement, in view of the doubts on the internet about the fairness of this review. The following challenge is issued. Any organization with evaluation qualifications can enter Huaxia Jiuzhou University to verify the accuracy of the data. Each verification only needs to pay $100,000. If there is a problem with the data, Huaxia Jiuzhou University can pay tens of millions of US dollars in compensation. Domineering. They are not afraid of checking at all. $10 million for finding out the problem? Awesome. It seems that there is little chance that this data is fraudulent. Although everyone knew in their hearts, including those who bet against Yang, the possibility of this data being false was almost zero. Otherwise, it would be impossible to post this kind of activity, which requires endless confidence. Except for Huaxia Jiuzhou University, there should be no other university in the world that dares to do this. However, many money-losing forces have gritted their teeth and do not believe in evil. It must be done. Contact a qualified agency and pay them to check. I don't believe that there is no problem at all. That is, it's probably just a bluff, and there are a lot of problems in it. A group of forces gambling against Yi Yang clamored. They lost so miserably this time. Compared with the amount they lost, $100,000 was just a drop in the bucket. For them, it's a matter of spending $100,000 to try their luck. Huaxia Jiuzhou University has received many applications in the past few days, and each application comes with $100,000. The project leader was very happy. Boss, Yi is so awesome. He asked people to send money over and begged to be slapped in the face, haha. He was extremely impressed. Naturally, these evaluation organizations did not pull any tricks at Huaxia Jiuzhou University. According to the announcement requirements, the entire process of these evaluation organizations entering Huaxia Jiuzhou University was videotaped. If they told lies, they would be exposed in an instant. Each evaluation team came in with high spirits, all striving for tens of millions of dollars. But within a day or two, they would walk out of the Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy dejectedly and have to admit in front of the camera that there was nothing wrong with this evaluation. Yi Yang thought for a while and felt that this was not fun enough. As a result, they sometimes deliberately exposed some fake tricks to extend the investigation time of these evaluation teams. For every extra day in the Huaxia Jiuzhou Institute, they would have to pay an extra $100,000. Made another round of small money. Not Much, just a few 100 million. Haha, it's so easy to make money. Yi Yang shook his head. These idiots rushed over to give money. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. A week has passed, and all the evaluation teams have withdrawn from the Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy. As these evaluation groups bowed their heads in front of the camera and admitted the authenticity of the data, they became more and more convinced of the awesomeness of Huaxia Kyushu University. What was originally a public opinion crisis turned into a propaganda trend to reshape the golden body of the Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy as time went by. More and more people know the true strength of this school. All kinds of data were revealed, leaving everyone stunned. Many internet traffic owners also took the initiative to come and get traffic, helping to interpret those data that ordinary people could not understand, and then compare them with the international level. The audience shouted that it was awesome and was extremely excited. Huaxia Jiuzhou University not only did not fall in the public opinion war, but it became more and more popular and was about to become an undefeated golden body. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. The first step of the counterattack has been thoroughly implemented. It's time to really start the counterattack. He asked the International Academic Evaluation Organization for the previous list of members and related evidence. Then, he started a live broadcast directly on his personal account. Yi Shenhao. Starting live again? It's been a long time since the last time. Finally showed up in person. Huaxia Jiuzhou University is awesome. I don't know when I can call you the president in the future? Instantly, a bunch of diehard fans poured in. There are also many foreigners who pay attention to this matter. During this period, they have opened accounts in Huaxia to follow Yi Yang or directly enter the live broadcast room on the international Douyin port. This port was opened up by Ziji specifically for Yi Yang, and it is unique in the entire Douyin. The number of people in the live broadcast room has soared horribly. It has almost reached the highest number in all previous broadcasts. It is about to approach 10 million people online. After all, this time even international friends rushed in. Moreover, the popularity of Huaxia Jiuzhou University is extremely high. Recently, the events of Huaxia Jiuzhou University have attracted widespread attention. Today, I mainly want to show you some facts. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Yi Yang smiled and spoke. First update. Someone broke the news that I am the president of an international academic evaluation organization. Yi Yang sighed. This is for fairness, I have to do it. Oh? What's going on? Please explain in detail, Yi Shenhao. I have a feeling that there will be another explosive point. The reporters have something to write again. Now that many evaluation teams have entered China for verification, the data of China Kyushu University has almost been confirmed to be true. Naturally, no one doubts what Yi Yang said now. Just as Yi Yang started broadcasting, inside the Sal's matter. Sal's *Muro sighed. His clever plan was originally very clever. In the end, he was pitted to death by his teammates. As long as Yi Yang is the president of the International Academic Evaluation Organization, then there must be doubts. As long as no one verifies the doubts, then the compensation can be refused because of the doubts. This is the best state. But just because he knows this, it does not mean that the thousands of forces participating in the bet understand this. There are always some stupid people who can't see through the situation and have to go to verify it. As a result, the clever plan he came up with was directly used by Yi Yang, and he even slapped him back. He was very upset. These stupid teammates. Too stupid. However, this is not difficult to figure out. After all, there are not many forces that know that Huaxia Jiuzhou University is really awesome, just like him. Most people still suspect that Huaxia Jiuzhou University is fake, so it is understandable to verify it. Even if these people don't verify it, those evaluation agencies will go to investigate for the tens of millions of dollars in prize money. It must be said that Yi Yang is indeed one step ahead. He was thinking about what to do next. Then he heard the secretary say that Yi Yang started broadcasting today. He was so shocked that he quickly got up from the bedroom. What? Let me see. Because of the time difference, Yi Yang started broadcasting during the day, and Sal's was naturally late at night. Seeing what Yi Yang was going to reveal, Sal's eyes were shocked. It's over. As expected. Yi Yang then listed all the evidence that Sal's was trying to control the International Academic Evaluation Organization. The backgrounds of the 6 members. The evidence of crimes and collusion of several of them. Real videos, chat records, voice. Everything is solid evidence. Yi Yang sighed. The Sal's consortium monopolizes more than half of the world's educational resources and has the final say in the education industry. If I don't get elected as the president, this evaluation will definitely be controlled by them. The result is foreseeable. I can't allow a strong school to be buried because of conspiracy. My trillions may not be a lot of money, but it will be a loss for mankind. It is a huge scam that affects the history of education. If you were me, would you allow this to happen? He asked in a resounding voice. Absolutely not. So that's how it is. This consortium is so hateful that they actually plan to use such a mean method. That's right, it's so despicable. I look down on them. Is this one of the top 10 consortiums in the United States? That's it. Haha, I can't stand it. The truth is out. Yi Shenhao is so righteous. He has great means. Facing the conspiracy of the Sal's consortium, he defeated it with his own schemes. If it were someone else, he would have been fooled into silence long ago. That's right. This Sal's consortium is too dishonest. That's right. If they had half the integrity of Yi Shenhao, they wouldn't do such a thing. Mr. Yi, as the chairman of the evaluation organization, is not partial to anyone. In comparison, the difference is obvious. Pay up. Let these unethical consortiums pay up. Yi Shenhao is totally fine, except that the statement that trillions of dollars is not a lot of money is a bit too Versailles. For a moment, the truth was revealed and the public was outraged. The direction of public opinion has completely changed. Everyone is asking these gamblers to pay back the money quickly. And they call them shameless villains. In order to ensure their own credibility and save their last face, many gamblers had to pass on the blame to the Sal's consortium, confirming the authenticity of the news. That's right, we were also deceived by this Sal's group. If we hadn't been fooled by them, we were completely unaware of it. It was all done by the Sal's group. It has nothing to do with us. We still want to question why the Sal's group did such a despicable thing. It caused losses to our company. Under the pressure of public opinion, those who shirked the blame, and those who paid back. Under Yi Yang's planning, the huge offensive, in just 1 week, the offensive and defensive situation was immediately different. Sal's asterisk Moreau knocked on the table frantically. A bunch of idiots. Stupid pigs. Pigs. He was very angry. The Sal's group was obviously the last to enter at that time. It was good enough that they didn't scold these garbage. But these garbage actually bit them back. This time, the Sal's group's face was completely lost. He gritted his teeth. Since becoming the Shadow Emperor, when has he ever been so angry? In the end, he participated in a gambling game, which was originally just for fun. After all, he has always looked down on China's power, let alone in the education sector. In his mind, this time was simply a war between a dragon and an ant. And he could earn trillions of dollars with just a flick of his finger. As a result, he was defeated. Miserably. Not only was he defeated miserably, he also ruined the reputation of the consortium. It can be said that he lost everything. Alas. Looking at the reminder of the Shadow Emperor's meeting in the mobile phone message, he didn't want to click it at all. After all, he knew that this was definitely a mockery meeting, and the only target of mockery was no one else but him. But in the end, he still sighed and clicked in. Miro. Didn't you say you were going to win? What's going on? Isn't education the domain of the Sal's consortium? Someone actually killed them. Several Shadow Emperors who hated Yi Yang and China directly questioned the crime. And Yi Yang. With the efforts of Jincheng law firm, all the gambling money was recovered. A full 6 trillion Chinese yuan. Huge amounts of wealth poured into Yi Yang's various accounts or companies. Even Yi Yang was moved. After all, although his assets are now tens of trillions, he doesn't actually have that much cash. Adding the 2 trillion and 8 trillion in cash before, it is enough to nearly double his cash flow. This feeling is so wonderful. Yi Yang clenched his fist. One person wins the world. He did it. This is the biggest victory in his life in terms of money, no one else. Second update. After a long time, the heat is gradually going down. The reallocation of these trillions of cash flows has set off quite a wave in the international economic market. But for ordinary people, it is not tangible. After all, the hand of the market is invisible. One is ebbing and the other is ebbing, and in the confrontation between the general trend, Yi Yang's momentum is even more victorious. Call. Yi Yang stretched, and this matter finally came to an end. He flipped through his phone and found a girl to go out on a date with. I've seen a lot of news about you recently, Yi Dashan-heo. Ling Shirshir put on an ancient costume today and was full of energy. At the last Crescent auction, Yi Yang auctioned a set of Tang Dynasty costumes for her colorful neon clothes. As a design reference, she went back and used the best materials to make an ancient costume based on the design elements of Tang Yi. It looks delicate and agile with a touch of Tang Dynasty charm, which is very beautiful. Well enough. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. It's just a hot search for a few more days. People will forget about it in a few days. Do you still remember what was the first hot search on Weibo 4 days ago? Well, that's true. Ling Shirshir scratched her little head. Did you make the clothes yourself? They're really nice. Yi Yang looked at Ling Shirshir's outfit with a smile on his lips. Hee, I also want to make you a costume. Let's take to the streets in Hanfu. The handsome men and beautiful women will be a hit on the street. Ling Shirshir puffed up her chest and said expectantly. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled. He handed the small box in his hand to Ling Shirshir. What's this? Ling Shirshir opened it curiously and found a jade pendant with some ancient characters engraved on it. It's said to be a peace charm. I thought of giving it to you as a gift, so I took this. Do you like it? Hee, this handsome guy gave it to me. I like it very much. Ling Shirshir handed the jade pendant to Yi Yang, but I would like it even more. If handsome man, you brought it to me personally. Yi Yang smiled slightly, clasped his hands together, and put the jade pendant on Ling Shirshir's neck. Yi Yang's nose was full of Ling Shirshir's faint fresh body fragrance, and a few strands of Ling Shirshir's hair were fluttering. The tip of Yi Yang's nose made him couldn't help but take a deep sniff. Although Ling Shirshir was more open-minded and casual in her speech, when it came time to touch each other cheek to cheek, her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate and her face turned red. Your face is as red as a ripe and sweet apple. Yi Yang looked at Ling Shirshir's embarrassment and smiled. No. Ling Shirshir pouted and turned her eyes. Oh, by the way, I asked you to come out this time because there is a jade material exchange meeting in Kunshan. If I want to make ancient costumes for you, these jade ingredients are indispensable. I want you to go and see it with me. Yi Yang said. Oh. Kunshan is very close to Modu, and both are connected by subway. Oh what? It's so perfunctory. Ling Shirshir pouted. Yi Yang laughed. I was wondering if we should take the subway there? I haven't taken the subway for a long time and I have forgotten what it feels like. Subway? Ling Shirshir had never taken the subway before. I grew up in a wealthy family and had a car to pick me up and drop me off. How could I go back and squeeze into the subway? But I heard that the subway is very crowded. Ling Shirshir muttered. Yi Yang was stunned. There are actually not many people working during working hours on weekdays. Hey, if there are many people, I will go with you. Ling Shirshir pulled Yi Yang. I haven't taken the subway yet. Yi Yang looked at Ling Shirshir's curious look, smiled, and shook his head. Sure enough, children who have been rich since childhood will always lack a lot of experience in life. Thinking about it this way, it is not surprising that those directors on TV can produce TV series in which poor students rent large villas and receive tens of thousands of dollars as illegal money. After all, in the minds of those directors who were born into wealthy families, no matter how poor a person is, they will only become this poor. Afterwards, the two walked into the subway station. During working hours on weekdays, there are indeed not many people in the subway station. After all, those who don't have to go to work during working hours are rich people. Who will take the subway? On the subway, there were some old men and women, as well as young people who came to visit the Magic City. Yi Yang and Ling Shirshir were sitting on the subway seat, talking and laughing. So this is what it feels like to take the subway, Ling Shirshir said with a smile. In the subway, many boys' eyes were straightened. Although there is no shortage of pretty girls on the subway, Ling Shirshir is a bit too outstanding. The clothes she wore seemed to be of high quality. Such a super excellent little girl was naturally incompatible with riding the subway. People couldn't help but look over there. Huh? There's someone next to this beautiful girl. Still a man. Yi Yang wears the temperament medal, which makes it difficult for others to notice. To put it bluntly, it is used to reduce his presence. After all, with his current popularity and handsomeness, sitting in a crowd, it is difficult not to be gathered together for autographs. It is painful. Unspeakable. Humph. Feng Xiao actually stole my true love. Although I only took one look at her, she is already my goddess. That's right. The boys in the carriage all stared with jealousy in their hearts. This man looks familiar? Who is it? I don't know. Let me take a closer look. Not long after, someone spotted Yi Yang. I'll go. Yi Shenhao. Who is that? The one who has been popular recently, the number one in the world. The founder of Huaxia Jiuzhou University, Yi Yang, President Yi. So young. Isn't this Yi Shenhao, who is very popular on the internet? He is also the president of Kyushu University? Oh my god, super bosses take the subway too. Soon, everyone in the carriage looked over with fiery eyes. I'm actually sitting in the same carriage as the boss. Could it be that they just look alike? I don't think anyone can imitate his temperament. Moreover, with such a beautiful beauty beside him, it must be Yi Shenhao. Superstar. Give me an autograph. The girls all came over and wanted an autograph. Yi Yang has black lines all over his head. He would have known better than to take the subway job on a whim. It makes him think of the sweet things. As soon as you are recognized, you have to sign your name all the way. Fortunately, Huaxia's subway is very fast. After arriving at the station, he took Ling Shirshir and slipped away. Handsome Yi, you are too popular. Ling Shirshir covered her mouth and smiled. Yi Yang shrugged. I wanted to be famous when I was poor, but now that I'm rich, I don't want to be famous anymore. It's really a bit troublesome. Ling Shirshir nodded in agreement. The next moment, she picked up her phone and pointed the screen in front of Yi Yang with a strange expression. Look, you are on the hot search again. Pfft. I'll just take the subway. Yi Yang was speechless. First update. You see, shocked. Shenhao actually takes the subway. Qiandu, the most people-friendly billionaire in history. Station B about the fact that I met a trillionaire while taking the subway. Various websites have posted photos of Yi Yang riding the subway. It seems that the public's love for him is really full. He couldn't laugh or cry. It's really not that bad. Maybe I'll have to wear a mask on the streets in the future. He thought about it and realized that he still had to find some way to solve this problem in the future. However, today it is obviously more important to accompany Ling Shirshir to the Jade Material Exchange meeting. Ling Shirshir led the way into the venue. The venue was buzzing with people. The value of jade materials varies greatly depending on the quality, origin, etc., from jade, worth tens of yuan a piece, to top-grade jadeite, ruby, etc. that can cost dozens, hundreds, or even tens of millions. If you don't know how to do it, you can easily get tricked. Ling Shirshir herself has researched a variety of clothing and clothing materials, and has some foundation. Although Yi Yang doesn't understand, there is a golden finger for treasure hunting. Whether it is really good material can be judged based on the reaction of the finger. I once gambled on stones on Dongsha Island, relying on this. There are still many rich people. Ling Shirshir sighed with emotion. Almost all the people walking back and forth here were gold and silver, otherwise they wouldn't be able to afford jade. Those who can enter this kind of exchange exhibition are generally not very cheap. A piece of jade, material or finished product, will cost thousands or tens of thousands at least. The two walked away and chatted. The jade materials outside the exhibition area were of little value. The most expensive ones were only tens of thousands of yuan each. Ling Shirshir felt that they were not of a high quality to match Yang. Let's go to the second floor, Yang said. Good. The jade materials on the second floor are generally much better. While going upstairs, a rather fat man walked down with a woman in black stockings on his arm. He saw Ling Shirshir at a glance and his eyes widened. Excuse me. Yang frowned. These two people were so big that they were taking up space at the entrance of the stairs. Make room. The fat man sneered. Which family are you? 2 kids from. Don't you know who I am? How dare you make room for me here? Yang was helpless. He could encounter such weird things wherever he went. But yes, there are too many Chinese people, and naturally, there are many weird things. Humph, I think your eyesight is bad. Don't you know who this handsome Yida is? Ling Shirshir was not the one who suffered the loss, so she immediately retorted. I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone except the King of Heaven. The fat man was obviously confident. He waved his hand and didn't care at all. Then he looked at Yang and said, Are you awesome? The woman in black stockings next to him said, I looked at him recently when I was browsing Weibo. He looks familiar. Internet celebrity? The fat man looked stunned. It's nothing. You think you're a big boss because you've become popular on the internet? In reality, you're nothing. I forgot the specific content, so I just swiped it casually. Seeing that he looked handsome, I took another look. The woman in black stockings said. 2 little kids don't know how to respect the youngest. I'm your senior. You asked me to give way to you. Haha. The fat man sneered and wanted to say something else. The girl in black stockings grabbed him. He is still on the hot search today. Look. Shenhao also takes the subway. The fat man laughed loudly. What kind of hot search is this? It's inexplicable, Shenhao. Taking advantage of hundreds of millions? I'm in the jade business. I'm an exporter. Whatever, it's tens of millions or hundreds of millions. He directly grabbed the black stocking girl's wrist. Did you see it? A glass jade bracelet. It's worth millions. I provided a lot of the jade for this exchange meeting. The real guys here are all my friends. I will kick you out of the venue with just one word. He enjoyed this feeling of dominance. Some people dream of making money and improving their lives, while some people just want to make money and then shit on strangers. This fat man obviously belongs to the latter. Only in this way can he feel the difference between himself and when he was poor. When people swell, God doesn't even care about them, let alone other people. So what if you are the richest man? I am in the jade business. Export. The customers are all foreigners. No matter how awesome you are in China, how can you manage me? What's more, you are a pretty boy and don't know how to respect your seniors. It looks like you don't have much money, it's all just hype. The fat man became more and more enthusiastic as he talked. He had no choice but taught each other's a lesson. It was so satisfying. For him. Brainless pretense is delicious. Yang rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk to the fat man at all. It is true that the ignorant are fearless. Just 2 days after getting rich, their nostrils are turned upward. There is absolutely no sense of achievement in dealing with such a lowly person. He can just turn around and let his subordinates do whatever they want for him. This area near the Magic City is full of rich people. Even if he doesn't touch himself, he will still be bruised and swollen another day. Fuck. Boss. Yi. Why are you here? When fat men brag in various ways. A man with a mustache and a Chinese tunic suit walked down quickly, kicked the fat man away, and invited Yi Yang up. The fat man was kicked and staggered, and he was so angry that he wanted to curse. Turning his head, he saw the person who kicked him and suddenly fell silent. The person who kicked him was none other than Boss Jiang, the initiator and person in charge of this jade exchange meeting. Boss Jiang? Why did you kick me? The fat man looked confused. Are you still protecting this little meathead like this? Shut up, please. Boss Jiang wanted to kick the fat man downstairs, but unfortunately, he was not strong enough and the opponent was too big and heavy to kick him. Who are you? Yi Yang was confused. I am a senior executive of Jiangjing Jade Mine Group. This event is jointly organized by Jiangjing Jade Mine and Modu Jade Mine. I am the person in charge of Jiangjing Jade Mine. Here. When you came to inspect the work, I was there. The senior executives glanced at you from a distance. Your grace is unforgettable at first glance, and it is still in my heart, Shou Jiang. Jiang Chufa was a god-level flatterer. Yes, he is another powerful person who shoots the emperor. Yi Yang smiled inwardly. The fat man panicked, a young executive of the Jade Mining Group in Beijing? You're not too young, are you? I owe all my money to you for being so generous. Inspection work? Who is this kid? He went to inspect the work of a state-owned group worth tens of billions like the Beijing Jade Mining Company. This is too scary. For Jiang Chufa to be so flattering, the horror of his identity made him tremble. But he just scolded a junior student casually. Although he knew that if he always pretended to be cool, he would be struck by lightning, but after he became rich, he didn't pretend to be cool all the time. How come you are so unlucky? Was he struck by lightning when he came up? It seems that it is still the 9 heavens divine thunder. Second update. This Mr. Yi is the big boss of the Jade Mining Company in Beijing. You are just a dealer, but you dare to talk so shamelessly to him. I think you don't want to do business anymore. Jiang Chufa said coldly. What? The big boss of the Jade Mining Company in Beijing. The fat man was instantly confused. This was too much luck. This is just an identity of Mr. Yi. You really don't know how high the sky is. How dare you, an ant, compete with the sky? Jiang Chufa looked grim. In China, your business is impossible to do. In one sentence, his business collapsed. The fat man was so frightened that his lips trembled, and he quickly knelt on the steps and begged for mercy. However, Yi Yang obviously didn't listen to his plea for mercy, and went directly up the steps to the second floor with Jiang Chufa. Ruined. The fat man looked defeated. He has several partners in his business. If this happened, those people would probably be so angry that they would join together and kick him out. Fortunately, I still have you. The fat man looked at the woman in black stockings with tears in his eyes. The girl in black stockings was silent for a moment, then walked away. Why are you going? The fat man was shocked. The girl in black stockings spat on his face. I've long disliked you for being so greasy. I'm just acting with you for your too stinky money. You don't really think you have anything. To attract girls after you have no money, do you? I'm going to find the next one. Goodbye. After saying that, Syotzi ran away. Oh shit. The fat man's anger suddenly surged. Come back here. He made a mistake. Stumbled in his steps, became unstable, turned into a ball, and rolled down. Where can I roll quickly while walking? Downstairs? The girl in black stockings was instantly crushed by the fat man and rolled downstairs in her arms. It was extremely miserable. Give me back the bracelet. The fat man was so angry that he tried to snatch the bracelet from the girl in black stockings. Where can a girl in black stockings be willing to do it? The two of them fought together on the spot, with their black stockings broken and their fat bodies spread across the floor. The scene was very impactful. Second floor. Fine jade. Don't dare to come up if you don't have a net worth of hundreds of millions. There were a lot fewer people than on the first floor, but there were still many people. Jiang Chufa personally accompanied Yi Yang and Ling Shi to select jade poems. Although Ling Shi has good eyesight, compared with someone like Jiang Chufa who has been involved in the jade industry for decades, she is far behind. Accompanied by Jiang Chufa. No one here dared to lie, and basically everyone told the truth. This is a good piece. If it is polished into a small piece of jade and engraved with various texts and pictures, it can be mounted on the belt. This is how princes and princes in ancient times dressed up. Ling Shi played with the piece of jade in her hand, looking very fond of it. How much? 10 million is enough for this piece. The small shop owner kept saying. This is the best jade. Now that Yi Yang and Jiang Chufa are here, they can't ask for a high price. They can only give the lowest price with heartache. If they sell it to others, they will start at a minimum of 1,203 million. Ling Shi's mouth opened wide. Obviously she didn't expect it to be so expensive. Her family's total wealth is only a few hundred million, and her father only gives her $1 million as pocket money a year. It takes 10 years of not eating or drinking to save 10 million. Let me do it. Yi Yang smiled. No. I said I would give you clothes. How can you spend money on the materials? Ling Shi pursed her lips stubbornly. 10 million is 10 million. She took out the card. Brush. The small shop owner looked at Yi Yang's expression, then smiled bitterly and swiped his card. Where did you get so much money? Yi Yang asked. Ahem, my dad's credit card. Ling Shi laughed and said, I accidentally picked up the wrong one. Yi Yang shook his head and laughed, you must have stolen it. Sure enough, not long after, his father called me, did you take away my credit card again? Why is it? Overdraft. Buying a gift for my boyfriend. What? You loser. That's 10 million. My boyfriend is Yi Yang. There was silence for a while. Oh, I'll top up the card limit later. Just have fun. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hey. Ling Shi raised her head and said arrogantly, my father told me to be very careful. Yi Yang had a dark look on his face. Is there a third floor? After buying the jade materials, Ling Shi was very happy. She looked at the stairs to go upstairs and couldn't help but be surprised. Yes, the third floor is full of the best. Only those with a net worth of tens of billions are qualified to go up there. Jiang Chufa smiled slightly, but with him leading the way, there was no Need for any asset verification. Third floor. A net worth of tens of billions is enough to qualify. The popularity suddenly waned, and no one could be seen in the entire building. Occasionally I saw a few, and most of them knew Yi Yang and greeted them respectfully. In this magical city, Yi Yang is regarded as a powerful figure in the business world, and there are almost no real big shots that he doesn't know. On the contrary, those small upstarts with a net worth of only hundreds or hundreds of millions did not know him. They are indeed the highest quality jade. There is a faint warmth in Yi Yang's golden fingers, proving that these are real rare treasures. Ling Shirshir was dazzled by what she saw, but it was a pity that she really couldn't afford these. There are tens or hundreds of millions of treasures at every turn, which she cannot afford at all. Walking to the innermost part, the lowest price starts at 100 million. Ling Shirshir was amazed. For her level, the jades she usually comes into contact with are probably between tens of thousands and millions. Jade of tens of millions is rare, let alone hundreds of millions. Such a small piece is also priced over 100 million. Ling Shirshir opened her eyes wide and looked at the black and red jade in front of her. This texture is similar to the one you gave me, Yi Yang. She pulled out the warm jade from her chest. Compare it with the small black and red jade in front. The boss sitting behind the black and red jade straightened up instantly, looking at the jade pendant in Ling Shirshir's hand with extreme surprise. My God! It's a top-grade blood jade. The carving on it is also at the master level. It looks like an ancient artifact with traces of Taoist consecration. The value is inestimable. As a master of the jade industry, he had no self-control in front of this jade and exclaimed directly. Just a casual glance, can you tell so many things? Yi Yang was a little surprised. He has received too many gifts in recent years. He looked through them for a long time today, and found this pendant that looks high-end and restrained, but is definitely a treasure. I didn't expect it to have such a big background. Many people were attracted by this low breath. After all, the old man who sold the blood jade is a big boss in the jade world. The fact that he can change color is enough to explain the problem. In the crowd, the girl who was choosing jade and just spent 120 million to buy a piece of top-grade ice silkworm jade was also attracted by the sound. First update. Mr. Qin, how much do you think this jade pendant is worth? Some people couldn't help but feel itchy, and asked again and again. Logically speaking, it's priceless. Mr. Qin shook his head, but if we have to estimate it, the starting price must be 500 million to be worthy of it. Of course, the premise is that its owner is willing. 4 to 5 billion. Is it a national treasure? It's really surprising. The girl who can stand next to Mr. Yi is indeed extraordinary. A piece of jewelry costs 4 to 5 billion. It's more expensive than the entire net worth of the fat man who just had a quarrel on the second floor. Some people later saw the farce and couldn't help but chuckle. The valuation of 4 to 5 billion obviously surprised everyone. Even Yi Yang was a little surprised. The person who gave the gift was too reluctant. He didn't even know that such valuable things were piled in his gift pile. It was a sin. I wonder if this young lady intends to sell this jade pendant? A clear voice came over. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Everyone looked over. He seemed to be a foreigner, with blonde hair and black blue eyes. However, the outline does not have such aggressive edges and corners. It looks more like a mixed race. Very beautiful and in great shape. She has an outstanding temperament, like a princess. I am willing to pay 600 million Chinese coins to buy it. As soon as she opened her mouth, she told the sky-high price, which made everyone present look pale. Very sincere indeed. 600 million. How rich is this? Could it be that she is the daughter of a billionaire boss of a foreign company? As expected. The Magic City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the juniors of such big bosses appear from time to time. I won't sell it. This is a gift from Yang. Ling Shirshir stuffed the jade pendant back into her chest and protected it over her heart. 600 million is a lot. It's almost as much as twice her family's wealth. But she said nothing would be sold. Where's the 800 million? The girl still didn't want to give up and continued to explore. Not for sale. No amount for sale. Ling Shirshir snorted, don't try it, I won't sell it for 10 billion. Well. The girl sighed, smiled slightly, and didn't care. She just found this jade pendant very pleasing to the eye and liked it very much. If the original owner didn't want to sell it, she wouldn't buy it by force. In that case, forget it. The other people watching had different expressions when they saw this, but if they couldn't even buy this girl with an export value of 600 million or 800 million, it was naturally even more impossible for them. Ling Shirshir didn't expect that the other party was quite reasonable. You are Yi Yang from China, Mr. Yi, right? The mixed-race girl stopped mentioning the jade pendant and looked at Yi Yang with a smile. He is indeed handsome. Who are you? Yi Yang asked. Now that he is famous, it is not surprising that someone knows him. My name is Vesini. I'm from Europe. I came to Shanghai to visit my relatives. The girl smiled slightly and walked over. Oh, Yi Yang nodded. The other person was about the same age as him, tall and attractive, and it was indeed like a spring breeze to talk to him. After a few casual conversations, the girl looked around and asked repeatedly, Mr. Yi, would you like to do me a favor? Yi Yang was stunned for a moment. Your help is not in vain. I will give you this piece of ice silk jade as a thank you gift. Vesini blinked. How can I help you first? Although the other party is a beautiful woman, there are so many beauties around Yi Yang, so it is impossible for him to get dizzy just because of beauty. There is a crazy guy who has been following me. He will probably come back to haunt me soon. Please help me block it. Vesini blinked her big eyes and said seductively. Ordinary idiots can't follow you, right? Yi Yang said with a smile. This girl is obviously not an ordinary person. Oops. Vesini scratched her head. He's not a powerful person, he's just a European conglomerate. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Ahem, he is the son of the Baylor Consortium, but with Mr. Ye's current energy and face, he will definitely be able to stop him. Vesini held Yi Yang's hand and said coquettishly. He is now at the top of the world, so he naturally knows about the Baylor Consortium. Like the United States, Europe also has its own top 10 financial groups. Baylor is one of them. And it's extremely powerful. Although the United States and Europe both say they have the top 10 financial groups, only those that can truly be among the top 10 financial groups in the world are worthy of being called the best in the world. 5 of the United States are ranked among the top 10 in the world, and 4 are in Europe. The remaining one is the Japanese consortium. Therefore, the top 10 financial groups in the United States are also divided into top 5 and bottom 5. Among the top 10 consortiums in Europe, there are 4 leaders. In the International Capital Society, these 10 major financial groups are the top forces. Of course, there are many other terrorist forces in this world. There are many terrorist forces that are hidden, rarely exposed, or unable to expose themselves to public opinion and operate in secret, which can also be compared with these top 10 financial groups, including the financial oligarchs of Tsarist Russia, China's state-owned groups, the aloof Rothschild family, who do not form a consortium but rely on their own family, and the ultimate organization of the dark world behind the black source. They are not weaker than the top 10 financial groups in the world, and even some of them are worse. The Baylor Group is one of the 4 leading European groups. It is stronger than the Sal's group that it defeated before. It is in a high position, being among the top 10 groups in the world. It naturally has a kind of transcendent pride and glory. It is not comparable to the groups that cannot squeeze into the top 10 in the world. You really give me a difficult problem. Yi Yang smiled slightly. But he did not refuse. Of course, he would not make such a decision just because of a piece of jade and soft words from Basine. It is because the Baylor Group itself has a tense relationship with China. Recently, the companies directly and indirectly controlled by it have been exposed to scandals such as boycotting Chinese products and releasing insulting Chinese advertisements. And they refuse to repent. Even, whether it is the last $300 billion bet between Australia and the Bay, or the current competition for the top universities worth 6 trillion Chinese yuan. They are all behind the scenes. They are naturally on the opposite side of Yi Yang. For Yi Yang, it is a sure win if he can easily ruin a good thing for their group. You agree? The scene was very surprised. Then you can be my boyfriend first, or be my half-brother who has been lost in China for many years. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. This Basine was pure and innocent at first sight, like a fairy, but I didn't expect that after a few words, her performance was so different. She is simply a crazy girl. But there is a condition. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Ah. What condition? Basine's face fell. You really want me to pay the price of innocence, right? Well, I mean you have to tell me your true identity after this matter. Yi Yang sweated. Second update. Huh? That's it? Okay. Destiny said, a little disappointed. Ling Shirshir looked left and right, feeling hostility rising everywhere. Next? She doesn't have as much money as she does. Neither one is as tall as the other. A little unhappy. Yi Yang looked at Ling Shirshir's little face and smiled slightly in his heart. He smiled at Mr. Qin and said, I want this raw material of blood jade. Mr. Yi buys it, of course it is the best price. Mr. Qin is a leader in the jade industry, with a very high status. He usually travels around the most prosperous cities, so he naturally knows Yi Yang's identity. In the end, he bought the piece of blood jade for only 180 million. Yi Yang played with the blood jade in his hand, and then handed it to Ling Shirshir. A gift for you. How can I give 2 gifts in one day? They are too expensive. Ling Shirshir shook her head. She only had 500 or 600 yuan on her neck. She wanted another piece of blood jade. Raw material. For a moment, the thought of competing with Vesini for beauty was out of the question. Take it. And use it as you wish. Yi Yang grabbed Ling Shirshir's little hand and placed the blood jade in her Palm. Then I will use this piece of blood jade to create an accessory for you. Ling Shirshi's ears were slightly red and she kept saying. Yi Yang smiled and didn't care about this. Destiny shrugged and told herself. I don't care. Wandered around the exhibition hall for a while. You can see a fleet of luxury cars approaching. From the window. All Lamborghinis. 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, are arranged in a row. Stopped. In front of the building. Click. The car starts. A group of high-looking men in black walked down. They all had tall and straight postures, as if they were carved from the same mold. The men in black formed 2 lines and walked on both sides. Wait until they all line up. A leaf gray top-of-the-line Lamborghini Sixth Element drove in. Many car-savvy people nearby exclaimed in exclamation. After all, the Lamborghini Sixth Element is the most difficult to buy, and this light gray Ultimate model is also the most expensive model in the Sixth Element. Just such a car is worth over 100 million. None of the colorful Lamborghinis on the road ahead is an ordinary model, and each one costs no less than 50 million. What a grand display. The richest man in China doesn't travel in such a grand manner, right? What do you know? We in China are very restrained and low-key. People of the older generation don't drive luxury cars even if they have money. Even if they drive luxury cars, they usually won't be photographed by you. Oh. But even if you want to be high profile, it's probably difficult to be so powerful. It is indeed an international level luxury car fleet. What's this? Some time ago, when Yishanhao blocked Prince Bill of the Mason Consortium at the airport in Yishanhao, more than 200 top-notch luxury cars came out and crowded the highway. At that scene, it's still fresh in my memory. Yes, although this scene now can be regarded as an international level, it pales in comparison to the pomp that Yishanhao put on that day. Many people recall that day. The Mason Consortium is among the top 5 conglomerates in the United States and one of the top 10 consortiums in the world. It is not comparable to the Saul's Consortium. Even the young prince of the Mason Consortium dared to block it, so no wonder he dared to start a direct war with the Saul's Consortium. And they are also starting a war in the field of education, which they are most proud of. In the end, he beat the opponent until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and his face was disgraced. Everyone was talking about it. The venue was filled with voices discussing Yi Yang. Click. Bolin Baylor stepped out of the car. He was preparing to receive the exclamations and adoration from the audience, but found that not many people were looking at him. He was greatly embarrassed. He originally came from Europe with great momentum, but this time he appeared in front of the Chinese public for the first time. He wanted to create a big show, shock the world with a direct battle, and let China know that he was one of the 4 most romantic young men in Europe. The result is this. He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, China is just a rising star, and it should be much worse than Europe in terms of development and prosperity. His team of top luxury cars came down. The whole audience should exclaim, become the center of attention, and then instantly become famous on the internet and become the focus of Chinese people. Sweeping through the famous young generation in China, they directly became the only true God. Not only is it very different from what I imagined, and the crowd is still talking about another person's name. Nowadays, China is going global, and it is difficult to bypass China when doing business. All the big guys who have some status are learning Chinese. The world Chinese craze is almost like the English craze a few hundred years ago, and has become a popular language all over the world. Normalcy and second language. As the son of an international consortium, he naturally understands. Yi Yang? Who is Yi Yang? You actually stole my name? He was holding his breath inside, but externally, he still wanted to look like a handsome nobleman and smile confidently. Those men in black all shouted, Master Baoluan of the Baylor Consortium has arrived. The people nearby were embarrassed. These foreigners have learned Chinese culture thoroughly. How can any of the guests call so and so when they arrive? Baoluan may not have known it, but it was mainly to show off. As soon as he raised his head, he stepped inside. But the Baylor Consortium sounds so familiar. One of the top 10 financial groups in Europe, right? One of the 4 leading ones. This. Sure enough, he is a powerful person. How does he compare with those famous rich second generations? In China? Someone asked. I don't know how many times stronger he is than them. There is no comparison. That is a super financial group that influences the direction of the international situation. If you convert the assets at random, it is worth tens of trillions or even hundreds of trillions. It is not comparable to the so-called richest people in our country. The new generation of their financial group is not even a rich second generation that is popular on the internet. An experienced person explained. How does it compare with Yi Yang, the rich man? Another person asked. It's hard to say. Mainly because I don't know Yi Yang's true strength at all. The strength he has shown now is too vague, but I think he is at least stronger than this boron. How do you say it? How do you say it? He is also an existence that defeated the SALS consortium head-on. He is an existence that can confront the giant, one of the top 10 consortiums in the United States. Although Baylor is one of the 4 leaders, it is impossible for a junior to come out and do anything to the SALS consortium. After analyzing it this way, compared with Mr. Yi, isn't boron nothing? Ahem, it seems to be true. Before boron even walked to the door, his heart was surging with anger. His face was flushed. Hearing his name before seeing him. Compared with him, I am nothing. A bunch of fools. Sit in the well and look at the sky. Don't let me meet that Yi Yang. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. First update. He walked into the venue. Many people followed. Whether it was this Jade Exchange meeting or the son of a top foreign consortium, they were very attractive. The black bodyguard cleared the way. When I went up the stairs, I realized that if the 3 of them walked side by side, they would lose all dignity. The people of Baylor can't blame the uneven road, trash, China is poor, the stairs of an exhibition are so narrow. Is your information accurate? Is that girl here? He was very angry when he called Yi Yang, who he had not met yet, outside, and now he couldn't help but feel a little angry inside. He is a playboy who usually pays attention to eating, drinking, and having fun, and is completely uninterested in the education world. Yes, the news is absolutely accurate. The leader of the man in black next to him kept saying. Boron Baylor nodded. He walked up to the 3rd floor and saw his target. Destiny, a tall blonde girl. Beside her, there was a young and handsome man. Next to the man, there is an ancient Chinese girl. The 3 of them were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious. He frowned. Why is my fiancé hanging out with someone else? Not only is that person with my fiancé, but he also picks up 2 girls at once. What's going on? It was a good thing that he didn't come, but as soon as he came up, he saw Vasuni lying on the boy's face and whispering. Because he wanted to maintain the image of a noble young master, his eyes were red with anger. At this time, Wai Shini lay next to Yi Yang's ear and whispered, "He's here and he promised to help, brother." Yi, easy to say. Yi Yang nodded. There was a very subtle body fragrance on Vasuni's body. She came close to her and pressed her against her. The scent made Yi Yang feel comfortable. Vasuni, are you here too? Boluan. Baylor raised his eyebrows, pretending to be surprised. Why did you find yourself here again? I really can't get rid of you. Vasuni sighed. What are you talking about, my dear? You are my fiancé. Bolan Baylor kept asking, can't I still find my fiancé? Yi Yang was stunned, he didn't know about this. What fiancé? Don't talk nonsense. You are just one of the candidates, and the family has not decided yet. Even if they decide, I may not accept it. Vasuni frowned. Their family background usually requires marriage. Marriage is not a marriage, it is a transaction. Most disciples from aristocratic families hate this feeling, but after all, they are descendants of a great family, and the marriage partners generally have good looks and qualities. In the end, the matchmaking was successful, and we lived quite happily. Vasuni is obviously not a child of a family who likes to give in. Even if the family decides on their own marriage partner in the end, she will most likely do something earth-shattering to escape from the marriage. I see. Yi Yang smiled and said, it turns out that he is just one of the candidates for fiancé. Who are you? What is your identity? After all, I am still one of her fiancé candidates. What qualifications do you have to be so weird here? Bao Luan looked familiar to Yi Yang, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. I learned Chinese very well. I can understand the yin and yang and the strange things. I give you a thumbs up. Yi Yang stretched out his thumb and gave the other party a thumbs up. Bao Luan. Baylor was so angry by Yi Yang's yin and yang method that his chest almost became bruised. Puff. Vasuni on the side couldn't hold back her smile. Although I know that Yi Yang is famous internationally and is the most powerful in China. But it was the first time today that I actually dealt with Yi Yang. I really didn't know that the other party had such a venomous mouth and could hurt others with his words. I am her. Yi Yang hasn't finished speaking yet. Vasuni directly held his arm. He is my boyfriend. My number 1 fiancé. You can't do that. Go away and don't come to me again. I want to stay with handsome Yi for the rest of my life. Bolan Baylor looked confused. This flipped so fast. How come I didn't know that? Your family has found a Chinese as a fiancé candidate. You are obviously of noble aristocratic blood. Why did you find a Chinese? Boluan Baylor frowned. Their consortium has a lot of opinions on China, otherwise they wouldn't be irritating China every day on various occasions. Yi Yang also decided to help because of the displeasure of their consortium. Now that he sees Boran Baylor's remarks, he has become more convinced. What's wrong with Huaxia? Huaxia is a clan of true dragons, and their bloodline is very noble. Vasuni wrinkled her nose. The upper-class people in Europe will tell you about blood and bloodline when they have nothing to do. But she didn't like this statement at all and didn't agree with it. This is ridiculous. I will never allow it. Boron Baylor said angrily. This is my own business. Does it have anything to do with you? Don't your family just want to increase the glory of God-given orthodoxy by relying on our family's bloodline? Wishful thinking. I am not anyone's tool. Don't you even think about it? I get some benefit from this. Destiny frowned and said, and this is in China. I advise you to keep those words in your heart. Haha, okay. This one has nothing to do with me. As the son of the four leading consortiums, Boulou and Baylor can call upon the clouds and influence the various circles. Where has he ever found something he couldn't get? Now, entrusted by the family, he has given up so much fun and is ready to settle down and live a good life with this woman. However, the other party actually wants to marry the Chinese he despises the most. Thinking of this, Lian had become very angry outside. He said angrily, I am me, and I dare to say my words no matter where I am. Does anyone in China dare to sanction me? Who can? Just because of this useless yellow-skinned monkey next to you? Destiny was speechless. This idiot really dared to speak. This man thinks too highly of himself. Get out of China. What a prince, what a consortium. If you say such things, there will no longer be a place for you in China. I found out that the companies that have insulted China recently are all owned by the Baylor Consortium. This guy deserves a beating. That's right. Beside, the crowd was instantly angry. The people who followed were extremely angry. Yi Yang's proposal, good things for everyone to see together. So the asset restrictions on the second and third floors were lifted. Shut them up. Bao Luan shouted. The dozen or so men in black behind him were all aggressive and stared at him. This is not a place for you to be arrogant. Mr. Yi is not someone you can humiliate. Even if your grandfather comes, he is not qualified to say this. Seeing Yi Yang's stern face, Jiang Chufa knew that today's matter would obviously not pass easily. So fortunately he stood in line. This is his territory. Mr. Yi is his immediate superior. Today, I'm going all out, damn it, I'll just skin this so-called leader who is arrogant. You are so rebellious, little golden-haired boy. You dare to show off in China. All security forces, transfer them all to me. Second update. The next moment. A group of security guards rushed over and surrounded the black-clad men of Baluan * Baylor. What are you going to do? Do you want to hurt international friendship? I know that ordinary foreigners dare not manage your police force, let alone my status. Baluan * Baylor held his chest high. Really? Jiang Chufa sneered, then let's speak with facts. With your status, you should be punished accordingly for making these inappropriate remarks here today. In addition, Mr. Ye's status is not something you can insult. What is his status? Baluan * Baylor frowned. He just heard outside that there was a person named Yi Yang who was considered by the Chinese people to be far superior to him. How come there is a person named Yi who makes this old man, Jiang, feel that he is far inferior to the other party? As a junior of a large European consortium, you don't even know Mr. Yi? Jiang Chufa was a little confused. He spends his days drinking and partying, and has no time to pay attention to these world events. If the Baylor family hadn't found such an unreliable candidate for a fiancé, I wouldn't have wanted to completely sever ties with him. The scene sneered. Jiang Chufa was ashamed of the scene's bold words. Who is he? Do I have to know? Him? Boren Baylor has always been very self-righteous. As one of the 4 leading consortiums in Europe, his status in Europe is so high that it even exceeds the royal families of some countries. Even the leaders of powerful countries are taught by the head of the consortium. So he doesn't think there is anyone in the world that he should respect. He has lost his awe of the world, so naturally he is too lazy to understand the world. He doesn't even want to remember the name of China's first will. Not to mention a young man who came out of nowhere in China. He is the president of the world's first university, the major shareholder of the world's second company Shou company, Mr. Yi Yang, who is famous in China and famous internationally. Jiang Chufa said lightly, as one of the top 10 financial groups, the education industry monopolized by the Sal's financial group in the United States has been broken by Mr. Yi. You are just an ordinary junior in a financial group. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? Oh? Boren Baylor's eyes were shocked. Suddenly felt a pressure. His impression of China still remained in his childhood more than 10 years ago. He thought that China was at most catching up with China in the later stage and had developed some achievements. Internationally, it has no influence at all. Especially in the business world. There is not even a real top international brand. Whether it is the top 10 financial groups in the United States, the top 10 financial groups in Europe, or even the Saudi Arabian oil financial group, any one of them can crush any company group in China. But he didn't expect that the first opponent he met when he first entered China, just facing a large consortium that has defeated the United States. Moreover, he looks very young. Has China become so powerful in the past 10 years? Can anyone he meets crush the American consortium? He was in a dream. He felt that his worldview had collapsed. It's just an ordinary world-class consortium that has never been among the top 10 consortiums in the world. He sneered, compared with our 4 leading European companies, it's one level lower. Even if he is powerful, he has to give face to our Baylor consortium. The people around were filled with righteous indignation and were angry about this statement. However, those who knew about the Baylor consortium found it difficult to speak. After all, it is indeed one of the most powerful forces in the world, and what he said may not be objective facts. You are now on the territory of China, and you insulted Mr. Yi first. Even if the person in charge of the Baylor consortium comes, you have to apologize. As for a small character like you, apology is useless. With Yi Yang's status, there is no need to speak. Standing there is majesty. Jiang Chufa would naturally do everything for him. Haha, you think too highly of your Chinese. Boren Barol sneered, our Barol consortium has the monopoly of more than a dozen resources in the world, and also controls half of the luxury brands. If you offend our Barol consortium, as long as we impose sanctions, you Chinese will be in trouble. There is no place to buy luxury goods. Too arrogant. I really want to beat this kid to death. It's just a consortium, but you dare to compete with the whole of China. Threaten a superpower. You are so brave. You take yourself too seriously, don't you? The people around were no longer forbearing and spoke out in anger. You think too highly of yourself. Yi Yang said coldly at this time, taking action against you does not mean taking action against the Barol consortium. Teaching a lesson to a bug like you is not involved at that level. Besides, even if we really go to war with the Barol consortium, why would we need the power of China? I am enough. He stepped forward. Mr. Yi is awesome. What a great thing to say. You are worthy of being China's trump card. So awesome. The crowd around him all cheered and applauded Yi Yang. Why use the power of a country? One person is enough. You are too arrogant. Bolin * Baylor was so unreasonable that he could only attack with his attitude. I think I am not arrogant enough. Since you want to see what is arrogant, then you can watch. Yi Yang raised his mouth and pointed forward, catch him. The surrounding security forces, at this moment, all moved. Although the dozen bodyguards were strong, they could not stand up to the crowd and were soon subdued. Borin * Baylor panicked. He did not expect that. These people really did not care about his extremely noble status and directly used violence against him, the noble descendant of the top consortium. How audacious. No one in the whole Europe dares to. Before he finished speaking, he felt pain on his face. Bang! He was slapped to the ground with a slap, his eyes were dazed. You. One side of his face was swollen, and a closer look showed that it was Yi Yang who did it himself. This slap is for your lies to me. This kick is for your frivolous ignorance. Yi Yang looked down at Borin * Baylor and stepped directly on his chest, breaking 2 sternums. Bolin * Barol had thought of countless vicious words at this moment, but he couldn't say them. He didn't dare to say them. This ruthless man really didn't care about him at all and really dared to attack him. Saying one more word would only make himself uncomfortable. He had been spoiled since he was a child, and had never been beaten like this. His face twisted in pain. He almost fainted. Curb your ignorant pride. China is a country of etiquette. There are ways to teach people who don't follow the rules and don't know etiquette. Yi Yang said coldly. Understand. I was wrong. Bolin was a brave man who didn't suffer a loss in front of him. He was ashamed and angry in his heart, and begged for mercy again and again. First update. What the other party said was unpleasant to hear, but there is really no law that prohibits him from talking trash. When encountering such a situation, beating him up is the best choice. As for the Baylor group, Yi Yang said coldly, I have been paying attention to this group for a long time. Go back and tell your father and grandfather to restrain themselves. Don't jump too much. Don't be sarcastic in the international arena and shoot some insulting videos and advertisements. Without China's help, I can overthrow your entire group by myself. Bolin was stepped on and subconsciously wanted to show off and attack Yi Yang. In his heart, his Baylor group is above any individual and is one of the transcendent forces in the world. A Chinese dared to say that he could fight one of the 4 leading sheep in Europe alone? It's just a fool's dream. However, if you don't say good things at this time, you will be beaten. He looked like he was crying, and he kept saying, I know, No, Mr. Yi, I will definitely convey your words. You are right, I was reckless today, please let me go. It hurts too much. I need a doctor. Yi Yang was speechless. Among the opponents he had fought, this guy was the most spineless one. He became a coward after being beaten twice. He shook his head and felt that it was meaningless. This is just a useless and trash offspring of a big consortium. It would be a shame to argue with such a person. He glanced at the scene and finally said, withdraw yourself from the candidate for fiancé. If you appear in front of the scene again, it will not be your sternum that will be broken next time. After saying that, he withdrew. Those black-clad bodyguards quickly ran away and helped Paul and Barlow to see a doctor. Yi Yang smiled. No matter how you look at it, this kind of person is not compatible with a girl like the scene. In what way are they compatible? He can actually become one of the candidates. Sometimes, this big family is not reliable. Hee, thank you so much. Wesley smiled. This Boron doesn't look like an honest man. Even if I teach him a lesson, he may not do what I say. Yi Yang has seen too many opponents. He can tell Boron's character at a glance. It doesn't matter. Wesley shook the phone in her hand. I took a picture of everything just now. Even if he doesn't apply for withdrawal, my family will unilaterally break the contract. At the very least, I will not betroth me to such a coward. Hi. Yi Yang gave her a thumbs up. This girl is quite smart. Okay, I've helped you. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Yi Yang smiled slightly. He was indeed a little curious about Weisney's identity. I have no problem with my status, it's too simple. To repay you with this, I'll treat you to another meal, and we'll talk while we eat. Wesley took Yi Yang's hand and unexpectedly performed a knight's salute. What do you think, Mr. Yi Yang? Yi Yang was amused. In his heart, you are a middle school girl. Okay, let's go. Kunshan Hezinglu. I have been looking forward to Chinese food for a long time. Wesley ordered expensively. She is not short of money. She ordered the most expensive dishes and Chinese wine. It cost less than 100,000 Chinese coins. This is a national-level famous restaurant, it should have Chinese characteristics. Wesley tasted the famous squirrel mandarin fish in the restaurant. This is a delicacy that only the emperors in ancient times could enjoy. Now everyone can eat it. Well, Chinese food really has its unique charm. Wesley felt the impact of the food and enjoyed it very much. Hiss. This wine is too spicy. It was her first time drinking white wine, and Dacine was very shy. She flinched and swung her tongue, blushing. Ha ha ha. Ling Shirshir was amused. Yi Yang couldn't help laughing. Okay, let's get back to business. Dacine pulled her hair back, trying to save her image. Yeah. Yi Yang and Ling Shirshir both looked over expectantly. I come from a country called Senlab in Europe. Our country still retains the royal tradition. I am the legitimate princess of Senlab. Of course, in the current social situation in Europe, the royal family is just an honor. There is no real power, let alone a princess like me. Dacine shrugged, but the European chaebols and consortiums like to marry with our ancient royal bloodline. After all, Europe attaches great importance to the theory of bloodline. Although in modern times, the influence of this doctrine is still very large. Marrying with the royal family is what the rising stars of modern Europe like to do most and are most enthusiastic about doing. Know if you are a wealthy person, your bloodline will not be recognized, and it will be difficult for you to get into our ancient circle. But the consortiums are different. They usually have a long history and profound background, and can even influence the world situation and the direction of various countries. The marriage between such a consortium and the royal family is what both sides expect to see. So there is today's farce. The Baylor consortium is a bit too arrogant. It's ridiculous that my father and others can't see the true face of this consortium. They just want the Baylor Consortium's money. The white wine is very strong. The scene got drunk after drinking a few glasses, and now she complained vigorously. It's a new era now. The old royal family has lost their power. In the face of a large family, they don't have much money. A top power can still have 10 billion or even 10 billion in activity funds per year. Many royal families don't even have 100 million a year. They all put pressure on my father and want our royal family to marry more with the current powerful consortiums. In fact, they just want to sacrifice my life for their sensual pleasures. Humph, wishful thinking. The scene pouted and sneered. After listening to it, Yi Yang felt a little emotional. Even the princesses have their own troubles. Of course. It is the troubles caused by receiving 100 million pocket money every year. I really admire my sister. Ling Shirshir was a little hostile to the scene at first, but after a conversation, she found that the scene's character made her admire her. The three of them chatted happily. The meal lasted from noon to night. And Pauline Barra was lying on the hospital bed, wailing. Yi Yang, I want you to pay a heavy price. Yi Yang, you are too arrogant. I will let the family crush you. Let you. The nurse next to him frowned and looked at him. Yi Yang is the Prince Charming in her heart, how can she allow this ugly foreigner to curse dirty words? Then he stabbed the needle fiercely. The nurse studied human anatomy and knew how to make people hurt the most without getting hurt. Aha! It hurts. The screams came out from the Boren ward immediately. Second update. After eating, Yi Yang sent Ling Shirshir and Wei Sini home before returning to Yandingshan Manor. Yi Yang looked at the system page, and the face value was still less than 1 million. He shook his head. There has been no high consumption recently, so there is no huge reward. The largest investment is the research and development of the One Bird project and the establishment of Jiuzhou industry. Now the first sum of money invested has basically been spent. The reward also arrived as expected. A high-tech blueprint? Yi Yang was a little surprised. After all, it is a large investment of 2 trillion Chinese yuan, and the reward should be very strong. I didn't expect it to be a high-tech blueprint. Take the blueprint out of the system mall. Overall, this blueprint looks like a disc. The paper looks like paper, but the material is like a tablet, but there is no frame, which looks very advanced. As he clicked, there were detailed explanations for each place. After a day of research, he understood the blueprint thoroughly. The super gene evolution fluid evolves not only physique, but also memory and IQ, plus the knowledge given by his various skills. It is not an exaggeration to call him the smartest person in the world now. In one day, he had studied the blueprint roughly. This is a research blueprint of a spaceship. Yi Yang put the blueprint away. And it contains detailed parameters and manufacturing methods of various components. According to the mature technology in it, this spaceship can reach sublight speed, 1/3 of the speed of light, 100,000 kilometers per second, which is a planetary system spaceship. With the hibernation technology, it can travel near the star system. Planetary system refers to the navigation within the solar system. For example, from the Earth to Mars, to Jupiter, and so on. Near star system means going to the star system closest to the Sun, such as Centaur 4 light-years away, but it takes 12 years, so hibernation technology is needed. Now hibernation technology has not been unlocked, and this kind of near-star system travel cannot be realized. He studied it for some more time. It was found that with the current materials and technology of human beings, in the near future, only a poor imitation of the blueprint spaceship can be realized, let alone sublight speed. It would be good if it can stably exceed the third cosmic speed, 16.7 kilometers per second. If we go all out, it will be less than 100 or 200 times the speed of sound, 50 kilometers per second. If we use various external forces such as planetary gravity acceleration, we should be able to reach 100 kilometers per second. But it is too far away from the sublight speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. Yi Yang shook his head. The core technology is available, but the material requirements are also extremely high. There are no supporting industrial facilities, so we can only make inferior imitations, which naturally cannot meet the requirements in the drawings. But it is enough to raise the current aerospace technology of the Earth by 2 or 3 levels. Yi Yang is content with what he has. After all, nowadays, the most powerful exploration aircraft on Earth is just accelerated by various external forces, barely surpassing the third cosmic speed, 16.7 kilometers per second, and just rushed out of the solar system. Not to mention manned aircraft. If the conventional 50 kilometers per second technology of manned aircraft can be achieved, it will crush the current era by many times. He handed the drawings to the core of Yixinhe Technology Company. The second largest site was opened in Jiuzhou Industrial Company to invest in the research and development of manned spacecraft. Under the guidance of the scientific team of Black Technology Company, research and development was carried out in the second site of Jiuzhou Industry. Yi Yang stretched his body. Even if it is a poor imitation, once it succeeds, the prospect is extremely attractive. The average distance between the Earth and the Moon is 380,000 kilometers. At that time, it will only take 2 hours for a manned spacecraft to reach the Moon. This means that human beings' ability to transform the Moon will be greatly improved. The real interstellar era is about to begin. He attaches great importance to the spacecraft project and has invested another 2 trillion in this project. Anyway, it is all the money from Europe and the United States that was brought in by the bet. It's a waste if you don't spend it. Wait until these 2 trillion are spent, and there will be rewards again. Yi Yang rubbed his hands, feeling that the feeling of unlimited nesting dolls is really cool. Jiuzhou Industry has just established the second aviation industry base. The spacecraft project has just started. Good news came again from Yixin Black Technology Company. Wow, it's a technological explosion. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In just half a month, good news came frequently. The research team has once again developed a future technology. Watson contacted Yi Yang. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. Since its inception, Yixin Black Technology Company has spent tens of billions of his research and development funds every month. Just less than 2 months after its establishment, it suddenly developed 3 black technologies: photon weapons, life vitality enhancement potions, and 3 DVR full substitution glasses. Now photon weapons are floating in the orbit of the stars and have become Yi Yang's biggest trump card. The life vitality enhancement potion is only manufactured on a small scale within the Black Technology Company, and Yi Yang mixes it into the meals of his family and friends in various forms to help them subtly. When this thing comes out, the world will be in chaos. After all, lifespan is the ultimate pursuit of all life. The fully integrated VR glasses have been upgraded twice by black technology companies. Now the virtual reality game warehouse, which is maturely linked to 8G, has become the flagship product of Shou company that is about to be launched in an all-round way. Since that big explosion, black technology companies have been eating up funds, and the following technologies are basically developed when they have black technology cards. Now, they have finally developed another lottery on their own that can win big prizes. Jiangjing immediately went to the headquarters of Black Technology Company in person. "What did you develop this time?" he asked, curiously. Watson and the R&D team were sitting in the guest seats. Their expressions were very reserved, and they seemed to have something to hide. "If you have any problems, just tell me and I will solve them for you." Jiangjing is now standing on top of the world, extremely confident. In this human society, there are no problems that he cannot solve. Cough. It was Watson who finally spoke. "What was developed this time is a biological technology. In the future world, it is called blue gold rice." "Oh?" Jiangjing raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a new type of rice? This was beyond his expectation. After all, the words rice and black technology never seemed to go together well. This kind of rice has been improved and can strengthen people's physical constitution and promote the improvement of the immune system. Long-term consumption can also strengthen the body's vitality and resist external diseases. Watson said. "Isn't this a magical rice?" Jiangjing was a little surprised. In the future, his physique will strengthen, his immunity will increase. And he will be strong enough to kill a cow with one punch, and he will not be able to catch minor diseases at all. "What other doctor have you seen?" The advent of this kind of rice will bring about changes in human society. Following Watson's narration, he felt the infinite value of this rice. "So, this rice is simply a masterpiece that transcends its time. Is there anything that can't be said?" Jiangjing was still confused as to why these scientific research team members were a little embarrassed just now. Mainly, its planting requirements are quite special. Watson coughed and wondered. "First update, weekly prize-free Q&A. Does anyone know what the planting requirements are for blue gold rice? You can leave a chapter review. Are the planting requirements special?" Jiangjing was a little confused. "Rice, how special can the planting requirements be?" 2. Be cultivated in an environment of -100 degrees? It still needs an absolutely dark environment. He looked over. Ahem, no, it's mainly because the planting environment he needs is rather special. Watson scratched his head, feeling that if he said it later, his boss would beat him up, and then say that all the research and development funds were wasted. "Oh? Planting environment?" Jiangjing waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "What's the matter? Even if I want to grow rice in Antarctica, I can afford this kind of consumption. Compared with the value of blue gold rice, these are nothing harmful. Just a planting environment? The earth is so big, as long as we have trillions of dollars, where can we go? Etc. Something suddenly occurred to him. "Aren't you going to plant in the deep sea? Currently, only the deep ocean is beyond the reach of technology on Earth, and unmanned detectors can only penetrate 10,000 meters deep. The manned probe can reach 8,000 meters deep into the seabed, which is almost the limit. Not to mention farming. It's simply an impossible task." Ahem, no, blue gold rice is still a plant after all, and it must have a sunny environment. Watson waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, it would be easier if it wasn't under the sea. Yi Yang said indifferently, wherever there is sunshine on the earth, even on the top of Mount Everest, I can dig 3 acres of land for you to grow rice. Watson looked even more embarrassed. After a while, Yi Yang finally understood what Watson meant. Don't tell me that there are no conditions for growing blue gold rice on Earth. Watson nodded. All the remaining scientific researchers also nodded. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. What's the difference between this and not researching it? What a waste of expression. It's not completely useless. Ahem, we analyzed the nearby environment and found that the near side of the moon and the cultivation environment of blue gold rice are the most suitable. Watson kept saying. Yi Yang was completely speechless. You can't even go to the bottom of the sea, but you still go to the moon to grow rice. However, the next moment, he realized that he was still thinking about the problem with his previous mindset. Today, things are different. The technology for a manned spacecraft that can land on the moon already exists, but it's just a matter of time before it can be realized. It is different from the Lamborghini space carrier in various technologies and parameters. The parameters and structure of the spacecraft are completely outlined on the drawing. It only needs to be matched and modified accordingly based on the existing technology and materials on Earth. The time of production will be much earlier than that of Lamborghini. With manned spacecraft, materials can be transported. Being able to transport materials, building a base on the moon is not just talk. With a base, farming is no longer a dream. Thinking of this, he felt very excited. It looks like the world is going to be different in the next few years. Yi Yang stretched. Seeing that the boss showed no blame at all, Watson and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Is there a finished product now? Yi Yang asked. We simulated the lunar environment, built a small laboratory, analyzed the first batch of finished rice, and made the above inferences. Watson said. Yi Yang nodded. Everyone followed Yi Yang to the laboratory. The inside of the laboratory is about 10 square meters, and Yi Yang and others stood outside the glass to observe. The interior is full of lunar soil brought back by spacecraft in recent years, and the robotic arms are working in it. After all, in the simulated lunar environment, humans cannot survive without protection. The ears of rice are thin because there is indeed too little soil to support the thick ears of rice. But the rice grains produced are very large. And you can still see the faint glistening in them. The cost of building this kind of mimicry breeding room is too high and can only be used for experiments. It is impossible to use it for large-scale cultivation. This is the finished product. Watson put a handful of rice in Yi Yang's hand. Blue gold rice has the same characteristics as its name suggests. The rice grains are golden yellow. If you look at the light source, there is a faint blue transparent luster inside the rice grains. Like a small gem, it is very extraordinary and magnificent. Nature is truly amazing. Yi Yang praised. This is cooked rice made from raw rice. Watson brought up a small bowl with a small piece of rice in it. It can be seen that there is too little soil and the yield is not high. Yi Yang had already learned about it just now. The maturity period of blue gold rice in the lunar environment is about 3 to 5 months. The Black Technology Company had developed this variant at least 3 to 5 months ago, and did not report it to him until the finished product was fully tested. If you Think about it this way, there may be many other technologies in the Black Technology Company that are also in the process of testing and experimentation. There may be other surprises in the future. The blue gold rice that is now simulated by technology is not perfect. It will not be perfect until it actually reaches the moon. Watson added. Yi Yang nodded. Even though there was only a small piece in the small bowl, the fragrance of the rice made him move his index finger. We have done sufficient testing, and it is not harmful to the human body when consumed. It is even lower in calories than ordinary rice and will not cause weight gain due to overeating. Watson added again. He took a bite. The rice grains were very hard, but after being crushed, the fragrant smell of rice filled his mouth. He had used life-enhancing potions and super gene warrior potions, and he was also proficient in Chinese martial arts. Naturally, he could not feel any changes after eating some blue gold rice. But he could clearly feel the difference of this rice. It was very filling. He usually couldn't be full with 2 large bowls of rice. But with this blue gold rice, a small bowl would probably be enough. With his subtle perception of the body now, he could also feel some extremely subtle changes in the body. It was a little bit useful to him, let alone ordinary people. If taken for a long time, it would indeed cause beneficial changes to the body. It's really magical. Yi Yang nodded. Now, we just have to wait for the research of the spacecraft project to be completed. Just as his eyes were looking at the starry sky, his mobile phone rang again. It was a message from Momo. He raised his eyebrows. It seems that Paulin Barlow has recovered from his injury? Second update. Europe, Senleborg, a country with beautiful natural environment. There is a castle among the mountains and forests. Inside the castle is the Luxembourg royal family. This is the hereditary place of the royal family. A man with white strands in his hair looked at the video and frowned. This boy from the Baylor Consortium is a little too incompetent. I don't know what the Baylor Consortium is thinking. To actually give such a person to us as a fiancé candidate is to look down on our Senleborg royal family. In a time when conglomerates rule the roost and we are in our former glory, do they think we are not worthy of marrying the elite descendants of their family? How arrogant. Several members of the royal family had dark faces and looked very embarrassed. They, the rulers of the kingdom, in the past, are in an awkward position in modern times. He is still a king, but he has no power. He is unable to cope with the 4 leading consortiums that dominate Europe. Ahem, king, shall we still get married? Someone asked. Our royal family does not have much funds for activities. It is extremely important for our royal family to join such a large consortium to provide funds and modern visibility. Good. Several other members of the royal family are all talking. To them, Vasuni is not their daughter. As long as she can marry with the Baylor Consortium, they don't care who marries Vasuni. A bunch of insects. A cold look flashed in King Senleborg's eyes. Our Senleborg royal family is not that bad. We disagree. Several princes shook their heads. Among the candidate families and consortiums, the Baylor Consortium is the strongest. Senleborg will also get the most benefits at that time. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Vasuni is my daughter, and I am the king of Senleborg. He slapped the table and glanced at the prince in the audience with fierce eyes. That's okay. The princes are all shrinking their necks. They can still sleep on their laurels and earn hundreds of millions of euros a year, all because they are still Members of the royal family. If the king is completely angered and banished from the royal family of Semleberg, they will no longer be able to eat and wait to die. The meeting is over. King Semleborg sent the rejection letter to the Baylor consortium, and then had a video call with Vesiny. Dad. Vesiny was a little nervous. After all, she knew very well who those prince uncles were. Now that her father proposed not to marry with the Baylor consortium, those uncles would definitely put pressure on her father. I don't know what the outcome will be. King Semleberg's beard curled up. Of course they don't agree, but I passed them directly. Yeah. Dad is mighty. Vesiny waved her pink fist and blew a kiss to King Semleborg from afar. Have you met any relatives on your mother's side? King Semleborg asked. Vesiny nodded. That's good. King Semlebeo pondered for a moment. Is the Chinese man who helped you that day and attacked the Baylor consortium's face-to-face Xiyang? Well, that's him. Vesiny's expression became much brighter when she mentioned Yang. I also know him. He has been very popular recently. King Semleborg frowned slightly. He singled out the sales consortium and built the first university of China. By investing in the Holy Land, he is the most popular among the younger generation in the world. Even the established forces may not be able to overpower him. Yes, he is really powerful. Vesiny mentioned Yang with admiration. However, you must understand that the ultimate form we pursue is different from that of China. Now that the United States and China are competing for supremacy, try not to cause unnecessary trouble for the royal family. King Sun Lubao pondered for a moment and said, you must be careful in your contact with Yang. You cannot have in-depth interactions until the final outcome is known. The Sunni's expression instantly became sluggish, and she finally let out a sigh of relief after a long time. In the past few days, she often came out to play with Yang. King Semlebeo turned off the video call, with a trace of worry in his eyes. His precious daughter seemed to have something wrong with Yang. I hope I'm wrong. A manor owned by a European consortium. Baluan Baylor was injured by Yang in public. In the following days, news came that the Semleberg royal family had disqualified Baluan. What is going on? People who are rich and powerful like to have honor and leave a name in history. Let the consortium marry a few princes and nobles and leave a name in history. This is the wish of the current generation of the Baylor consortium and one of the 4 top shadow masters in Europe, Sethys Baylor. It's all that Yang's fault. If it weren't for him, it wouldn't be like this at all. The Baylor consortium has always been hostile to China and did not feel that Baylor did anything wrong that day. It's all Yang's fault. If it wasn't for him, that would never have happened. It's all his fault that our marriage plan failed. Baluan Baylor's father was also afraid that Sethys would put the blame on his son and cause their lineage to lose power. Seth didn't know what was going on. However, when I agreed to use Baluan for marriage, I also felt that there was no need to use elites. It's just an honorary title, and it's not a real benefit. It's best to let Baluan, a swinger, be an idler anyway, so he can use marriage to do something for the family. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. But knowing is knowing, and saving face is saving face. Especially for a leader like Sethys who values collective honor. Yang is just a newly rising guy in China, but he dares to not give face to the Baylor consortium. Just offended the Sires consortium, and he doesn't give us face. Does he think he is invincible and can do whatever he wants? Too arrogant. This person really doesn't know how to be respectful. Do you think we are a consortium like the Sires Consortium that can't be ranked in the top 10 in the world? We are one of the 4 leading companies in Europe, with unlimited financial resources. The following council members all expressed their opinions. But this Xi Yang does have some strength. We can't underestimate him too much. Just in the recent Australia Bay bet and the top university bet, he took away more than €1 trillion in cash flow. Even for the Baylor Consortium, it is a huge amount that cannot be ignored. Well, so we still have to treat it rationally. Some rational people also spoke up. No matter what, he is on the Chinese side. I have checked his background these days. He is one of the Chinese wills, and his position is definitely unchangeable. He is destined to be on a different path from us. I think we should strike him before he rises. Yes, he has offended the Sales Consortium, and we can also unite with them to suppress him. He is just a new force. Is he worthy of us uniting with another consortium? First update. I don't think we should act rashly. I think we should unite. I think we should give him some color directly and let the world see the muscles and power of our Baylor Consortium. The council members present all held their own opinions and expressed their own opinions. Okay, stop talking. Setu's Baylor frowned. I have made up my mind. Since he has provoked, we can't do nothing. Send someone over to beat him and ask him to restrain himself. Good. The radicals all looked excited and agreed with what the family leader said. The research and test results of blue gold rice are still continuing. Yi Yang took a car and returned to Yundingshan Manor in the Magic City. Yumomo was already waiting in the lobby. What happened? Yi Yang asked. Some international luxury brands have suddenly changed their advertisements, and the content involves discrimination against Chinese people. It caused dissatisfaction in the country. Subsequently, these brands attacked Tang Hongzhihui's business together, specializing in grabbing orders and even lowering prices to compete. Yumomo pulled up the tablet information. According to my investigation, these luxury brands belong to several different groups, but behind these groups, there is a common main investor. That is the Baylor Consortium. Yi Yang's eyes were cold and stern, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Baylor Consortium is targeting me? They are vigorously attacking Tang Hongzhihui Company, smearing public opinion, fabricating fake news, and doing everything. Tang Hongzhihui's stock price has fallen seriously. Yumahui reports. Yi Yang was about to say something. The greeting sounds came from outside the manor. The representatives of the Baylor Consortium are already outside Yundingshan Manor and want to see you. The person in charge will report. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you here to show off your power? He sneered. Let them come in. The lobby of Yundingshan Guest Villa. Yi Yang sat in the main seat, looking at the 3 representatives of the Baylor Consortium walking in at the door. The 3 of them were arrogant and looked around. At first glance, he is someone who thinks very highly of himself and is used to being proud. Are you Yi Yang? After they sat down, they raised their heads and asked directly without any consciousness of coming to visit. Do you have a problem with your cervical spine? Yi Yang asked with a frown. The 2 of them didn't know why. Don't you know how to bow your head and greet your master when you see him? A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. Haha, we, the top 10 financial groups in the world, are the real masters of the world. We are the messengers of honored guests wherever we go. Why should we bow our heads? The two of them still raised their necks and raised their eyes above their heads. Yi Yang leaned on the back of the chair and looked at the beautiful bodyguard standing behind the guest chair. Peng. Shou Qingxian couldn't stand these two pretentious criminals for a long time, so she pressed her hands and head hard on the table, making a peng sound. Mr. Yi. So barbaric. The two of them were extremely angry, and their foreheads were red. Yi Yang didn't speak. Shou Qingxian raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth, grabbed the two people's heads, kept pulling them up, and knocked them down. Bang bang bang. Enough is enough. We apologize. We are too arrogant. Knock and knock. The two felt like they were about to have a concussion. Begging for mercy again and again. Yi Yang waved his hand. Shou Qingxian finally let go of his hand, finally patted each of them on the head and stepped back. Both of them panted with lingering fear. My head is buzzing. Where have they ever been treated like this? The Baylor Consortium is one of the world's largest economic players. Wherever the messenger goes, is he not respected and humbled by everyone? Not to mention being beaten, even being scolded never happened. Is this one of China's wills? Isn't this a mountain king? Robber. Brutal. Rough. Unreasonable. Hit people directly. They were madly criticizing in their hearts. But they didn't dare to say anything with their mouths. They were really beaten. Yi Yang sneered. The other party shamelessly ordered his luxury products to attack Tang Hongzhihui. Tang Hongzhihui had not long established himself in the top luxury goods industry, but after all, his background was not enough. Being targeted in this way hurt his vitality. This kind of loss is just a beating for two people, but they still don't feel relieved. Not to mention that the Baylor Consortium always targets China, so it deserves a beating. When friends come, there is good wine. If a jackal comes, of course there are shotguns and iron fists. Yi Yang said calmly, tell me, you weasels came over to pay me New Year's greetings. What are you worried about? The two of them lacked Chinese proficiency and didn't even know they were being scolded. When it came to business, they sat upright and said proudly, Mr. Yi. We represent the Baylor family and are here because of the public humiliation of our family members by you a few days ago. You're here to raise an army to investigate. Yi Yang's gaze swept over the two of them, so sharp that their bodies trembled. Mr. Yi, you must give our consortium an explanation. Otherwise, you have seen the consequences. As soon as the two of them raised their heads, they were about to return to their proud ways. However, Shou Qingxian's glance made them feel a chill on their necks. They didn't dare to pretend to raise their heads anymore. They looked ridiculous even if they wanted to. As a result of? Yi Yang said calmly, I haven't seen any consequences yet. Mr. Yi is really pretending to be ignorant. Tang Hongzhihui is almost unable to hold on now, right? Don't think that you can defeat the Sal's consortium and you will be invincible. Not to mention that the Sal's consortium is the last in the top 10 consortiums in the United States. Just looking at this duel, the Sal's consortium did not go to war with you. If you really annoy our Baylor consortium as one of the 4 major economic leaders in Europe, we will let you feel what the real Lord of Shadows is. What is the real terrifying power of the consortium? Let alone Yi Yang. Even the whole of China looks down on it. After all, it is just a late-stage catch-up country with an economy that has just prospered for less than 20 years. What is an ancient consortium and what is a world economic controller? This Jiangjing probably has no idea about the terrifying power and meaning behind these words. Do you really think that you can look down on China and build a university to compete with the world's top energy, or even dare to ignore it? Too naive. It's good if you dare to admit it yourself. Jiangjing nodded. Boar and barrel insulted me first. In China, we will not tolerate such barbarians. How dare you say that the core members of our consortium are barbarians? The two glared at each other, but the next moment, Shou Qingxian pressed their heads on the table again. That's right. In my eyes, your entire consortium is just a mob of uncivilized garbage. Jiangjing stood up, his eyes blazing. Tang Hongzhi will not fall, but your consortium will pay the price of blood for its ignorance and arrogance. Second update. Mr. Yi wants our consortium to pay the price, and it also requires strength before it can be truly established. Just because of Tang Hongzhi's dilemma, Mr. Yi probably doesn't know how to solve it. That's right. If Mr. Yi apologizes to our consortium for the previous incident, we will stop our offensive against Tang Hongzhi and pretend that this matter never happened. Several envoys raised their heads and said, "Bang bang bang." Count out a few times again. They didn't dare to show off anymore, and their nostrils were turned upward. This is what the master of our consortium means. We are just conveying it on our behalf. They changed their tune. Oh? Really? Jiangjing raised his eyebrows. Are you that confident? Good. Several people are extremely confident in the strength of the Baylor consortium. After all, they are used to being the best in the world, and it is normal to have the desire to be invincible. Since you are so confident, why don't we sign a gambling agreement? Jiangjing raised the corner of his mouth and took out the classic gambling agreement. I don't think this is necessary. Tang Hongzhi is just a new brand. In just one day, its vitality has been severely damaged and the situation is critical. It won't last more than a few days. If Mr. Yi doesn't plan to apologize to our consortium, just wait, let's file for bankruptcy for this company. Several people stood up. After all, Jiangjing had basically won his previous bets, so they were still a little wary. Of course, they still had to show off. Haha, the so-called top financial group in the world is nothing more than that. It doesn't even have the courage to gamble. Is it worthy of me to show off its power? I think they are just arrogant bugs. Jiangjing looked at several messengers with cold eyes. You. Several envoys were choked by Jiangjing and were speechless. Their original intention of coming here was to beat and show off their power, and they had no permission to sign an agreement. Although Jiangjing was heard denigrating the consortium they were proud of as rubbish, he didn't have much to say in rebuttal. I can only speak harshly. But there is a price to pay for being tough. Several people almost crawled and rolled out of Yandingshan Manor with bruises and swollen faces. After all, Jiangjing would not have a good look on such an obvious enemy. He won't hold back either. Soon, the Baylor consortium received a video of the messengers crying and swollen. Furious. This Jiangjing is really arrogant and domineering. They didn't take us seriously at all. We only attacked one of his properties out of kindness. Are we going to force all of us to go to war? Does a newly rising person really think he can compete with a super consortium on his own? This is simply asking for Death. All the council members were extremely angry. Sethi's Baylor frowned. If we start a full-scale war, the losses for us will be considerable. Let's focus on killing Tang Hongzhi first and see his reaction. Fair enough. Good. First, knock on the mountain to shock the tiger. If the tiger doesn't listen, we will break one of his legs. To shock him. Best regards, Mr. Sethis. The council members quickly flattered him. If you pass this on, Tang Hongzhi will go bankrupt within 3 days. Sethi's Baylor announced with a wave of his hand. Within 3 days. Closing down. Many council members are excited. Let this guy who disrespects the ancient super consortium pay the price. Yandingshan Manor. Yi Yang looked at various reports. Be prepared to fight back. The actions taken by the Baylor consortium cannot be described as ruthless. Under comprehensive targeting, even a huge enterprise worth hundreds of billions will not be able to persist for long. Just now the other party even shouted an arrogant slogan that Tang Hongzhi would go bankrupt within 3 days, which shows how arrogant he is. Yumomo's secretariat team gave many response plans. After reading it, Yi Yang made the final decision. First, provide Tang Hongzhi with 100 billion in funds and let them stabilize the stock market first. Use our international network to carry out international publicity, dispel rumors, and at the same time conduct counterattacks to find out the negative information about Baylor's luxury brands and conduct public opinion counterattacks. The international network built by Yi Yang originally cost more than 500 billion Chinese coins. At first, it seemed that it was just spending money and it was difficult to make a profit. But in the long run, it has established its own loudspeaker and has its own right to speak in the field of international public opinion. Its value is immeasurable. In addition, another 200 billion will be allocated to launch a general attack on its 3 largest luxury brands. Within 3 days, I will make its 3 major brands bankrupt and liquidated. After Yi Yang stated the specific execution direction, various complete lower-level execution plans were quickly introduced. These plans have been prepared a long time ago, and they are just waiting for Yi Yang to choose which ones to use. Soon, the counterattack will begin. Refuting rumors often has little effect. After all, people only like to believe in bad things and believe in the truth of evil. This is an entrenched tendency in public opinion and is difficult to disobey. For example, there were rumors a few years ago that eating vegetable oil would cause cancer. The rumors spread quickly and everyone believed them. But the rumors have been refuted for several years, and many people still believe this rumor. Then, fight fire with fire. Moreover, with Yi Yang's international intelligence capabilities, what he collected was real black information, not rumors. There is evidence. The effect of breaking the scandal and refuting the rumors at the same time is 100 times more effective than simply refuting the rumors. Although hurricane security is all-pervasive, some data files are still difficult to obtain. Yi Yang had to do it himself. He himself has the ultimate hacking skills of humans, which is equivalent to invincibility in today's internet world. Everything is transparent to him. It only takes him a few minutes to break through the Pentagon's firewall. But if he is alone, the speed and efficiency of collecting information is indeed not high. And this technology is too amazing. He can't give it to others. In the internet age, this ability is undoubtedly like a cheat code, a god in the internet world, and a black hand that changes the internet world. He is now the world's #1 rich man, and he doesn't have so many desires, so he can control the desire to use the internet to cheat. If he teaches it to others, it may be a disaster. Although the data collected is not much, each one is real material, real data evidence, and cannot be faked. Every piece of material is a fatal blow. Every piece that is exposed is a terrifying hammer. On the internet set up by Jiangjing, data and evidence of black materials emerged in an endless stream, shocking the international public. Oh my God, I thought I bought a luxury product, but they actually recycled it. The cotton they used was still low-quality cotton. It turns out that they didn't want Huaxia cotton before because they wanted to do this kind of black trade to get kickbacks. Their executives actually said that those who buy their products are losers and fools. If you spend 20,000 yuan to buy an air vest, what else can you be but a fool? Oh my God, I'm furious. I will never use this brand again. It's still an international luxury product. But from the management to the raw materials, to the products, there are thunder everywhere. The international public is indignant. At the same time, in the hacker world, a code called Justice Iron Fist was also dug out. It is said that these black materials were obtained by him through his invincible hacking technology. First update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. This iron fist of justice is simply divine. Too awesome. I would like to call him the king of hackers. Those who engage in hacking technology are generally arrogant big guys. Even so, when they cracked the technology of the iron fist of justice, they felt the gap between themselves and this mysterious hacker. They were all unable to calm down. With true admiration, various posts praising him became popular. Soon, the hacker circle knew this name. I want to worship him as my teacher. Absolutely great. Whoever can crack this guy back will be the top existence in the hacker world. Everyone was talking about it. Baylor Consortium. Meeting room. Cesis Baylor's face was gloomy. 2 days have passed. Not only Tang Hongzhi has not fallen, but the 3 major brands under their name are in danger. How could they get our core data? This is a commercial crime. Sue them. Is Jiangjing going to burn himself to death? The radicals were all furious. He must have something extraordinary to become the world's top player so quickly. You can't sue them. Who can prove that this iron fist of justice was assigned by Jiangjing? This is simply absurd. If we fail to sue them, they will prove that we are provoking a commercial war, which will make it easier to clear Tang Hongzhi's name. Yes, the battle between chaebols is very attractive to the public. If we use this gimmick to whitewash Tang Hongzhi, our efforts will be in vain. The other party's capital flow is indeed strong. They can survive with so much money. Everyone was talking at once. There was no lack of rational think tanks among them. Cesis Barol frowned at the table, obviously frustrated that he had not wiped out Jiangjing's industry in 3 days. It seems that we underestimated Jiangjing. He has already laid out his international layout and established his own propaganda channels. He is no worse than us in using public opinion. Sometimes he is more cruel than us, and his tricks are more evil than us. What should we do now? Since we have already started, how can we stop? The Baylor Consortium has been striving to dominate the world for many years, and now this matter has been spread. If it is left unresolved, won't it make other top forces in the world laugh at us? Yes, our Baylor consortium must not lose face and dignity. We must make this Jiangjing lose miserably, and then bow his head and admit defeat to us. Ceci's Baylor raised his head, increased the investment in direct confrontation and dragged Tang Hongzhihui to death. I don't believe that a mere new Chinese force can really compete with our Baylor consortium in terms of financial consumption. When China was not yet prosperous and wealthy, the wealth of their consortium was more than 10 times that of the entire country of China. Now, can any random person from China make the Baylor consortium helpless? They cannot accept this. They also do not realize that Jiangjing is not a random person from China. He must pay the price. Also, recruit the real top experts from the world's dark web and catch that iron fist of justice for me. I don't believe it. Does a mortal really think that he can dominate the internet and no one can do anything to him? One day, an astonishing news spread throughout the hacker world. 4 of the 9 top legends in the hacker world suddenly appeared and announced that they would join forces to dig out the real identity of the Iron Fist of Justice. Reverse sanctions. 9. Top legends. Is this true or not? In the past few decades, the international hacker world has produced some amazing existences, known as the 9 top legends. Each one is a top existence. There are even records of single-person cracking of supranational network firewalls, and each one is a legend. As a hacker, his identity must not be discovered. They are all just code names. Who are the 4 who came out this time? European Wolf, Western Silver Fox, Betrayer, Galaxy Black Hole. Wow, they are all well known. These 4 top hackers have all appeared. That Justice Iron Fist probably can't hold on. Not necessarily, Justice Iron Fist is also legendary. It is much more difficult to crack the identity of the boss than other identities of the same level. If it is a one-on-one duel, Justice Iron Fist will definitely not be discovered. But now it is 4-1, I think the result is no suspense. The hacker community is talking about it one after another. They are all waiting to see the result. After all, Justice Iron Fist rose too fast, which is jaw-dropping, but the other 9 legends have been famous for a long time and have accumulated a lot of prestige, which is also eye-catching. Yandingshan Manor. Jiangjing looked at the discussion in the hacker community and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Want to reveal my identity? Want to crack my core data? He encrypted it overnight. The ability to protect the network and data will not harm society. Jiangjing taught some methods to the technical department. The next day, the core data was protected. Even if the 9 hackers joined forces to break in, they would have to rely on luck. As for only hiring 4 people, it can only be said that it is almost impossible to break in. After all, the encryption algorithms he passed down are for the next era, and hackers of this era can hardly crack them no matter how hard they try. Now, let me take a good look at the true faces hidden under your skins. Jiangjing raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Directly crack these hackers. Want to check him? Then be prepared to be counter-killed. He must kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Otherwise, it will be quite a headache if hackers come in waves in the future. As long as the strongest ones in the first wave are killed, the monkey will be killed too. Scare the chickens, and 1 punch will open the door to prevent 100 punches. His fingers flew on the keyboard. In front of the screen, the galaxy black hole, which had just cracked Yang's encryption protection, was the first to find signs of being counterchecked. He immediately felt cold sweat. His encryption protection has been completely broken. And the disguised IP that jumped has been silently tracked in several places, and his real IP will be found soon. He just realized it. What kind of cracking method is this? He knew that the opponent was probably the one called Justice Iron Fist who launched a counterattack. After he was shocked, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as if he had seen a real opponent. Interesting. A hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Let's compete to see who is stronger. Second update. His fingers flew. While increasing his own protection, he continued to crack Yang's encryption algorithm. These algorithms are all unheard of and unseen? Galaxy Black Hole frowned. It took him countless brain cells and time to crack the first layer. He felt a huge pressure. His protection was not very effective, and the opponent was still unstoppable. So strong. He claimed to have reached the pinnacle of human beings, and was the best hacker in the world, but today was a small knife pulling his but opening his eyes. Yang's various operations, some of which amazed him, and some of which he couldn't understand at all. How did he track me? How did he crack it? He was sweating profusely. If he continued to lose strength like this, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His eyes scanned the discussion on the hacker forum next to him. It's been half a day since the 4 legendary hackers took action this time, and they haven't succeeded in completely encircling and suppressing them? It seems that this Iron Fist of Justice is really powerful. Perhaps the 4 legendary hackers are unwilling to join forces, and they all want to find the location of the Iron Fist of Justice by themselves. Then the Iron Fist of Justice will also have to face the attacks of 4 people at the same time. It's a miracle that he can hold on. Yes, especially the galaxy black hole, which is the strongest among them. It is recognized as one of the 3 strongest among the 9 legends. In the discussion, a piece of news broke out. Another core black material of a luxury brand was exposed. It caused the anger of the international consumer community. What? Defending against the attacks of 4 top hackers at the same time, and digging out other information with ease. I am now beginning to doubt whether the 4 hackers have actually attacked him, and whether the news is false. No one can fight 4 people at the same time and still have time to crack other secrets? Maybe the Iron Fist of Justice is an organization? Maybe. However, soon, the Iron Fist of Justice himself appeared in the forum. I am just a hacker who upholds justice out of interest, not an organization. Boom. The forum exploded instantly. This guy actually has the leisure to read the forum. 6 things in one mind? Is this still a human? Even if he has split personality, he only has 10 fingers in total. How can he take care of everything? Galaxy Black Hole was sweating profusely, and the pressure surged. How dare you despise me like this? I am one of the 3 legendary hackers. You actually dug up other core secrets, browsed forums, defended against the attacks of the 4 major hackers, and counterattacked me. You really look down on me too much. He was extremely angry and terrified. This man is too strong. He felt that if the other party didn't deal with 4 people at the same time, he would not last half a day if he dealt with him with all his heart and soul. Thinking of this, the frustration made him feel infinite shame and anger. Since he entered the industry, he has regarded himself as a supreme genius. He can even find a way to break through the firewall of a superpower alone. He is already so strong. But the gap between him and this iron fist of justice is still so big. He gritted his teeth. He was actually worse than this guy with a middle school, childish online name. This anger and fear. It's not just him who is bearing it. The European wolf, the Western silver fox, and the betrayer are all bearing it. Because Jiangjing fought back against more than one person. He was fighting back against 4 people at the same time. If the current galaxy black hole knew about this, he would definitely go crazy. In front of the screen, Jiangjing was facing several computers and operating them at the same time. His defense was ready when he knew the news. 15 layers of encryption algorithms, 5 layers of key locks, and 30 fake jump IPs made with next-generation technology. Now even the fastest and most powerful galaxy black hole has just broken through to the 3rd layer of encryption algorithm. The European wolf and the betrayer were blocked in front of the 2nd layer of encryption algorithm. The Western silver fox is still cracking the 1st layer of encryption algorithm. It can be said that they are destined to not even be able to crack the first 15 layers of encryption algorithms, let alone track his real location and name, and then unlock the core information. It's so lonely to be invincible. He sighed. There was no need to think about defense at all. He could counterattack while unlocking the other party's brand's black secrets. In his spare time, he would look at the forum and answer some questions from people. In the forum, the Western silver fox's face was red. He had just cracked the 1st layer of encryption algorithm. Jiangjing had already caught up with him. He could only be forced to focus all his energy on resisting Yang's attack. However, this was obviously in vain. 15 minutes later, he couldn't stand it anymore. On the computer, the screen was black, and then a funny font appeared. The message came from the Iron Fist of Justice, game over/funny. Face fuck. He stood up angrily, wishing he could smash the computer. But he knew that his career as a hacker was about to end. A hacker, facing another hacker, without an outer layer of protection, was like a girl who was stripped naked. Everything was clearly seen, and any traces he left on the internet would be captured by the other party. 10 minutes later, on hacker forums and online social media, posts from the Iron Fist of Justice appeared. Western Silver Fox, name, Resos, current residence, 202, Building 2, Spina Community, Castilla, Spain. Age, 27. ID number. He once secretly helped the United States steal Middle East secrets, and also he is a participant in the war, an executioner with no blood on his hands, but a blood debt. In a few days, I will contact international lawyers to prosecute you for war crimes and crimes of undermining network security under international public law. From a pair of iron fists of justice. Oh my. This. First, the hacker forum was boiling. They understood best what this meant. That Iron Fist of Justice is not only defending against the attacks of the 4 major hackers, but also counterattacking. Now, one has been broken. One of the 9 legendary hackers has completely withdrawn from the hacker stage. The information was exposed in this way, and the Iron Fist of Justice is obviously not only a hacker, but also backed by a big boss. After the prosecution, it is estimated that this Western Silver Fox will be directly stuffed into the country in the Middle East where the information was stolen. Given the style of that country, it is estimated that he will be chopped into pieces, right? Thinking of this, their necks are cold. I was very tempted and prepared to participate in the roundup. I will never touch the matter of the iron fist of justice again. Too terrible. Even the Western silver fox was killed so quickly. Oh my God. All hackers who have thought about it are in danger. This iron fist of justice is a little too strong. First update. He's not just fighting back at me. Galactic black hole, who had just broken the third layer of encryption, had not had time to be overjoyed when he saw the news released by the Iron Fist of Justice on the public internet. He was dumbfounded. Not only are 4 people counterattacking at the same time, but one of them has already been cracked. The remaining 3 were panicked. European Wolf was the first to contact him. You too. This Iron Fist of Justice is too strong. I am also being attacked and I can't stand it any longer. Betrayer, is he attacking the 4 of us at the same time? This is simply unbelievable. Galaxy black hole, it seems right, we must join forces. Let's put aside our pride for a while. With such a powerful algorithm, it is already incredible to come up with just one. Now that I have attacked 4, I guess he can also. There won't be more than 5. As long as we work together to break through the 5th floor, the opponent will lose. Good. Join forces. The 3 legendary hackers have joined forces as never before. You know, legendary hackers have their own arrogance and rarely join forces with others. Obviously, these 3 people smelled the smell of defeat. Under the pressure of terror, we had to join forces. The Iron Fist of Justice is so terrifying. After joining forces, the cracking speed is obviously much faster. Under the guidance of the galactic black hole, the 3 people quickly cracked the 4th layer of encryption algorithm. We finally reached the 5th floor. They saw hope. As long as you uncover this layer, you should be able to unlock everything about him immediately. The eyes of several people burst into light. After all, according to the inference of the galactic black hole, the Iron Fist of Justice only has 5 layers of protection at most. I can't stand it any longer, and that Iron Fist of Justice is about to come to my door. The betrayers cry out. The European Wolf and the galactic black hole are also sweating. After Iron Fist of Justice defeated the Western Silver Fox, it obviously freed up a lot of energy, and the rhythm and speed of the attack became even greater. The traitor can no longer stand it. Don't worry about him. As long as we unlock the 5th floor, we will directly kill him. All in all, let's fight. Galactic black holes are connected. 2. Go 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 go. The 2 of them were extremely passionate. The betrayer screamed, "No. He's already in my face." As soon as he finished speaking, his voice weakened. Then, there was no sound at all. Yi Yang had complete control over his electronic equipment. Eurowolf and Galaxy Black Hole are both sweating, and 2 of the 9 legendary hackers are finished. Especially the European Wolf, which is similar in strength to the betrayer, is now about to be breached. Next moment. Information about the betrayers was posted on forums and on the public internet. Traitor, name, Yan Fuhua, gender, male. Age, 25. He used to be a worker in the Chinese security department in his early years, but because of foreign inducements, He stole his company's security information and defected to other countries. He is a veritable traitor. The legal team is watching you, and no one can protect you. You will be arrested and returned to China within 3 days. Iron Fist of Justice issued another shocking announcement. Everyone was horrified. So quickly, this person revealed the second one. That's a legendary hacker. He won't have 4 people to counterattack together, right? This is incredible. Everyone on the forum was confused. The betrayer was finished so quickly that it made people feel dreamy. Iron Fist of Justice, yes, I am counterattacking 4 people at the same time. Anyone who wants to check me can use this as a lesson. A message, and the real person appears again. The forum is buzzing again. How arrogant this is. But they are so crazy that it's hard to refute. Yes, with a pair of 4 legendary hackers, it's really jaw-dropping. Hacker forums are filled with horror, but internationally. Public opinion is angry about the information about these 2 hackers. Especially the second one aroused the angry crusade of Chinese netizens. Such a treasonous person must be sentenced. If he is not punished, how can he be worthy of our ancestors who shed blood? They should be shot directly. Traitors are the most hateful. You also use the traitor as a name. I think he is quite proud of this title. It's simply too weird. The crowd is furious. In turn, the betrayer also responded arrogantly on the public internet, I am in the United States now, under federal protection. Haha, that's nice to say, can you reach out to me? There is nothing China can do to get me. This arrogant reply immediately made people even more angry. However, soon, the man became silent. More than half an hour later, a short video was uploaded to the public internet. The betrayer was kneeling on the deck, tied up and covered with a black hood. We are righteous people in the world. We really can't stand this kind of shameless bug who betrays his own country and is proud of it. We just kidnap him and give him to China. The masked man next to him slapped his chest and closed the video. It's so refreshing. Cool. I can't stand the green forest heroes from foreign countries anymore. Haha. Half an hour ago, he was clamoring that China couldn't do anything to him. It's right on the deck, the federal protection is too poor. I guess they didn't protect him at all. They were just talking nonsense. How can the United States really help these traitors? They are all empty promises. Haha, the truth is here. Chinese netizens all exclaimed that this video was so enjoyable to watch. On the deck of the high seas, the hurricane leader took off his hood and made a video call to Yi Yang. Hey, boss, am I good at acting? Isn't it just and awe-inspiring? It's like in a Chinese martial arts novel, the hero is alive. Yi Yang smiled slightly, well done, very efficient. I'll give you a bonus at the end of the year. Okay. The leader was very happy and kicked the traitor, you are my lucky star. It's about to happen. The 5th layer of the algorithm will be revealed soon. The eyes of the galactic black hole are shining with desire. Fight. European wolves are also crazy about decryption. At the moment of unraveling, his identity was finally broken by the Iron Fist of Justice. I thought they would both die together. As a result, they were dumbfounded. After the 5th layer of encryption algorithm lock, there is still. Moreover, it seems that the difficulty is one level higher than the first 5 levels. A feeling of powerlessness arises. Galaxy Black Hole smiled awkwardly. It should be the last layer, right? He showed a sad smile, looking at the information about European wolves that was revealed on the forum and the public internet. Another one of the 9 legendary hackers, completely finished. We must make it in time. He gritted his teeth, hoping that before he was breached, he could at least have a death-by-death ending. Second update. This European wolfox attack the Pentagon if nothing happens. Such big guys have been counterattacked. Haha, the United States is probably going to quarrel with Europe, and Europe will probably not let such technical talents go. At least you can't compensate the United States for some money? Killing me. News just broke out that the international branch of China's Jiangjing law firm sent an invitation to the United States, saying that the United States only needs to pay $3 billion to help the United States fight the lawsuit and is guaranteed to win. Stop talking about sentencing this guy to 20 to 30 years. Only $3 billion is too good. You can take advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha. There are passionate discussions on the internet. For China, this is just 2 guys with evil intentions biting each other, and they are naturally happy to see it. Netizens watched the show with joy. Of course, the hacker forum is concerned about the fate of the galactic black hole. After all, 3 of the 4 legendary hackers who took action have been exposed. Only the Milky Way black hole is left and has not been pulled out yet. However, the time for these 3 people to be dug out is getting faster and faster, and it is estimated that the Milky Way black hole will be dug out soon. Based on this trend, it will probably happen soon. Can't even the galactic black hole stop this iron fist of justice? It's really incredible. After such a long time, it should have been almost solved. I think it is unknown whether the galactic black hole was exposed first or the iron fist of justice was exposed first. Is it possible that the iron fist of justice will finally lose? A man who fought against 4 legendary hackers and defeated 3 of them is already a legend among legends. I think he should lose. Not necessarily. I will always believe in the iron fist of justice. The forum was divided into 2 groups, and heated discussions began. 10 minutes have passed. Half an hour passed. 3 hours have passed. Neither the galactic black hole nor the iron fist of justice has been exposed. People are a little confused. Is the news this time wrong? The galactic black hole didn't take action at all? It's over. In fact, only 3 legendary hackers took action? What am I saying? If you add one of the top 3 galactic black holes, how could the iron fist of justice achieve such results? Perhaps they have discovered each other's identities and are afraid of each other. Now they are negotiating for reconciliation. This is also very possible. I am also inclined to this statement. What's going on? Decrypt it quickly. I'm getting annoyed waiting. Maybe it will never be decrypted. Yes, if they were really negotiating a reconciliation treaty with each other, we wouldn't know the inside story. The forum is confused and everyone is speculating on the truth of the matter. And the fact is, Yi Yang felt that directly exposing the galactic black hole was too boring. He suddenly became interested and paused his attack on the opponent. He stopped, drank a cup of coffee, and went out to have a big meal with Lin Shuer. When he came back, he uncovered some dirty information about a rival luxury brand and browsed forums and online discussions. In the end, it was the process that looked towards the galactic black hole again. This is too slow, you are so naturally stupid. Yi Yang sighed. At that time, he heard about the 4 legendary hackers teaming up to attack, so he panicked a little, and carefully deployed 15 layers of encryption algorithms, 5 layers of key locks, and 30 fakes made with the technology of the next era. Jump IP. It can be said that they attach great importance to the 4 hackers, as if they are facing a formidable enemy. As a result, it was discovered in real actual combat. The other parties' dish exceeded his expectations. Until now, the galactic black hole is still stuck before the 9th level algorithm, and even the superficial 15-level encryption algorithm has only solved half of it. Although I have witnessed the abnormality of the skills given by the system along the way. But this time it deepened his feeling. And this side of the galactic black hole. He was also extremely confused as to why Yi Yang stopped his offensive. What happened? Did he go into shock? Did he have a heart attack? He worked as a programmer for too long and died suddenly? He couldn't figure it out. But now that we have the opportunity, we must strike first. Keep cracking. When he felt that the 6th level was the ultimate, as soon as he cracked the 6th level, he saw the 7th level. When he felt that the 7th floor was the last, he had just lost countless hairs and broke through, when he saw the 8th floor standing on the road ahead. He felt like he was vomiting blood. Moreover, I gradually felt that this iron fist of justice was really unfathomable. It seems that there is no limit or end to the strength. When he finally reached the 9th level, the algorithm has changed. In the end, he looked at his IP as if facing a formidable enemy. Iron Fist of Justice had not yet launched a counterattack. He breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? He frowned and looked at the changing algorithm, which seemed to be getting simpler and simpler. Finally, on the black command screen, the 9th level algorithm automatically collapsed. Heaven is helping me? God is above, God is invincible. For the first time he believed in theology. After the collapse, 2 eye-catching large characters appeared on the last line of the screen. Chinese. Nowadays, most people in the world know Chinese, so he has learned it too. Come on. Come on. After he understood the meaning of these 2 words, his brain went blank because of extreme anger. Aha! I'm going to kill you. This can be said to be a heartbreaking murder. He spat out a mouthful of blood, splashing in front of the computer screen. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he pinched his philtrum. It took him a long time to catch his breath and walk down weakly. The 10th floor also collapsed automatically. I believe you. For more big words came into view. The galaxy black hole almost fainted with anger. I don't believe you still have anything after the 10th floor. He walked down fiercely. The 11th floor. He was dumbfounded. Just by taking a look, he knew that with his current level, it was impossible to uncover this algorithm wall. It's like a high school student doing a difficult college entrance examination question. The legendary hacker is a high school god. As long as it is a high school level question, no matter how difficult it is, he can always come up with a solution. Even if it's beyond the scope, even if it's difficult, you can always figure it out if you have time. But starting from the 11th level, he had never come into contact with The knowledge involved, and it was not possible for a high school student to do it. He was completely desperate. He knew that he had lost, completely lost. The gap between him and this righteous iron fist was beyond reason. It was simply a world of difference, and he could only look up to him. Before exposing myself, I just hope to see how big the gap is between me and the real world's top. He slowly typed these words on the console, hoping to communicate. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and decided to satisfy the other party. First. Update. The algorithm wall collapsed layer by layer in front of the galaxy black hole. The galaxy black hole opened. His eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he saw. He thought the 11th layer was the only masterpiece created by the iron fist of justice in his life. As a result, there were 5 more terrifying algorithm walls that were completely beyond his cognition. If any one of them was placed on the first layer, the 4 of them could not even break through the first layer together. Behind the algorithm wall, he saw the constantly jumping digital key. What? What is this? He stood up from the stool with his buttocks, his eyes almost popped out. This pseudo-quantum key technology is still in the conceptual stage, and it is not even known whether the theory is feasible. Or, what theory is used to realize this concept? He actually saw the next era. Is this the gap? He sat down with his buttocks, and just by placing the pseudo-quantum key here, he knew that even the top hackers now could not break it. Absolutely safe. And he saw 5 layers of such keys. It's simply too incredible. He felt like he was hit by a dimensionality reduction. He sat down on the chair dejectedly. There's more? Seeing that the screen didn't mean to stop, he widened his eyes. How is this possible? He wanted to stick his face to the screen. It turned out to be a virtual IP. No. He was sweating profusely. Although he knew it was a virtual IP, he couldn't think of any possibility of cracking it. He didn't even understand how this IP was made. The previous layer of pseudo-quantum keys was beyond his cognition, and he couldn't understand this virtual IP technology of the next era at all. I just felt it was awesome. Mysterious. The display stopped. A sentence appeared on the big screen. I have 30 layers of such virtual IPs. Alas. If he was vomiting blood and depressed before, he was horrified later. Now, he can only sigh. Desperate sigh. The height they stand at is not something he can climb at all. I can't even see it when I look up. I can only let others slaughter me. Now he clearly realized what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. He looked at it and found that his IP had been hacked. But he thought it was natural. If he wanted to destroy it, he would destroy it. But he didn't wait for the other party to expose his information online. After a while, a line of words appeared on the screen. I won't reveal your information. Why? He thought everything was over, but he didn't expect the other party to let him go. You still have a conscience, and you are still a promising talent. Yi Yang. Read the other party's past and found that this person did not use hacking technology to do anything harmful to the world. Instead, he stole money from the rich and mailed it to charity organizations and disaster area foundations. This time, he just wanted to make money and see if he could meet a real opponent and exchange technology. The 3 legendary hackers before had dirty hands and evil in their hearts, and they all used their own technology to do things that were harmful to the world. Naturally, he would not be soft-hearted. but this galaxy black hole still has some humanity. He won't do anything too extreme. If you are willing to follow me and work for me, you can continue to be a hacker in the future. There will still be no harm to the world in the things you need to do in the future. The next sentence appeared on the screen. This galaxy black hole felt hope. He must have been extremely passionate about the hacker industry to get to this point. If he can't do it in the future, it will obviously be a big blow. I do. He agreed without hesitation. To be able to follow such a top powerhouse, even the leader of the 9 legendary hackers would probably be eager for it. He actually got a blessing in disguise. Okay, first help me dig out the substantial evidence that the Baylor Consortium instructed several luxury brands to jointly encircle and suppress Tang Hongzhi as your gift for following. After Yi Yang left the last sentence, he left a hidden mailbox. Then he turned off the computer. Soon, the hidden mailbox received an email. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Not only was there substantial evidence of instigation, but a bunch of scandals were also dug out, which was considered to be overfulfilling the task. Sensible. He nodded. I am quite satisfied with this galaxy black hole. I can consider giving him other tasks in the future. Although his hacking skills are invincible, he can't do all the dirty work. This galaxy black hole has good skills and good character. He is a good assistant. And of course, he still has to use his good time to enjoy life. Hacker Forum. Many people are discussing. It must be a settlement agreement. I think so too. It's already this time, the result must have come out long ago. It seems that the Iron Fist of Justice is not that awesome. Many people are discussing. Galaxy Black Hole, Justice Iron Fist has cracked all my information, but he is not going to expose me. In order to repay him, I will follow him in the future. Seeing that someone said Yi Yang was not good enough, Galaxy Black Hole could not stand it anymore and spoke out angrily. Damn it. Black Hole boss really took action. Is this Justice Iron Fist so strong? Which country is this hacker from? He actually fought against 4 people alone and wiped out the 4 legends. He is from China, right? Didn't you see that? His ID is written in Chinese? Is there such a powerful person in China? The forum exploded immediately. After Galaxy Black Hole said this, he stopped talking. Justice Iron Fist is now a god in his heart. No one can insult him. Baylor Manor. What a shitty legendary hacker. It's only been 1 day, and they are all wiped out. That Justice Iron Fist is so strong. The council members of Baylor Manor were all in disbelief. They were the 4 legendary hackers. Not only did they kill 3 people, but one of them also defected and became the opponents. Lackey. At that time, they were not prepared for the Galaxy Black Hole, and they provided the data interface to the opponent to facilitate the opponent to find resources to fight against the Iron Fist of Justice. As a result, the opponent stole some secrets of the Baylor Consortium directly from the interface. By the time they found out, some of the data had been stolen. They were furious. But they could do nothing. Ah. Where did Yi Yang find such a top hacker? Such an arrogant person was actually used by him. The council members were so angry that their foreheads were smoking. No matter what, Tang Hongzhi must be killed. So what if there is no hacker? Just crush him head on. Second update. That's right, even if we can't get his dirty information or expose his secrets. But we haven't lost an a head-on confrontation. The people in the Baylor Consortium are full of information. After all, they are confident that a small luxury brand can be killed with just one move. Although they encountered many obstacles this time, they all felt that it was just a matter of time. Subsequently, the Baylor Consortium increased its investment. The frontal commercial suppression has become even more intense. However, with the ebb and flow of public opinion and reputation, Tang Hongzhihui not only survived this business war, but became more famous and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This is so against business logic. If you want to keep Tang Hongzhihui still able to do so, you have to invest at least 10 billion euros in cash flow, right? You can really hold on. This Yang is just spending money indiscriminately for the sake of face. That's right. No one in the consortium can understand it. According to normal business logic, spending so much to protect a business goes against profit thinking. Pure businessmen like them would not do such stupid things anyway. I don't believe they can really hold on. Fuck them for me. The Baylor Consortium is getting more and more arrogant. However, when the news came out that they jointly encircled and suppressed Tang Hongzhihui, public sentiment surged within China. This foreign consortium is so shameless. They actually joined forces to suppress the luxury brand owned by Mr. Yi. This is also China's only brand in the international luxury goods industry that is truly famous at home and abroad. We must not let it fall. Fight back. Public opinion was in an uproar. However, after all, Tang Hongzhihui was positioned as a luxury product, and not many ordinary people could afford it. But in this case, many wealthy people also participated. I also want to do business internationally in the future. And I don't want to be miserable. There are friends of Yi Yang, and there are also those who want to curry favor with Yi Yang. There are also those who want to take advantage of this wave of popularity, to buy Tang Hongzhihui to increase their brand favorability, or to create personal IP. For various purposes. Tang Hongzhihui sales have skyrocketed. In China, sales have completely crushed the top overseas luxury goods that have dominated the domestic market for who knows how many years. It has become the first choice for wealthy people to buy luxury clothes and jewelry. Today, China leads the world in the consumption of luxury goods. The prosperity of the Chinese market caused Tang Hongzhihui's sales to skyrocket. Supported by objective data from various financial reports, sales statistics, and public opinion surveys. Many large capital investors entered the market to buy stocks. No one is a fool. Everyone is rushing to make money and invest. Of course, data and facts will speak for themselves. The Baylor Consortium's simple price war and public opinion offensive collapsed one after another. On the contrary, with the revelation of various black materials, not only China, but also many people in foreign countries have begun to abandon the luxury brands of the Baylor Consortium, which has caused the stock prices of its three major luxury brands to fall continuously and sales to decline. It is very tragic. The other party's financial base and determination to keep Tang Hongzhihui completely exceeded our expectations. If the fight continues, our three major brands will probably be destroyed together. Stop your losses in time. This war has already been lost. If it continues, it will only cause us greater losses. The rationalists of the Baylor Consortium spoke out one after another. Ceci's Baylor obviously also understands this truth. The loss of money is indeed a matter that the council members of the consortium attach great importance to. The situation within the consortium has changed. This Jiangjing, we can find other ways to deal with him at any time, but if this small battle continues, we will just help each other and destroy our own century-old brand. The gain outweighs the loss. Capitalists often call themselves intellectuals. This is often a cover-up for their lack of humanity and bloodiness. Driven by profit, they simply gave up and stopped. But they want to stop. Jiangjing didn't want to stop. If you want to fight, you can stand. If you want to leave, you can leave. There is no such thing in the world. Jiangjing's voice spread from the internet. Tang Hongzhi will step on the corpses of the three old brands and become the true number one in the world. Too arrogant. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Do you really think that the Baylor Consortium can't do anything to him? I'm so angry. 20 years ago, who in the entire world would dare to speak like this to our Baylor Consortium? All the members of the Baylor Consortium were furious and furious. I thought that Jiangjing was holding on. As long as they declared a truce, Jiangjing would definitely be happy to negotiate for peace. However, things turned out to be completely different from what they thought. Jiangjing wanted to take advantage of this battle to destroy their three major brands in one go. Do you think our Baylor Consortium is vegetarian? Really want to start an all-out war with us? I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. Compared with our financial reserves, if you want to play a money-burning war with us, it's just like a fly on a tree. A group of council members also shouted repeatedly. Yundingshan manner. Jiangjing raised the corner of his mouth. He never cared about business thinking and so-called financial thinking. Sometimes, it is these seemingly rational ideas that destroy the most precious things of mankind. That's basic personality. If you are violated, you must retaliate. Whatever the best choice is, it's all bullshit. These three major brands must be destroyed. If he hadn't received the 8 trillion yuan in capital flow, he might not have been 100% sure of winning in the full-scale war. But now, this is all the enemy's money, it's useless. Why not use the enemy's money to defeat the enemy? And with the nature of the Baylor Consortium, they always think about the gains and losses. And it is estimated that they will not fight him to the point of life and death. Competition between luxury brands. 300 billion is enough to win. After all, whether it is from justice, public opinion, funds, products, etc., he has the advantage. If you don't establish your authority at this time, you are just a fool. Finally, in the future, many industries in China will inevitably go global. If the leaders of each industry are sniped by foreign countries, who dares to leave China? He just wants to smash the world's strongest resistance and tell all Chinese businessmen that the so-called strongest capitalists in the world are just paper tigers. Just kill him and it's over. Invest another 300 billion and launch a full-scale counterattack. No matter the losses or the cost-effectiveness, we will completely kill the three major brands. Suppress them from the luxury market and make them the last in the market. Jiangjing waved his hand. The luxury market has a brand effect. If the reputation is bad, it's over. But after all, the other party is a century-old brand, deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is impossible to completely destroy it all at once. Even if it takes 20 years, 50 years. I will do this. I want the Baylor Consortium to regret its decision to attack Tang Hongzhi forever. One battle, establish prestige. First update. This Yang is simply crazy. The council members of the Baylor Consortium were dumbfounded by Yang's recent actions. How can there be such a business war? This is too crazy. It's completely unorganized. They have accumulated deep experience and strong business talents. If it really comes down to it, Yang's secretarial team still lacks some experience. But people don't care about the loss at all, they are just tough. In addition, the Baylor Consortium did not have an advantage in any aspect, and was directly defeated by this brutal and unreasonable offensive. The sales of the three major luxury brands have fallen continuously, and their stock prices have also plummeted. Damn it, damn it. They all wail. However, obviously these are meaningless. Because Yang was bitten to death, no matter how much money he spent or how much time he spent, he was worthy of the Baylor Consortium. But the Baylor Consortium has no such intention. After all, they are still a consortium that mainly focuses on making profits. This kind of losing money all the time and having to deal with it is against their nature. They soon couldn't hold on any longer. Keep sending peace messages to Yang. I hope Yang will stop this meaningless attack. Unfortunately, Yang completely ignored it. Apologize? Then shut down 3 of your brands to apologize to me. Yang is extremely determined. If he had not had a hand in this matter, Tang Hongzhi would have been doomed to death, and he would have collapsed and been removed from the luxury goods industry within a week. Now you want to stop the war just by talking? Impossible. Then no one would dare to attack him easily in the future. He wants all opponents of the same level in the world to see clearly that as long as they dare to attack him, they will have to pay the price of blood before the fight ends. Madman, an absolute madman. Seth Baylor had mixed emotions after seeing Yang's reply. On the one hand, he was furious, on the other hand, he was helpless, and on the other hand, he was worried. It's just nonsense. How can such a person have so much money? It simply goes against the principles of a businessman. Nonsense. Nonsense. He no longer knew what to say. Another week later, the Baylor Consortium thoroughly confirmed that what Yang said was true. After the council members met and made a decision, they decided to stop the useless burning of money for the 3 major brands. Without the continuous cash flow provided by the Baylor Consortium behind them, the 3 major brands soon became unable to withstand it and completely declined. In the end, under the huge public opinion offensive and the financial chain was broken, the 3 major brands finally faded out of sight and fell directly to the first-tier brand level. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Tang Hongzhi, on the other hand, stepped on the corpses of the 3 major brands and truly stepped onto the pinnacle of luxury goods. Whether it is reputation, publicity, or sales, it has reached the absolute top. Everyone who was paying attention to this incident was sighing. After all, the 3 major luxury brands are still very famous, but they were completely destroyed in less than a month. The general public just saw it as a joke. But those who knew the origin of this matter, the world's top bosses, were even more worried. This Yang was really a weirdo. However, we are still within China, so we can't really do anything to the other party. It seems that we should be cautious about our attitude toward Yang in the future. If you are not sure that you will kill with one strike, it is better not to provoke the opponent. It's really crazy. As long as you provoke him, you will definitely make the other party pay the price. You will never stop until you achieve your goal. He is cruel. Even the Baylor Consortium can't stand it. The Baylor Consortium is one of the 4 leaders among the top 10 consortiums in Europe. It can be said that it controls the European economy. How can such a terrifying consortium not be able to defeat Yi Yang? It's not that I can't resist it. I guess it's out of the businessman's nature to protect the best interests, right? Well, if we really start a full-scale war with this ancient consortium, I guess this Xi Yang won't be able to withstand it at all. It's just because the consortium will not die with him that he is so confident. There are all kinds of discussions. But the outcome of this business war really shocked everyone. After all, this is not something like building a university on one's own territory. Even if the Shou's consortium monopolizes the education sector, the ultimate goal is to prevent the other party from building schools on one's own territory. Officially losing a consortium in a head-on business war are 2 completely different concepts. Yi Yang's status has skyrocketed in the hearts of the world's top bosses through this battle. A number of top tycoons are beginning to realize that this is more than just a rising star. This is a guy who truly has the power to fight against the world's ultimate consortium, and who has the crazy heart to subvert the existing rules of the world. A real danger. Haha, if God wants him to perish, he must first make him crazy. He is so popular that he won't live for a few days. Sooner or later, he will be tolerated by all the big guys in the world, and they will all target him together, so that he will be wiped out in ashes. I don't know how many of Yi Yang's enemies are whispering and cursing in secret. He is just a lunatic and doesn't abide by the rules of the business world at all. You can't engage in a business war with such a guy. Otherwise it will be easy for both sides to be destroyed, and no one will get better. On the contrary, our enemies will be happy. Baylor Consortium Estate. All the counselors were talking about it. But the outside world's discussion is really annoying. We made the best choice out of reason, but they really thought that our Baylor group couldn't beat Yi Yang. It's a joke. We are one of the 4 leading European countries. How could we be weaker than a rising star in China? We must correct our reputation. But we must not fight a business war. The counselors were indignant, but they all agreed that they must not fight a business war with Yi Yang. Even if they really had to fight, it would be the day when they really wanted to fight to the death and go to war, even if they were seriously injured. They were terrified during Tang Hongzhihui's offensive and defensive battle. They were scared of being beaten. But they would never admit it. We must make him feel the pain. We must fight back 100-fold. What method is better? The counselors were scratching their heads. They were used to crushing their opponents. When they encountered a wave of threats, they would directly launch a business war, which basically solved the problem. But now, Yi Yang would not be persuaded by soft or hard tactics. They had no other choice. Got it. Someone slapped his thigh, his eyes bright. What? Tell me. Not bad, what's the good idea? Many counselors looked over. Second update, PS, weekly no prize quiz, guess what the counselor's suggestions are? Since we can't stop him or start a business war with him, then we will use our hard power to defeat him. Hard power? Isn't that still a business war? No, the reason why consortiums are superior to other business forms is because we control the fundamental resources of the world. We control the fundamental things of the world, such as military industry, such as steel, metal, coal, aerospace. Yes, but what does this have to do with teaching Yi Yang a lesson. As long as we use our strengths to compete with him, we can easily defeat him. This kind of hard power that involves the core of the world, China can't compete with a powerful country like us. That has developed high technology for 200 to 300 years, right? I see. Hi. I kind of understand what you're going to do. But he is not a fool. He would not compete with us if he knew he would lose. Good. Many council members think this idea is great. There is such a way. Don't he like to bet? As long as we propose a bet, he will definitely accept it. The councillor said, the reason we lost twice before was because we were not absolutely sure, but this time, it's different. Good. If we fight with hard power, he will never be able to defeat us. I agree with this proposal. What are we betting against? This Yang. Many people agreed with this proposal and asked again and again. Our Baylor Consortium, luxury brands are just some advantageous projects, the real core, have you forgotten? You mean, aerospace? The eyes of many council members shone brightly. That's right. We, the Baylor Consortium, have contributed tremendously to the aerospace technology in Europe. It can be said that our Baylor Consortium controls most of the core. We persuaded several other companies, and then we joined forces with Yi. The Sellers Consortium, which has a hatred for Yang, fights with him in the aerospace industry. What a great idea. You are so smart. This is a great move. It's absolutely wonderful. The eyes of many council members lit up. And they felt stable. Aren't we already working on plans to develop lunar rockets with several other consortiums? Just use this to compete with him. China has a profound accumulation in aviation and is now a major aviation country. Yang is one of the wills of China. The rationalists sounded worried voices. Even though they are strong now, how many years have we been on this road before them? Whether it is accumulation or investment, I don't think they can compare with us. Besides, we are not competing with the whole of China, but with Yang. Even if he is one of the wills of China, he cannot use China's resources at will. Are you satisfied with your private gambling? This is a taboo in China. Good. That makes sense. Many council members were convinced. Let's compete. With who can build a moon base first? Ceci's Baylor nodded and finalized the content of the bet. Since we are going to do it, we must make him suffer. Directly bet 600 billion euros. Let him vomit out everything he has eaten. Yang had spent a lot of the 8 trillion he had won from gambling, investing in Kyushu military industry, developing spaceships, and fighting business wars with the Baylor Consortium. Today there are only about 4 or 5 trillion left. After all, Ceci's is a top figure in Europe. Although he couldn't find the details, he also knew where the funds were going and estimated Yang's current financial situation. Good. Mr. Ceci's is wise. With several consortiums and the aviation technology accumulated in Europe over the years, I don't believe that I can't defeat a little Yang. That's right. They spent the next few days planning. Although he looks down on Yang has risen too fast recently and has accomplished too many miracles. They are extremely fearful and want to fight a sure battle this time. Only success is allowed, no failure is allowed. Good news, good news. Some council members walked into the meeting hall with excited faces. What's wrong? The Sellers Consortium responded. Not only will they contribute money and efforts, but they will also share the American aviation technology they control. Of course, they require us to also disclose equivalent scientific research results. Okay. I'm more sure this time. Ha ha ha. I guess that Milo Sales was feeling depressed about the gambling incident in college last time, and this time he tried his best to defeat Yi Yang. We are really powerful. We will win. It's already a sure win, let alone with the addition of American technology. Before the rise of China, the top of the world's sciences were basically in Europe and the United States. Only the once brilliant Soviet Union could compete with them. Now that the two swords are combined, they are invincible. We have been secretly developing this super lunar rocket project for more than 10 years in advance, and now it is almost completed. With sneak attacks and absolute strength, coupled with strong alliances, this Yi Yang will definitely die. Good. The entire Baylor Consortium estate has swept away the gloomy atmosphere of losing the business war and being laughed at by the whole world. It is all ambitious. As long as this battle is completed, it will be 500 billion euros. Several other companies are also preparing to come in for a share of the spoils. The final bet is expected to be even more ambitious. With Yi Yang's arrogant personality, it would be strange if he didn't take the bait. A few days later, everything was ready. The Baylor Group sent out the second wave of envoys. We are the angels of honor of the Baylor Group. Why don't you open the door and welcome us quickly? The envoys were extremely arrogant. The last time, several envoys were traumatized by Shou, so they naturally dared not come again. The new batch of people continued the arrogance of the Baylor Group and looked up to the sky. The master is not here, wait outside. Inside the door, there was only a lukewarm reply. Asshole. What a big frame. Yi Yang dared to let the noble guests of the Baylor Group stand outside and wait. Hurry up and invite us in. If you make any more noise, I will tear your tongues apart. Shou happened to pass by the door and kicked one of them, then clapped his hands and walked into the manor. After being kicked by Julie, they all became obedient. At least they didn't dare to act too cool anymore. They could only lean on the stone lions next to them and wait for Yi Yang to come back. When Yi Yang comes back later, I will make him punish his evil slave. He dared to hit our noble envoy. It was night. Yi Yang, who had just had a great time in the Magic City with Princess Vicine, drove back in a super luxury car and saw a few miserable figures at the gate of the manor. First update. At the Baylor Consortium Manor, everyone is anxiously waiting for the results. Although the plan is extremely good. But as long as Yi Yang doesn't accept this proposal, everything will be in vain. They were anxious in their hearts, fearing that Yi Yang would not agree. That's an opportunity to avenge past shame and earn 600 billion euros. For them, the attraction is too fatal. The so-called super lunar rocket plan was envisioned after their technological breakthrough enabled them to manufacture supergiant rockets. In the past, rockets were considered good if they could carry people. But today's super rockets can carry a lot of additional weight, which makes it theoretically possible to establish a lunar base. As long as materials are launched to the moon in batches, people after arriving on the moon can use those materials to slowly build a simple lunar base. Of course, this kind of super rocket is not much more advanced than the previous rockets. It just breaks through the load limit. In the past, it could only carry 2 or 3 astronauts. Now, in addition to astronauts, it can also carry materials for building bases. Now the super rocket is almost ready. They think they will win this time. Why is there no news yet? Doesn't Yi Yang want to agree? Have no idea. Many council members don't know. At this time, several envoys sent out were freezing outside Yandingshan Manor. Although the winter in Shanghai is not as cold as that in northeast China, it is already January, the coldest time of the year. Several people stood outside for a long time, their noses were running from the cold, their whole bodies were shivering, and their big noses were red. Soon he was freezing. The light snow was falling, and soon my body was covered with snow. Since when have there been so many door gods at the door of the manor? Yi Yang frowned. It's too ugly, like a ghost. I have to ask Momo to dismantle these door gods when I get back. Just as he was talking, he saw several door gods suddenly opening their eyes. The eyes are still blue-green. He's still a foreign doorkeeper. He sighed, no wonder it looks so weird. We are here. Ji. Looking for you. Several door gods are talking in succession. Good guy, he's still alive. Yi Yang got out of the car and saw clearly that they were several foreigners. They were probably frozen. When I walked in and asked, I found out that it was sent by the Baylor Consortium. I immediately laughed and called the gatekeeper. Well done. Hall. The envoys waited for a long time before they finally regained their composure. I was still shivering from the cold, but now I suddenly became arrogant, and I wanted to point my nostrils to the ceiling so proudly. As a result, as soon as he raised his head was pressed on the table. It seems that your previous envoys didn't warn you. Shou Qingxian was displeased. She couldn't bear to see these foreigners showing off their power on her boss's territory. At this moment, she used a little force with her hands and knocked stars out of the eyes of several foreigners. Rude. They all issued the same lamentation as the previous batch of messengers. However, they soon became obedient under Shou Qingxuan's training. Okay, do you have something to talk about? Yi Yang said directly. We take the glory of the Baylor Consortium and invite you to participate in a technological war preparation competition with us. Yes, just because we were rational and gave up the business war before, it doesn't mean that our consortium is really inferior to you. We want to prove to the world the true strength of the Baylor Consortium. Although the envoys did not dare to look too proud, their words still showed their arrogance. Yi Yang sneered, if you want to show off, just play by yourself. Why should I play with poor people like you who can't afford to spend money? Show mercy to coax children? You. Several envoys were extremely angry. As the envoys of the Baylor Consortium, this is the first time they have been humiliated like this. This Yi Yang is really too crazy. How dare you call a behemoth like the Baylor Consortium a poor kid? Simply extremely arrogant and extremely stupid. Isn't what I said the truth? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Several envoys were too angry to express their anger. If they lost, they would lose. No matter how hard they tried to explain, facts would speak louder than words. That's just our rational consideration. That kind of petty fight is still worthy of being said to have defeated the Baylor Consortium. We will invest more than 800 billion euros as bets on this competition. I am afraid that Mr. Yi will not dare to bet against us. Several envoys said proudly. That's 800 billion euros. What they came to discuss was a bet worth 800 billion euros. Of course it's honorable. Last time I Said I wanted to make a bet. Your envoys ran faster than donkeys. They were obviously afraid of me. How come? They are so confident this time? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and mocked. You. Several envoys were exposed, and their faces became even more ugly. Last time, the Baylor Consortium did not dare to agree to Yi Yang any more out of fear of the previous bets. This time, I came up with a winning idea, so I dared to take the initiative to bet. Say, what's the bet? Yi Yang was indeed aroused. More than 800 billion euros, which is almost equivalent to 7 trillion Chinese coins. Even for the Baylor Consortium, losing a bet of this level would be a huge loss of energy. Now that China is rising, it needs a lot of money. His black technology also needs money. Trillions seem like a lot, but if it is a superpower-level super project, it is not enough to invest in a few. The Luan Bird project and the spacecraft project alone have cost him 3 or 4 trillion. In addition, the previous network construction, wafer research and development, the establishment of China Kyushu University, the popularization of nuclear fusion, etc. also cost trillions. Although he is now the world's financial leader and stands at the top. But every time he invests, it is a super project or a big plan that affects the future of mankind, a superpower, or even an epic-making level. The landlord has no surplus food. Of course, the more money, the better. Nowadays, the system rarely rewards cash, but various identities or black technology cards. If he can make another 7 trillion Chinese yuan through this bet, it will be very attractive to him. The messenger saw hope and his eyes lit up. What we are competing for is aerospace direction. In the future, who will build their own base on the moon first? Mr. Yi is one of the wills of China. Now China is a space power. I believe he will not be afraid to participate in the bet. Puff. Yi Yang, who was drinking tea, spit it out. Several messengers looked at Yi Yang in doubt. Yi Yang put down the teacup and concealed his expression. He coughed lightly and didn't know what to say. I didn't expect that the opponent would send another unexpected ecstasy. Second update. Who built a moon base earlier? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Good. The special envoy raised his head and said, Isn't Mr. Yi afraid? Yi Yang pondered, It's really challenging. I'm really afraid that I'll lose. Several envoys were trembling in their hearts. They were really afraid that Yi Yang would not participate in this competition. Their minds were spinning and they had thought of many ways to persuade Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang changed his tone, but this gambling fund is really rich and very tempting. Does he want to participate in this competition again? The moods of several special envoys changed with Yi Yang's words, always tormenting the king. Yi Yang pondered for a long time. Does he want to regret it again? Several envoys raised their hearts in their throats again. Well, after careful consideration, Yi Yang finally said. Several envoys stared with their hearts in their throats. I decided. Yi Yang deliberately made his voice last longer. This time, the other party was begging to bet with him. If he agreed all at once, he would definitely make the other party suspicious. He might as well take advantage of this opportunity and play tricks on these self-righteous people. The guy who was the angel of heaven descended to earth. Still. Forget it? Several special envoys felt dejected. They came with orders to kill the consortium. If Yi Yang refused, their status in the consortium would probably plummet in the future. It's better to participate. Yi Yang crossed his legs and said, after all, 800 billion euros, if you don't make money, you won't make it in vain. This 180-degree turn almost knocked out several special envoys. So, Mr. Yi agreed. They were pulled back from the edge of their field of vision with just one word. At this time, they were so surprised that they wanted to kowtow to Yi Yang, but as Baylor's special envoy, they had to stay relatively calm. Good. Yi Yang nodded. As for the gambling agreement, ahem, our Baylor consortium has already drafted it. In order to prevent Mr. Yi from saying that we bully the small ones, many of the terms are absolutely fair. They handed the first version of the contract to Yi Yang. Yi Yang glanced at it twice and handed it to Momo. He didn't know much about hardcore business knowledge, and he had to have a good wife like Momo. These clauses must be modified as follows. After Momo studied it for a while, he proposed modifications. After all, it is a gambling contract involving 800 billion euros. Of course, caution is the first priority. Moreover, the other party is asking the boss to participate. How can the terms be fair? Of course it needs to be modified to be more beneficial to the boss. Baylor Consortium Estate. There's news. They asked to modify the contract information. For example, if Yi Yang loses, he only needs to pay 750 billion, and if we lose, we will pay the full amount as ordered. The council members said again and again. This is a sign of his guilty conscience. It shows that he has no confidence and is just coveting the 800 billion euros in betting money. He's used to winning in gambling. He thinks he can win no matter what. Ha 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 ha. Many council members were misled by Yi Yang's operation, and they all laughed. However, as long as the other party agrees, I think it is very strange. If he is not sure at all, how can he agree? He should know that when we propose this kind of bet, we must be prepared. There is a rational voice. However, most of the council members now want to avenge their shame, and feel that Yi Yang will definitely not be able to win. After all, their super rocket is almost completed, and it can be said that victory is within reach. Unless China has been secretly planning to do the same project, and it is about to be completed, it is impossible for Yi Yang to win. Good. Promise him. We can't let him regret it. As long as he signs this, everything will be settled. He can't regret it even if he wants to. Not bad. Get him to sign quickly. The council members of the Baylor Consortium urged again and again. I think we should be more reserved. Otherwise, if Yi Yang thinks we are confident, we will have wasted all our efforts. Good. You still have to hold on a little bit. Just like this, when many members of the Baylor Consortium felt that they were extremely smart, they were competing with Yi Yang in a battle of wits and courage. Yi Yang felt happy. The subsequent signing and negotiation took a lot of time, so I left it all to you, Momo. He laughed out loud in other villas in the manor. It really made me laugh too. Tears. Yi Yang didn't even know what to say. Why do these foreign consortiums always think that they are the smartest in the world and are trying to attack them every day? The spaceship blueprint had just been unlocked, and they were about to go to the moon to plant rice, but they jumped out and gave themselves money. It would be an understatement to say that he is seeking death. The key is that the other party still thinks that He is extremely smart. Yi Yang sees it in his eyes. He just relied on the blessing of humans' superb acting skills to hold back his desire to laugh like thunder. 800 billion euros is probably enough for me to invest in 2 or 3 epic-making mega projects. I feel comfortable just thinking about it. Yi Yang stretched and hummed a tune. I won 8 trillion Huasha coins before, and as soon as I spent half of it, someone rushed over to give me money. It was so uncomfortable. However, he was also waiting for the result. Soon, the result came out. He returned to the signing room, pretended to be nervous, roughly browsed the contract, and finally signed his name happily and pressed his handprint. Contract, done. Several envoys felt that their goal had been achieved. And all showed crazy smiles. But when they looked at Yi Yang, who was looking at them with a smile, bad thoughts suddenly arose in their hearts. Could it be? Impossible. Mr. Yi, I'm not afraid to tell you that our consortium will be able to develop successfully soon. If you sign this contract, you will lose. Yes. Several envoys were confident and extremely proud. Ha ha ha. Yi Yang nodded, then you are really powerful, but I will still be the winner in the end. Several envoys were all in doubt. However, their mission has been completed. Although they don't understand what Yi Yang means, they just picked up the gambling agreement at this time. Then let's wait and see the result. Mr. Yi. They all snorted coldly, then raised their heads proudly and walked out of Yandingshan Manor. Yi Yang looked at their backs and smiled. Boss. Yumomo has a good psychological quality. As Yi Yang's personal secretary, she certainly knows about the spaceship plan. She didn't show it when bargaining just now. But she didn't know that the spaceship came from the future civilization, she only knew that there was this project. Don't worry. Yi Yang patted her shoulder. Yumomo nodded heavily. Since knowing Yi Yang for some time, Yi Yang has never lost what he said he could win. Since he said there is no problem, there is absolutely no problem. First update, warm reminder. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Yi Yang kissed Yumomo's forehead. Thank you for your hard work. Umo chuckled. This is not really hard work, it's even harder at night. Yi Yang was stunned and smiled. Yumomo pursed his lips and smiled, raised his head and kissed his mouth. One night of warmth. The happy night ends until the moon sets in the sky and the sun rises. The second day. Yi Yang looked at the big project he was responsible for again, and everything was going on in an orderly manner. Finished the novel. He just stood up, had a friendly interaction with the readers, and stretched. Is Vesini looking for me again? Yi Yang smiled slightly. This perfect mixed-race princess seems to be very interested in her, and she wants to go out with him on a date no matter what. The two of them have gone out many times in the past month. I will look for you. Yi Yang was naturally happy to go out on a date with such a perfect mixed-race princess. Koenigsegg 11 is out of the warehouse. Soon, we drove to the top hotel where Vesni lived. But I found some differences between this place and the past. It seems there are more security guards and manpower. He frowned, and with his keenness, he quickly sensed an atmosphere that was different from the past. He walked into the Magic City Hotel. Identity. The bodyguard. At the door is a foreigner. Yi Yang frowned. Yi Yang. The foreigner was obviously startled, then looked at the person next to him and moved away. After Yi Yang walked in, the two just started talking. This is China's recently internationally famous terrorist boss. Our royal family is extremely afraid of him. But it's a pity that he is destined to be on a different path from us. Our king will definitely prevent our princess from walking with him. That's right, our kingdom is in Europe after all, and it is not a powerful country. It still relies on the support of financial groups. Now that Yi Yang is so stalemate with many financial groups, we will definitely not allow the princess to be with him. But this Yi Yang is indeed worthy of awe. A Chinese man has actually achieved such a terrifying achievement. He single-handedly faced off against the world's top consortium. I just finished beating up the sales consortium, and then I started to attack the Baylor consortium. What a god! If possible, I would rather he be our future princess. The Earl is this Mr. Yi. He is heroic, strong, and domineering. He should be regarded as one of the few in the world. Yes, his attitude towards these top consortiums alone cannot be compared to those of the descendants of those consortiums. Those cowards, if they really marry the princess, I would really feel sad. The two royal security guards were talking a lot. In Senlu Castle, Destiny is the national princess. After all, the royal family is now more like a mascot, and it also has a sacred royal aura, coupled with a perfect appearance and a people-friendly personality. Jean Destiny has unparalleled popularity in Semleburg. Along the way, Yi Yang found that the entire hotel had been booked by the Semleburg royal family, which was surprisingly lavish. Those who came and went were all members of the royal family of Semleburg. He walked to the top-floor presidential suite, where Destiny was sitting with ease. Yi Yang. Destiny saw Yi Yang arriving and walked over. What happened? Yi Yang asked. My uncle is here and wants to take me back, but he doesn't want to leave yet. Destiny pouted and pulled Yi Yang's hand. Is it because your royal family doesn't want you to be my friend? Yi Yang asked with a smile. He is now in the top circles of the world, and his thoughts are naturally not the same as when he first obtained the get-rich system. He can easily think of some things, and with the words and attitude of the security guard at the door, he has almost figured out everything. Destiny blushed and nodded. They are serious. They don't care what kind of friends I make. I'm not a child anymore. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Said. Uncle Destiny walked in from another living room. You are Yi Yang. Yi Yang turned his head. He is a man with a curly brown mustache. He looks elegant and arrogant. He is wearing a retro aristocratic ball-sleeved shirt. At first glance, he looks like the proud old aristocrat in the movie. This is my uncle, his name is Henry's. Destiny said. It's me. Yi Yang nodded. His current status, a mascot like royal prince, was not worthy of being treated as an equal. He smiled because he was Destiny's uncle. In private situations, etiquette was still required. You've been so majestic lately. Henry's rubbed his curly brown beard. It's really powerful to beat the world's top consortiums one after another. Yi Yang frowned. Has this old boy always spoken so eccentrically? Destiny obviously heard some unusual smells. Henry's advocated marrying into the royal family of the consortium. Yi Yang violently beat up the future son-in-law of the Baylor consortium, causing the marriage between the Semleburg royal family and the Baylor consortium to fall through and losing potential financial assistance. this group of royal relatives was very dissatisfied. Naturally, they disagreed with Yi Yang. After all, if Yi Yang hadn't disrupted the situation, the money they spent on extravagance every year would have doubled. As for Vasine's happiness? Marriages between big families never care about happiness. Interests come first. If someone offends me, I will offend him, Yi Yang said lightly. Since the other party is not going to be polite, he naturally has no good face. Nowadays, if he wants to go to the United States in an official capacity, he must be personally received by the president and the shadow emperor. A prince without real power in an ordinary country is also worthy of being sarcastic with him? If someone offends me, Henry snorted, the pleasure of revenge is a mistake that young people like to make. Do you know that your recklessness has ended the marriage between our royal family and the Baylor consortium? The faster a person loses something, the more he values it. The royal family's majesty is getting worse in this era, but his self-esteem is getting worse. Looking down on ordinary people like Yi Yang who have no aristocratic blood, as long as you don't have aristocratic blood, even if you are the richest man in the world, he feels looked down upon. Looking down on no. Speaking naturally becomes domineering. Are you talking to me? A hint of sharpness flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. He was a master of the highest level, possessed unique skills, and his temperament and spirit were naturally not comparable to that of a frivolous and extravagant prince like Henry's. With just one glance, he was frightened and his legs went limp, and he retreated repeatedly. Second update. What are you going to do? Henry's asked in disbelief. I think it's what you want to do, Yi Yang asked back. The royal family claims to have aristocratic blood, but now they only care about how much money they have to squander. You only care about your own greed for pleasure, and where do you put Vesni's future and happiness? Henry's was forced back by Yi Yang's questions, and finally got stuck on the threshold and fell directly to the ground. Pung! He grimaced as he fell. But there is really nothing to refute what Yi Yang said. He just did it out of selfish desires, and there was no high-sounding reason to excuse him. Sacrificing one's own happiness for the sake of the royal family is the consciousness that royal people should have. He can only sing high notes. Then why don't you sacrifice yourself? Why don't you join the Baylor consortium? There are a lot of ugly old women in the Baylor consortium, right? Why don't you sacrifice yourself? When you sacrifice others, you sound more confident and more competent than anyone else. When it's your turn, why? Yi Yang shouted angrily. You. Henry's was completely dumbfounded. He was speechless and had nothing to say. Anyway, I'm taking Vesni back to China this time. Don't even think about stopping me. Henry's raised his head. I am here to represent the will of Sunluberg. This is China, and I represent all the will here. Yi Yang's eyes were stern, and Vesni is my friend. As long as she doesn't want to, no one can take her away from me. You. Henry's gritted his teeth. The royal bodyguards nearby all came over. In case of conflict. Yi Yang sneered. After all, you and Vesni share the same ancestry. I don't want to hurt you, but don't ask for trouble. Standing on the land of China, do you still want to intimidate me? Yi Yang asked. This. Henry suddenly realized that this was the magical capital of China. Other people's territory. And this Yi Yang is a ruthless person who even the top financial groups dare to beat up. If he is really anxious, he probably will not care about his status as the so-called prince and the special envoy of Semleberg, and he will only suffer. Destiny looked at Yi Yang with full eyes. This man is so handsome. You can stay in China as long as you want. I will protect you until the day you want to leave. Yi Yang turned his face sideways and assured solemnly. Destiny nodded and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Who wouldn't love such a man? Thinking of this, her face turned slightly red. Walk. Yi Yang took Vesni's hand and pulled her out. This. Henry's wanted to scold and stop him. But he didn't have the courage. Yi Yang was famous, and he was still on the opponent's territory. He didn't dare to be arrogant, but his lips trembled in anxiety. If Henry's didn't give orders, the royal bodyguards would naturally not dare to make their own decisions. As members of the royal family, they are somewhat aware of Yi Yang's international importance. If they take action, it will be an international dispute in a big way. China is now a superpower, so it is better not to cause trouble. The royal security guards surrounding here automatically gave way to a path as Yi Yang moved forward. Yi Yang pulled Vesni and walked grandly and calmly out of the building guarded by layers of royal bodyguards. 2 royal bodyguards at the door watched them leave. What a talented man and beautiful woman. I feel so too. Ahem, let's stop talking. Prince Henry is probably going to be furious again soon. Ha. Ha. The 2 royal bodyguards laughed out loud. Yi Yang pulled Vesni to Koenigsegg 11. Please, my little princess, pfft. Destiny was amused by Yi Yang's serious look, after sitting in the car. Where to go? Yi Yang asked. I don't know. I've been stuck in the hotel for the past 2 days, and I'm very bored. I just want to go somewhere to relax. Destiny said. Good. As soon as Yi Yang stepped on the accelerator, Koenigsegg 11 roared and ran with its head held high. At this moment, Henry's chased him out of the door. Why are you still standing there? Chase me. These Chinese people robbed and kidnapped our princess. If the princess is lost, you will be the one to blame. Henry shouted. Oh. The bodyguards were all upset. It was clearly because you were trying to be nice and angered Yi Yang, which led to this result. In the end, you wanted to take the blame for them. Oh, by the way, you seem to have given a disguised assist to 2 young men and women. If the king knew about it, he wouldn't scold you like crazy. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't really say these complaints, so they got into the sports car and started chasing. Those who can be selected are those with special skills. The 2 people responsible for tracking are retired professional racing drivers. They didn't take the pursuit seriously at all, after all, although Yi Yang's car was better than theirs. But after all, he is just an ordinary person, and his skills are too far behind theirs. Following Yi Yang, they are confident that they can bite each other. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to drive. However, they soon discovered that the car in front seemed to have disappeared. What the hell? They blinked, not believing what they were seeing. This Yi Yang's driving skills are too strong. He is very skilled in dodging, drifting, and overtaking. Chase him. He will disappear soon. The 2 were terrified and drove to catch up. Buzz buzz buzz. They stepped on the accelerator again and again. They were also driving sports cars. On the urban highway, the speed they showed was actually similar to that of Koenigsegg 11. After all, they both had speed limits. They could only compare pure skills. But Yi Yang's car is. All round, even the current world racing king can't beat him. Not to mention the two retired racers. Unbelievable. This is too good. The two retired racers were overwhelmed. Soon, the two were left behind and Yi Yang's car was nowhere to be seen. They were both stunned. This driving skill is too strong. I would like to call him the Chinese driving king. Oh, yes, he is really too strong. I didn't expect that Yi Yang is not only a powerful person in public, but also a driving king in secret. It's incredible. The two sighed. Then they received a call from Henry's. What? Lost? Aren't you professional racing drivers? Lost with an ordinary person. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Yes, it feels like the level that only top professional racing drivers can have. The two of them kept explaining. You have to make up some lies. He is so young, and his business development is so good. So he is very strong. He is also a world-class racing driver? Lie to hell. The two racing drivers looked at each other and spread their hands helplessly. Then just treat it as a lie? First update. Call. The car drove along, very fast. Move around. Destiny was greatly stimulated. My heart rate has gone up. I didn't expect your driving skills to be so good. Destiny sighed. Yi Yang smiled slightly, it's just getting rid of two little old men, it's nothing. Destiny laughed. If those two people knew that Yi Yang called them little old man, they would probably be furious. She still knew that those two were also very strong racing drivers. At a very high level before they retired. Being dumped so easily really made her admire Yi Yang even more. How many secrets are there in this man that have not been discovered yet? Soon, Yi Yang brought Vasani to Disneyland. This is his property, so he is naturally not afraid of those people coming to harass him. After giving orders to the gatekeeper of the amusement park, he took Vasani inside. This was not his first time experiencing Disney attractions, but it was his first time to bring a real princess. You're a real Disney princess on the run now. Yi Yang laughed and said. I hate it. Vasani gave Yi Yang a charming look. Wow. What a talented man and beautiful woman. Isn't that Yi Shenhao? Who is the girl next to him? She looks like a mixed race, but she is super beautiful. That's right. She looks like a princess. It's really enviable. As soon as they entered the park, many people recognized Yi Yang and Vasani. Yi Yang smiled slightly and put on a mask. In order to give Vasani a perfect playing experience. It is also important to be an ordinary tourist and fully experience the fun of the project. The roller coaster is so exciting. The ice cream is so sweet. Shooting games are fun. Bayubiubiu haha. The Disneyland was filled with Vasuni's happy voice, and countless young, middle-aged, and old men were stunned. I'm so envious of the man next to her. Don't be envious. Even if only his eyes are exposed, you can see that he is an extremely handsome man. He is not something ordinary people like us can compare to. Prince and princess? This is so showy. Disney's official photographers also captured the happy moments of the two people from various unexpected angles. Make it into a photo album of precious memories. Oh, I'm so tired. After playing for a day, it was already dark. Vicini lay on Yi Yang, acting like a sly cat. The depression of the past few days has been wiped away. Thank you, Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled slightly. What practical actions are you going to take to thank me? Vicini blushed. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Then how do you want people to thank you? Yi Yang rubbed his chin. You have to think about this. Before he could think about it, his cheeks were slightly wet, and the warm touch made him feel like an electric shock. Vicini's chicken pecked at the rice very quickly, and she was already standing one step away with her hands behind her back. Little ghost head. Yi Yang patted her head. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat. Good. Vicini nodded repeatedly. After taking the photo album from the cameraman, Yi Yang looked at the car while Vicini looked at the photo album on the road. Under the sun, at the top of the Ferris wheel, the beautiful princess looked at the handsome young man with a smile. Even she, a princess who was used to seeing beautiful things all year round, couldn't stand such a beautiful scene. That's great. She held the photo album and looked at the bustling night view of the magical city. She pretended to glance casually at the handsome young man driving beside her. I really hope to be with you every day, she whispered softly. Huh? What did you say? Yi Yang looked at her with interest. It's nothing. I'm talking nonsense. I'm drunk on ice cream. Vicini chuckled and turned to look in the opposite direction, her hair flying, blocking her shy red face. Yi Yang drove Koenigsegg 11 through the night. In Shanghai. Young rich people, princess-like beauties, top-notch luxury cars, bustling night views. Is this the magic city? Some passers-by were stunned and fascinated when they saw this scene. If this scene can exist in life, it will be called a life worth living. Unfortunately, many people are looking forward to such a life, and many people are destined not to have such a life. After passing through the feasting, we came to the old bungalow area, where there is an old seafood restaurant, a time-honored restaurant with good taste. It's a treasure restaurant that Yi Yang recently discovered. The environment in the restaurant is very retro and bustling with people, like returning to Shanghai in the old days. Both of you, the waiters, also used welcome etiquette from the last century. The top seat, a feast of fresh food, Yi Yang said with a smile. The waiter's eyes were shocked. This handsome guy with a mask spoke with the highest standards in the store. The seat fee for the top seat alone is 360,000 Chinese dollars per night. Not to mention the price of the 100 fresh banquet. But this was obviously a regular customer who had been here before, and he didn't dare to make any assumptions. Mr. Zhong Fuqing is going to invite a big shot to a banquet here today. The big shot will be here soon. The top seat should be reserved for us. As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the speaker. Except there is no axe on his waist, he is dressed like the members of the axe gang in the movie. This? The waiter looked troubled. Yi Yang and the other party were on top of each other, and this axe gang was obviously not easy to talk to. Zhong Fuqing? Never heard of it. Yi Yang shook his head. I don't remember this person at all. Those who can eat here are not ordinary people. Mr. Zhong, how about giving us Mr. Zhong some face? The axe gang clasped their fists and spoke with a charlatanic air. They must have been gangsters in the past. I have never heard of this person, so naturally I have nothing to say about him. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled slightly. In order of priority, I will say it first. If you want to bid for a meal, I will accompany you. There is no need to use force to overwhelm these little people who have never heard of them. What a big mouth. Just as the axe gang was about to say something, they saw a middle-aged man with a tiger head and a bearded waist walking in from the door. The middle-aged man seemed to be opening the way, and he was respectful to the old man behind him. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and saw an acquaintance. The tiger-headed middle-aged man turned out to be Zhang Jiutian, the boss of He Jiutian Security Company, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Zhang Jiutian seemed to have discovered Yi Yang, and immediately came over to introduce Yi Yang to Zhong Fuqing. Unexpectedly, Zhong Fuqing waved his hand. Directly, it's normal for juniors not to know my name. I traveled across the Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas in my early years. Your Lord Qian in the Magic City is my adopted brother. I am also hosting a banquet for him tonight. This Uncle Qian is now here. You should have heard of his name? I heard it. Yi Yang nodded. Zhong Fuqing raised his head with an arrogant look on his face, naturally preparing to teach him a lesson. However, Yi Yang slowly took off his mask and said calmly, I don't know, have you heard of my name? Yi Yang? Second update. Yi Yang? Zhong Fuqing's eyes were shocked, and when he saw Yi Yang's face, he was stunned. Isn't this the terrifying existence of the top consortium in the world that is famous in China today? The shadow of a famous tree. Although I didn't pay much attention to what Yi Yang looked like, he seemed to be a handsome young man who often visited the Magic City and could afford such an expensive banquet of fresh food. Ahem, Mr. Zhong, I think we should go to the second seat. It would be unwise for us to argue with Mr. Yi. Zhang Jiutian took advantage of every opportunity and kept talking. Ahem, it turns out it's Mr. Yi. I was reckless. Zhong Fuqing saw that Zhang Jiutian was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately knew that he must not have run away. A frightened and embarrassed smile appeared on his face. He immediately clasped his fists and bowed. I hope you will not remember the villain's fault. Yi Yang smiled slightly and joked, I'm just a junior. And I've never heard of your name. Do you think you don't mind? Mr. Yi has never heard of a villain's name. It's so appropriate. Who am I? A dog's name is worthy of your ears, Lord Yi Yang. Zhong Fuqing laughed repeatedly. Yi Yang was shocked in his heart. This old boy was so shameless. He was arrogant in front and respectful in the back. His attitude was completely reversed because he even turned around in the air and then knelt down. Mr. Yi, you are here tonight too. Qian Buxian's voice came and he walked over with the help of a faucet. Mr. Qian. Yi Yang smiled at him. Qian Boxian also compensated him in the beginning, and later did some things for him, so the relationship was not bad. And the other party was the former underworld leader of the Magic City. You can entrust him with things that are difficult to come forward for. Therefore, he has always maintained some kindness towards Qian Boxian. After hearing what happened to Zhong Fuqing just now, Qian Boxian wiped his cold sweat. You dare to mess with this guy, you really have a long life. Fortunately, he was not completely offended in the end, which made him relieved. Mr. Yi, this Zhong Fuqing is my adopted brother. In recent years, he has also washed his hands in a golden basin and done many good deeds. It was also a sin for him not to recognize you just now. Qianbo now wants to intercede with Yi Yang. Yi Yang waved his hand. He didn't bother to worry about these things. He just said, times have changed. In the future, you will be less likely to rely on your old age outside. Remember today's lesson. Yes, yes, yes. Zhong Fuqing nodded repeatedly and said yes. Yi Yang nodded. He took Vesny to the first seat. Zhong Fuqing let out a long sigh of relief. He was so frightened just now that he almost had a heart attack. Qian Boxian also patted him on the shoulder. I told you a long time ago that times have changed. Your mentality still hasn't changed. It was my fault. Zhong Fuqing couldn't laugh or cry. It seemed that he really had to be careful when going out in the future. The magic city is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Even if you just invite an old friend to a banquet, you will encounter such a ruthless person who shocks the world. The feast of fresh food was very sumptuous. After all, it was a feast that cost over $1 million. This wine is so fragrant and mellow. It seems to be much different from the white wine I drank before. Destiny tasted it. It seems to have the fragrance of flowers. This lady has great taste. This is the accompanying wine for the 100 Fresh banquet. It is called Baihua Brewing. In it, there is the brewing essence of flowers. The flowers of spring, summer, autumn and winter, and the petals of wealth and beauty, all blended into one jar. Brewing it has been aged for a long time, and each vat of Baihua Brewing is unique, because of the different types of flowers sealed inside. The beautiful waiter explained patiently. I see. Destiny nodded and tasted it again. Her whole body felt clear, her mouth was fragrant, and there was a complex and wonderful feeling of hot and cold extending from her mouth to her stomach. The feeling was incredible. Yi Yang also nodded. This Baihua Brewing is indeed unique. He has now tasted all kinds of fine wines. This Baihua brew still made his eyes light up. This dish is not bad either. Yi Yang ate a piece of fish that was full of color, flavor. The fish bones were all picked clean. After the selected fish was steamed, it was sprinkled with some exclusive ingredients to exude the most rustic fragrance. Delicious. Chinese cuisine is very different from European cuisine. She is used to eating Western food with knives and forks, and suddenly eating the highest level of Chinese feast. Destiny enjoys it extremely. In addition, after a tiring day of playing today, the food tastes even more delicious. Destiny was in an especially good mood today. After eating, he held Yi Yang's arm and enjoyed a chat on the street. He talked a lot about his thoughts, sweetness, or troublesome experiences. As they walked slowly, the two of them were deepening their understanding and knowledge of each other. Is Yi Yang worried? Destiny asked. Yes, I have. Yi Yang sighed. As a human being, how can we not have worries? Ah? Yes, then what is Yi Yang's trouble? Wai Shuni felt that what Yi Yang said was reasonable, and asked at this time. I am worried. What should I do if I have finished enjoying all the top food and wine in the world, and there is nothing new for me to enjoy? After all, there are only so many famous wines worth more than 1 million yuan. Yi Yang sighed. The Sunni had a question mark on her face. Yi Yang, you are so irritating. Ha ha ha. Yi Yang laughed out loud. Is there anything else? Destiny asked. Of course, they say that the greatest pain in life is when someone dies, and the money is not spent. I think it is very likely that I will suffer this greatest pain. Yi Yang sighed. I don't want Yang to die. Don't say such things. Destiny pouted and said. Yang was stunned for a moment. Then smiled slightly and patted her little head. In fact, he is still a human being after all. How could he not have thoughts like Versailles or wanting to show off a little? If other people heard what they just said, they would probably roll their eyes and say that they are too dazzling, but when hearing the same words to the ears of someone who likes you, the point is completely missing. His heart warmed slightly and he stopped joking. Destiny's words made him feel something different. Of course there are worries. The world seems peaceful now. But in areas that we can't see with our eyes and can't understand on the internet, wars break out every year, and people die all the time due to cruel conflicts of interests, and there are still people starving to death because of lack of food. The world is far from being as beautiful as we imagined. Yang smiled lightly and said, every child has a simple and primitive wish when they are young, and that is world peace. The world. Dasani nodded ignorantly. Standing at Yang's height, what she saw in her eyes and what she thought in her mind were fundamentally different from ordinary people. After all, if you cannot care about the world, you are not worthy of sitting in the position of governing the world. World peace is the common wish of everyone in the world. But as I grow up and see all the social problems, this wish that everyone originally expected has turned into a luxury. In the end, it has evolved into a joke among adults. Words. Yang smiled slightly. Even for him, the future of world peace is too far away. Although he is already the pinnacle of mankind, he is not Ultraman after all. Also, be realistic. Yang said in a deep voice, China's current rise will inevitably lead to conflicts and dangers in the future. As one of the wills of China, I naturally have concerns in this regard. Even now it is just on the verge of a complete rise. All of this has aroused the scornful eyes of the top established financial groups in the United States and Europe. They do not hesitate to conflict and gamble, and block them life and death, not to mention what will happen in the future. First update. If a full-scale war breaks out in the future, it is really something to worry about, but with his character, although he is worried about these things, he solves problems whenever he encounters them. Nothing to overthink. Yang Vasani looked at the worry flashing in Yang's eyes. Such a strong man would also have some worries. She couldn't help but touch Yang's face. Yang smiled slightly. Okay, it's time to finish eating. It seems like you can't go back to the Magic City Hotel now. What are your plans for the evening? Vasani pouted. I don't know. My card seems to have been frozen too. Maybe they want to force me to submit? Yang was speechless. Could it be Prince Henry's dirty tricks? Sometimes I really don't know whether the other party is a friendly force or an enemy force. Or simply because it's so stupid. Could it be that by following her, Vesni would still be short of money to spend? He smiled slightly. Let's go, follow me directly. I'll arrange it for you, Vesni? He made a sound, but he didn't resist, and his face turned slightly red. Actually, Yang took Vesni onto the Koenigsegg 11 and flew all the way to Linjiang Community. There are still several vacant large flats. Although there are many wealthy people in Shanghai, those who can afford large flats generally do not rent. Therefore, several large flat floors are empty, and only the first few are given to Lin Shuer, Fang Xijin and other girls. However, what Yang didn't know was, as soon as he took Vasani into Linjiang Community, someone saw him. It's a female anchor. This is The female anchor, Yuan's heartbeat is racing. She is still in college, but because of her beauty, it is now the era of internet celebrities. After the broadcast started, she gained a lot of fans and made some money. But she is naturally fond of enjoying and spends as much money as she has. She should have become relatively wealthy among college students, but she would rather borrow money to enjoy a house that does not belong to her. Linjiang community is a high-end community, and the monthly rent is very expensive. She has always wanted to find someone to help her share the burden. But a few licking dogs have no strength at all. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't squeeze out much money. And since she entered Linjiang community and saw the lives of these rich people, the jealousy and sourness in her heart became even more outrageous. But Yi Yang is rich. After she heard that Linjiang community belonged to Yi Yang, she had already been moved. Yi Yang finally arrived today. She felt that her spring was coming. Why did he bring a girl with him? But it's normal for Shenhao to have several women, as long as he can get money from him. Yuan made up her mind and followed Yi Yang. This kind of tycoon must have been used to gold worshippers and green tea. I have to show my uniqueness. Yuan thought for a while and felt that it would be silly to go up directly. Don't all these CEOs in TV dramas like to meet by chance? I have to create an opportunity for a chance encounter to make our acquaintance natural. She planned. If you want something in your heart, your behavior will be somewhat deliberate. Yi Yang's perception is so strong that he has already sensed Yuan's existence. But I didn't bother to pay attention to it. Even if the other party is a female spy, she can't hurt herself. If she isn't a female spy, there will be nothing terrible about following her. Humph, it turns out you entered this building. Yuan looked at the building in front of her, touched her chin, and thought hard, thinking about how to make the encounter look normal. Anyway, let's observe first. He will probably come out soon. We have to have a chance to meet him first. Large flat top floor. Yi Yang and Destiny walked into it. How about living here? Yi Yang smiled. Linjiang community is a high-end community, and the large flat floor on the top floor is no better than the Magic City presidential suite. Very luxurious. Destiny walked around and said, the environment here is really nice. Yi Yang smiled slightly, as long as you like it. Destiny nodded, thank you, Yi Yang. It's nothing. Yi Yang smiled and said, I will transfer 5 million Chinese coins to you first as pocket money. If you don't have enough money, I will ask for it. I borrowed it and will return it to you when I return to China. Destiny continued. I believe our little princess will not default on her debt. Yi Yang rubbed Destiny's face with his hands, which felt wonderful. Seeing Destiny's red face, he let go of his hand. Actually, I just drank too much. Destiny apparently also saw her little red face in the mirror nearby, and muttered, I guess so. Yi Yang smiled freely, not revealing Dasani's little thoughts. This is a Linjiang community. From the window, you can see the night view near the Huangpu River. Yi Yang brought Vesnito the window and said with a smile. So beautiful. Destiny watched. Although you can see the night view from the Magic City Hotel, the beauty of the architecture is at best. But now the ferry is running on the river, and the buildings on both sides complement each other, rendering the river beautiful, like neon ribbons, passing through the shining high-rise buildings. Looking at the man next to her who was looking intently at the river, Vesny took a deep breath. Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and just as he turned his head, his mouth was blocked. Tenderness and warmth came over him, and he relaxed his heart, hugged Weisheni, and responded. The two supported each other and finally lay on the bed. I have something to tell you in advance. Yi Yang held Weisheni's hair and looked down at Weisheni's perfect face. He wanted to tell Weisheni about his emotional status. But Weisheni shook her head indifferently. Don't say anything, just feel it. She turned over and held Yi Yang in turn, rolling and kissing continuously. Just like that, the two rolled like a windmill. Fortunately, the big bed was big enough to withstand the rotation of this windmill. That night, both of them saw each other's secrets, and their biological knowledge was improved. Especially Weisheni, it was the first time to deeply learn the most important lesson in biology. Second update. That night, Vesny's biological knowledge greatly improved, but there were also deviations. I feel like the knowledge I gained doesn't match my practice this night. After Vesny got up the next day, she held Yi Yang's chest and said weakly. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The book says that a normal male's time should definitely last less than half an hour. Why is it different from the book? And it can last all night, which is even more wrong. Vesny pouted. Yi Yang laughed. Maybe it's because I'm too strong. Huh? So that's it? Vesny nodded in realization. Ahem. Okay, you can stay here for now. I'll buy you some daily necessities in the supermarket downstairs. Yi Yang handed the key to the flat floor to Vesny and then went downstairs. Vesny was exhausted from class last night, so she definitely didn't want to go downstairs to move around at this time. Outside the building, the scheming anchor Yuan stayed outside all night, looking haggard. Finally out. Her sluggish expression instantly became energetic, and she took out her makeup mirror and touched up her makeup. Although she only looks pretty, she feels that she is already the most perfect woman in the world. After all, there are internet-famous sayings as evidence: confident women are the most beautiful. Sister is the queen, confidence shines. Okay. That's it. She took a deep breath and began to plot the plot. Internally. After a night of hard thinking, she reworked several scenes of the domineering president and finally figured out the routine. As a romantic drama heroine, there are 3 elements in total. First, just be stupid. Second, you still have to be stupid. Third, and most importantly, that is, stupid. She must act like a silly and sweet person. After watching the self-cultivation of actors all night, there should be no problem. Go, go, go. She screamed inwardly. As he walked, he followed Yi Yang. Yi Yang had already discovered the woman who had been following him yesterday. And he was a little shocked. Is it an illegitimate meal? Came to follow you? Or paparazzi? I want to dig up news. But he didn't care much. He sat up straight and wasn't afraid of being secretly photographed. He walked into the supermarket. One benefit of high-end communities is convenience. This community has its own community hospital, community department store, community restaurant, community gym, and even a supporting Linjiang kindergarten. As a department store in a high-end community, it naturally has everything you need, and the decoration is light and luxurious. Yi Yang made a random shopping cart and wandered around in it, purchasing supplies. He doesn't quite know what girls need, so he just takes it when He sees it and puts it in when he thinks he needs it. After a while, a cart full of sanitary napkins and the like was loaded. Yuan, on the other hand, has been observing and planning, preparing to play a classic. In TV series, there is no way for the male and female protagonists to know each other without collision. Must collide. She waited at the end of the container, calculating Yi Yang's speed. As soon as Yi Yang's shopping cart appeared, she would rush up and pretend to be ejected. This way you can recognize Yi Shenhao. She watched coming. She rushed over, and with every step she took, she felt that the money-filled future was calling her, and the world became brighter. The road ahead is as dazzling as gold. I'm coming. She felt the collision. And the movements she had rehearsed countless times were simple and skillful. An exaggerated but realistic back flip showed her technique and determination reached a new height in life. Pung. She fell hard onto the shelf next to her, knocking over a lot of goods. She was buried between packets of potato chips. The cute, exposed head shook its head vigorously, and while shaking it, she said in a coquettish voice, "I'm sorry. I accidentally hit it." Huh? Ha, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The silly laughter coming from the side sounded like a crazy guy, not the handsome Yi Yang. She took a closer look and realized that the shopping cart she knocked over belonged to a fat otaku weighing over 300 pounds. Moreover, this person has small eyes, a big mouth, freckles on his nose, a silly smile when touching his head, stubble all over his face, and drooling water. It looks like he's a super fat nerd and a perennial idiot. She was so frightened that she screamed and almost fainted. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" "It's all my fault. You were so scared that you fainted. There's nothing we can do. I've been living for so many years, just waiting for this moment when a hero saves the beauty. Let me, the righteous Kamen Rider, come to you, do artificial respiration. Save this dying girl." After saying that, the fat otaku even made a pose, and then came over to give artificial respiration to the beautiful girl. However, as soon as he leaned down, Yuan was frightened and came to life. He screamed, slapped his fat face away, and ran out of the supermarket without even bothering to wipe the oil on his hands. Yi Yang, on the other hand, watched all this with great interest and couldn't help laughing. This is too beautiful. He had basically figured out what this woman was thinking. But this chance encounter was too unsuccessful, haha. "Brother, why are you still standing there? This is love. Chase after me." Yi Yang looked at the fat man who was stunned by the slap and teased. "But she hit me," the fat man with stubble said. "Hitting is love, scolding is love, she is shy," Yi Yang said with certainty. "Ah. You really woke me up. I understand. The fat man has not been in a relationship for 28 years. At this time, love has come. Like chicken blood, his meat balls bounced and he stood up. "Beauty, I'm coming." Yuan was stopped as soon as she ran to the door. After all, she had damaged the goods and had to pay compensation. As soon as she paid the money, she saw a mountain of meat running towards her. She screamed and ran away in fear. "What's going on? The crew? Filming Beauty and the Beast?" The two waitresses were talking. Turning around, she saw Yi Yang walking leisurely with a shopping cart. "Wow. Yi Shinhao. The only owner in the community. A big star. He's so handsome. This is too handsome. They instantly forgot the tragedy just now, drooling while helping Yi Yang scan the code. To check out. Let me help you move these supplies to your residence. The beautiful waitress was attentive. But Yi Yang smiled and shook his head and refused. In the large flat. At this moment, Wei Sheni has recovered a little. Standing by the balcony, looking at something. What are you looking at? Yi Yang asked with a smile. There is a fat guy chasing a little girl downstairs? This scene is too outrageous. Wei Sheni didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This fat guy has good endurance. Yi Yang didn't expect that he had returned to the room, and the other party was still chasing that scheming woman. First update. After returning from Linjiang community, Yi Yang received a message invitation. Yi Yang looked at it and smiled slightly. During the National Day family trip, at the Atlantis Hotel, a film crew that had invested in Huabua provided some funds and encouraged them to make a great TV series and give a good fight to Park Buting, a film and television businessman from the great cold underworld. Face. Now, the filming of the TV series has been completed. The crew director Han Li invited himself to guest star in a friendly role. Yi Yang looked at the script and samples, his eyes brightened. The script is adapted from the most popular online article about dads, called Daddy's God Restaurant. It tells the heartwarming story of Lin Yi, the main god of the invincible universe, returning to Earth and becoming a father to raise his baby. Both funny and refreshing, this popular book has gained new vitality through careful adaptation. Previous TV series adaptations of novels were unsuccessful, mainly because they would rather spend money to find actors, but were unwilling to spend money on special effects. Moreover, the screenwriters are always imaginative and wantonly changing the plot of the original text. As a result, only fans of popular celebrities will watch it. Fans of the original novel feel the plot has been changed and won't read it. Passers-by think the special effects and plot are too ridiculous and won't watch it. And the adaptation here is really good-looking, and interesting. A guest appearance as the final boss? Yi Yang laughed, still very interested in this, and then agreed. In the theater, Yi Yang has already seen some of the previous effect clips. The crew was not short of money, and the special effects were very good. Satisfied just looking at it. He had a premonition that this film would definitely be a hit. He just had a cameo role, and the filming was very fast. Coupled with his superb acting skills, the crew was stunned on the spot. Although I have seen his wonderful performance in Yi Wen, but actually witnessing that kind of acting skills live is another feeling. As expected of the star of the #1 movie in the world's film history. Isn't this too strong? True strength. The actors hired this time are all capable, or the new generation who want to film well. I gained a lot from my interactions with Yi Yang. Yi Yang also wants to see more exciting film and television works in the future, so he also tries his best to teach acting skills. It's done. A few days later, the director shouted the final click and said with a smile, It's still not finished. I really hope to stay with Mr. Yi for a little longer. Before Yi Yang came, the filming was almost done. He just had a cameo role. The crew here has just finished filming. News about the Dahan Minghua TV series has spread online. You from the Sun? Yi Yang looked at the works launched by the other party and couldn't laugh or cry. You have offended so many of our viewers, yet you still dare to use that Lu Minhui. Director Han Li came over to take a look and couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Minhui was robbed of fans by Yi Yang at Shou Airport. He flew into a rage and cursed at us. He was beaten by a group of indignant people at the airport, and subsequently his reputation exploded. That park beauty forced him to record an apology video, and the crazy fans in the country started yelling at Appa again, and then frantically defended him. Anyone who said anything bad about him would be surrounded by those crazy fans. Beat. Someone explained. The rice circle culture is really scary. Everyone sighed with emotion. No matter what he did, it was perfect in the eyes of fans, and he only needed to apologize to get the matter over with. But most Chinese people will choose not to watch this drama because of this, right? Not necessarily. Didn't Enbal say some bad things about our country before? Aren't many people still going to watch it? Well, there are too many people in the country, and there are all kinds of people. There is nothing we can do. Perhaps people don't care about our market at all. They think that the Dahan drama is invincible and can sweep the world easily, so they don't care what impact it has on us. I think this explanation is the most reliable. They will pay for their arrogance. You who came from the sun became popular throughout the Great Cold Kingdom once it was announced, and was hailed as the best cold drama in recent years. Lu Minhui's fans are crazy about promoting him, but most people in China are still sober and directly boycott. No matter how good a TV series starring this kind of person is, I won't watch it. The showrunners behind this don't consider our feelings at all, and using this kind of starring role is simply bad. That's right. Criticism arose online. But the showrunners seemed not to hear it at all, and went their own way. The Dahan drama was indeed powerful in the past few years, with the potential to sweep across Europe and Asia. Now it has exploded with such a high-quality product. It is naturally magnificent and has signs of breaking through. It hasn't really been released yet. It has just been announced and it has become so popular internationally. It seems that this is a pretty strong opponent. Everyone on the crew felt tremendous pressure. Han Li frowned, but was not intimidated. He said calmly, "Originally, we did not underestimate our opponent. After all, the opponent is a powerful country in TV dramas. In terms of film and television, it has its own reasons for being unique in the world. Fight with all your strength. This battle will win." Chinese TV series, brought to the world, good. Everyone in the crew is said to be excited. You don't need to worry about the announcement. Yi Yang smiled slightly. I will be responsible for the publicity and distribution. You can just work on the content without worries. This is so good. All the crew members were excited. Yi Yang is now the top player in China, and he is also a super tycoon. He is not short of money. If you are famous and rich, if you really want to promote something, it shouldn't be too simple. But then, they became worried. Most of Yi Yang's fame and money are influential within China. After all, they are lacking too much internationally. Can it really compete with the Dahan drama, which has long been famous internationally? They were all extremely worried. Yi Yang smiled slightly. He has too many identities and too many channels. Not everyone knows his true strength. After all, to ordinary people, people with 100 million or 1 trillion are considered rich. He won't say much. It is also a good thing for the crew to maintain a sense of crisis. Chinese TV dramas are finally going to the world. Yi Yang clenched his fists, anticipation rising in his heart. Second update, tips from Jiangjing. If you forget about the yacht director dispute, you can jump to chapter 955 to review it. The capital of the Great Cold Kingdom. Pu Buting was holding red wine and grinning happily as he looked at the data report in front of him. Okay. He sneered and said, as expected, our Dahan drama has been popular all over the world before, and its strength and foundation are all there. Now, with vigorous promotion and careful production, it has a tendency to explode. He looked at Lu Minhui standing on the other side. Look, listen to me, you will become famous sooner or later. Yes. Lu Minhui couldn't stand Pu Buting, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who knew that the other party was a capital tycoon? In the great cold underworld, capital predators are the law, and even those officials can't beat them. It's almost enough to say that you can cover the sky with one hand. We are a film and television company under the name of the Samsung Consortium. We are backed by unparalleled capital in the world and have powerful publicity channels. That Yi Yang is so naive. He actually compares the influence of TV series with us. It really affects their Chinese cultural influence abroad. There is no strength at all. Pu Buting snorted coldly and smiled. Yes. When it comes to Yi Yang, even if Lu Minhui annoys Pu Buting, he still has to agree with him from the bottom of his heart. It was because of Yi Yang that he encountered the most important Waterloo in his life. If he didn't lose so many fans in China, his right to speak might be stronger. Now he has become Pu Buting's dog, and he can be beaten and scolded at will. Pu Buting crossed his legs. After he returned to China, he checked Yi Yang's information. After checking it, he was indeed shocked. This guy is too ruthless. He seems to be at the top of China at a young age, and he has even attacked the world's top conglomerates. Although the Dahan Ming Kingdom's Samsung Consortium encompasses the entire country, some people even say that the Dahan Ming Kingdom should not be called the Dahan Ming Kingdom. It is more appropriate to call it the Samsung Kingdom directly. Because their people, from birth to death, almost all live under the corporate influence of the Samsung Consortium. Entertainment, real estate, military industry, securities, mobile phones, funerals, meals, clothing, cars. There's nothing this consortium doesn't do. The super conglomerates in the United States dominate by monopolizing certain resources in the world, while Samsung dominates by monopolizing all resources in a country. Its international influence cannot be ignored. It is only one step short of becoming one of the top 10 international consortiums, and the Beers Consortium is much stronger. But it is weaker than the Baylor Consortium. And he is currently betting against the Baylor Consortium, so he probably has no time to take care of things here. Pu Buting said confidently. How could he dare to bet with Yi Yang if he had no support? After all, there were Chinese people playing Yi Yang in the Atlantis Hotel at that time. Not to mention a billionaire. With the Samsung Consortium behind him, it wouldn't matter even if Yi Yang really defeated the Sales Consortium. Furthermore, his kind of defeat is just to build a school, despite other people's blockade. It doesn't mean that he has caught up with the Sears Consortium in terms of hard power. If we go head-to-head and start a full-scale war, I think he can even defeat the Sears Consortium. Can't beat it, let alone the people behind us. Park Buting analyzed for a while, it would be even more outrageous to go against Baylor and the Samsung consortium at the same time. It's impossible. He is analyzing with confidence. The secretary walked in with a bad look on his face. What's wrong? Are you in a panic? Pooh. Buting asked with a frown. Huaxia, Huabua Film and Television has also announced its release. The secretary kept saying. Oh? Pooh. Buting raised his eyebrows, then what? The name is Daddy's Restaurant. What a bad name. Pooh. Buting complained, you won't get angry once you hear it. Why don't you come over and report this? No. It's mainly their announcement. The secretary waved his hand and added. What's wrong? Pooh. Buting frowned. This is a world-class press conference. The secretary said solemnly. World-class? It's just China, with support from Africa and some countries at most. There isn't even much TV penetration there. How can it be possible to have a world-class press conference? Pooh. Buting sweated violently. In the film and television industry, people generally talk about overseas. If we talk about the world level, it is the 5 continents and 4 oceans. Wherever humans can watch TV, they have their propaganda. Even if it is used to describe the IP that took the world by storm, the Avengers Endgame movie, it cannot be described as such an adjective. How much does this cost? Is he crazy? Pooh. Buting was stunned. Yi Yang had just started, and to him, he was bigger than Wang Jia. They seem to have some kind of network in their own hands, and have their own publicity channels overseas. The coverage is extremely wide and spans 5 continents and 4 oceans. It is simply stronger than the publicity channels of the Samsung consortium we are backed by. The secretary said in disbelief. How is that possible? As long as Samsung mobile phones are sold everywhere and the land covered by Jiangjing Real Estate, we have our publicity channels. How can we not be as strong as their publicity channels? Pooh. Buting's face turned pale. You know, the world's tallest Burj Khalifa, the Twin Towers of Longqipo, etc. They are all owned by Samsung Real Estate. 1/3 of the world's landmark buildings have the shadow of Samsung consortium behind them. Such a powerful range of influence, such a terrifying propaganda coverage, seems to be inferior to the network established by the other party? This is impossible. He couldn't believe this fact. The secretary sighed, there is no way to not believe it. Even in Africa, South America, Australia, etc. The other party has extremely strong propaganda power. These lands are generally difficult for mainstream international media to get involved. Of course they can't believe this. After all, the consortium is mainly engaged in business, and only where there is business will it build its own propaganda channels. And Yi Yang realized the importance of propaganda from the beginning. In the early years of the United States, it relied on its invincible media and public opinion advantages to manipulate public opinion in various countries, subtly influence cultural output, and make people form its invincible and beautiful image. It was not until the rise of China's own internet that a relatively objective, not so beautiful, and even a little too free America was restored. In today's peaceful situation, public opinion media are often sharper and stronger than guns and cannons. After all, there are many restrictions on using guns and cannons. But it is difficult to defend against public opinion offensives. He spent $500 billion on the initial investment in building an international network, and then continued to invest in construction. Now that these days have passed, he has almost established a super media network that spans all countries in the world and has a complex network. As long as modern civilization is involved, he has spared no effort and established his own propaganda route regardless of cost. The investment has already exceeded 1 trillion Chinese yuan. Moreover, it is still being invested. In those backward countries, it is more difficult to build their own public opinion propaganda network than in countries with a sound network. It is foreseeable. In the future, it will only cost more. This is a bottomless pit. But the benefits are also obvious. Park Buting didn't believe it at first. But after seeing the promotional videos in 1 or 2 countries and various languages, and the amazing number of views of those promotional videos, and the hot topics on various channels, he knew. In the first-hand competition of publicity, he lost, and it was very thorough. First update. It's just for publicity. Soon, he raised his head and sneered, in the end, it still depends on the finished film. If the plot is not good, the acting is not good, and the filming is not good, it will be ruined in the end. How many TV series have been promoted overwhelmingly, but in the end they are not cool at all? No one is watching. The secretary wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't open his mouth. Huh. If you have anything else to say, let's talk about it together. Pu Buting can naturally see it. They also announced it in our great cold underworld. By the way, I asked me to send you a sample. The secretary gave an edited video to Pu Buting. Haha, you want to give me some power? What have I never seen in my life? You're so naive. Pu Buting snorted coldly and clicked on the video. The beginning of the video. It is the starry sky in the universe, gorgeous and charming. This special effect is made to be realistic without losing visual impact. There is a feeling of combining reality and art, reaching the pinnacle. It's just the beginning. He gritted his teeth. Based on his understanding of Chinese TV dramas, special effects of 1 minute and 2 minutes were carefully made, which was enough to edit the promotional video. As for the content, it was shoddy. If you really watch it, you won't be able to watch it. The more he saw the back, the more shocked he became. The special effects at the beginning are simply too shocking. A powerful being stood in the starry sky and killed an unparalleled beast with 1 sword. Then, the gods from the legends of various countries appeared. Whether it's the special effects or the style, it's all top-notch. He was stunned and completely speechless. This special effect alone is enough to take the world by storm. As long as the plot is not mentally retarded, even if it is at a normal level, it will be enough to reach the top of the world with this top-notch special effects. It's incredible. When did China's film and television production level reach such a high level? He couldn't understand it at all. Before, it was all shoddy. The special effects in TV series only cost 50 cents, and the fights were all in slow motion. It seems that it's not that China can't make high-quality products, it's just that those junk investors in the past didn't let those production teams create high-quality products. He sighed. Just a short video made him completely feel his previous narrow-mindedness. It seems that he is a strong opponent. He completely put away his contempt. We must fight with all our strength. We, the great cold underworld, must not lose. Yes. The secretary nodded. I have to ask the big guys behind for more resources. They have always been coveting the Chinese market. If they can defeat Yi Yang head-on this time, they will definitely be very interested. He sneered. He didn't believe that Yi Yang could really defeat Han Minghua in the film and television industry. Magic City. In the past few days, Yi Yang has been running to Vasani's flat floor when he has nothing to do. He is worthy of being a mixed race of Eurasian descent. His body is a combination of the strengths of others. It is not only full of resilience, but also has strong endurance. My uncle couldn't find me and started looking for your embassy, using diplomatic means. Destiny looked at the latest news, covered her mouth and smiled. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This Henry's was so stupid that he directly said that he had kidnapped Princess Semmelberg. At this time, public opinion was in an uproar. Destiny is still very popular in Europe. Although Yi Yang is internationally influential, she is definitely not as well known as the Pearl Princess in Semmelberg. The rumors he spread aroused great public outrage there. Many people who don't know the truth are crusading against Yi Yang, this hateful Chinese, for actually kidnapping their princess. I'm under a lot of pressure. Yi Yang teased. He became a kidnapper before he knew it. I'm sorry, Yi Yang, it's all because of me. Destiny sighed and apologized. It doesn't matter, let this rumor spread for a while. Yi Yang said with a smile. He could feel that Henry's was the biggest obstacle to Vasuni's happy life. If she didn't get rid of this old man, Vasuni would not be happy even if she returned to Semmelberg. It happened to take this opportunity to damage the reputation of both Henry's and the Semmelberg royal family. Henry's, the culprit, would inevitably be deposed directly. He even kicked out the Semmelberg royal family so that he could rest assured that Vasuni would return to the country. He pretty much talked about his plan. After hearing this, Destiny hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Maybe, this is what my uncle deserves. She sighed. This uncle is rarely seen and enjoys his life in various ways. Only when the royal family's money is not enough for him to squander, will he be seen quarreling with his father. I was anxious when I had nothing to do, thinking about which consortium she would marry her to. She hated Henry's very much, and now that he was doing all kinds of tricks, she didn't want to allow this uncle to do whatever he wanted anymore. When Yi Yang and Vasani were discussing Magic City Airport, Henry's looked at the three people getting off the plane and greeted them. Prince Henry's. The three of them nodded at Henry's, with indifferent faces and arrogant expressions, as if they did not take the prince seriously. You are finally here. Henry's was overjoyed. These are the three top agents of Killhead, a well-known organization in the grey industry in Europe. Killhead is similar to Hurricane in nature, and is responsible for resolving some things that are difficult to solve on the surface. However, although it is strong in business, it cannot do business at the national and battlefield level like Hurricane. You are looking for Princess Vasine, right? The leader of the three top players is a man with lead gray hair and a gloomy expression. Business in China is difficult to do. We have already spent a lot of money to sneak into the country. We have to pay more. The butler, next to him, said with a pale face. Okay, as long as you can tie Vasine back to me, any amount of money is fine. Henry's thought very well. If Vasine is tied back and held in his hands, the facts will be impossible to verify. This basin of dirty water will be put on Yi Yang's head and it will be impossible to wash it clean. Kidnapping a princess of a country, no matter how high his status is, this crime is big enough. By the way, he can also take the opportunity to cause trouble and force Vasine's father to agree to the marriage. Killing two birds with one stone, with many benefits. He transferred the money with a painful feeling. He was a man of extravagance and debauchery, who only ate, drank and had fun. Although he did nothing. Every year, the royal family would give him wealth that an ordinary person could not earn in his lifetime, but he often spent it all quickly. This time, he took out almost all his savings. Second update. Looking at the three ace agents leaving, Henry's showed a sneer. These three people can be said to have unique skills. They are also well known among killheads. They rarely make mistakes. They have a very high status in the European spy circle. I have spent so much money, don't let me spend it in vain. Henry's crossed his legs, already imagining the future of marrying a super consortium, and then living a wonderful life where he could spend every day. The leader of the ace trio is Hal, a man with leaden hair and a gloomy expression. The second child is a white-faced man with kidney deficiency, dressed as an aristocratic butler, Zhao. The third child is the devil muscle man. The muscle killer man, Gil. The three of them were walking on the streets of Magic City, feeling very emotional. China's criminal activities are the most difficult in the world. After all, the infrastructure here is developed, and there are cameras everywhere. Petty thefts may not be taken care of by anyone, but if big things are involved, these cameras will be the killers of criminals. Moreover, most of the internationally famous killers are foreigners. It is difficult to remain ordinary once you enter China. The most important thing for an agent is to be inconspicuous. Finally, the security here is stable. If you want to do something dirty, it is difficult to find an entry point and get some intelligence and help. This is my first business trip to China. I hope everything goes well. I have a bad feeling, Butler Zhao said. We three brothers travel across Europe. We have never seen anything difficult. It's just kidnapping. It's easy. The muscular man Gil said proudly. Don't underestimate the enemy. The man who abducted the target Vesni is named Yi Yang. He is very famous and influential in China. We must have a careful and complete plan this time. Hal, the leader, said. Fortunately, we entered the country secretly this time. Yi Yang must not know about the existence of the three of us. It will be easier to do things. That's right. We are hiding and he is hiding. We can find out no matter what. He is still famous in China, and his every move may be traceable. Well, let's find a place to stay first, then investigate and make a plan. Good. The three of them thought about it and went to find a place to stay. Yida Cinema's super-sensing giant screen hall. Yi Yang is watching a movie with Vasani. He received messages one after another on his mobile phone, and he thought there was a world war. After all, ordinary trivial matters cannot be transmitted to his mobile phone at all now. What he handles every day is at least hundreds of billions of orders and major human affairs. Oh? He opened his phone and glanced at it, only to find that the message was not sent by the same organization, but the content was very different. The Hurricane, his intelligence system in China, and the official system all sent him messages. 3 Ace. Agents of the European Grey Organization Killhead entered the country for unknown specific purposes. They had contact with Prince Henry's of Senleberg, and it is speculated that they should be related to Princess Vesani. Several notices have some relevant analysis. And there are also videos of several people unable to find their way on the streets of China. Yi Yang smiled slightly. These guys thought they had entered the country secretly and were planning with great confidence. But how could such a big thing be hidden from a boss of his level? What's wrong? Destiny looked over. Yi Yang told her the situation. What to do? In Europe, Destiny is naturally more aware of Killhead's reputation than Yi Yang. In Europe, among the grey organizations, this is considered the number one, and the three ace agents are also well-known names. Very strong. She is not worried about her personal safety. After all, he is her uncle, and he should not be crazy about doing anything to her, but if this affects Yi Yang, don't worry about it. I'm going to send someone to find out the real purpose of Henry's. Give him the right medicine. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Not long after, the information arrived on the phone. All parties have verified that these people were obviously instructed by Henry's and were prepared to kidnap Destiny by any means, and then use her as a bargaining chip to attack Yi Yang and force the royal family to marry the Baylor consortium. What? He is my uncle. How can he be so vicious? Destiny thought these people were just entrusted to monitor her, but she didn't expect that they came to kidnap her. And looking at the evidence, her uncle was even prepared to seal her mouth before he achieves his ulterior purpose. He is not going to let her show up again. This means that at least her personal freedom must be restricted. If you think about it more, then maybe you will do something to her. She couldn't believe it at all, but Yi Yang's intelligence department was too powerful, and almost all the information sent had solid evidence, so she couldn't tolerate her disbelief. Now, she was completely determined to follow Yi Yang's plan. If such a guy with evil intentions hangs around in the royal family, sooner or later her father will be harmed too. What do we do? Destiny asked. Yi Yang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, use the trick and lure the snake out of the hole, this moment. They finally found a hotel and prepared to get off the taxi. Scan the QR code to pay, the driver said. They used simultaneous interpretation. After the translation, they asked in confusion. What is scan code payment? The driver looked like a country bumpkin, WeChat or Alipay. Scan the code and transfer the fare to me. Forehead. Several people were stunned. Credit cards are generally used for payment in Europe, and scanning codes has not yet been fully popularized. They are doing grey work, and now they are in China, they are completely stunned. You don't want to be a pirate, do you? I want to call the police. The driver took out his mobile phone vigilantly. No. The three ace agents were in a hurry, took out the only cash on them, stuffed it into the driver, and got off the car with a dusty face. Good guy, just arrived. In China, before starting the mission, a driver almost sent them to the police. Oh, it's terrible. They wiped their cold sweat. As agents, they must have used fake identities and could not be seen in the light. If they really checked carefully, it would be easy to have problems. This rubbish prince, the information provided is so incomplete. In the next 2 days, they didn't dare to go out, and they crammed Chinese knowledge in the house. Finally, after spending a lot of money, a lot of resources, and paying a heavy price, they basically adapted to life. The top floor of the Magic City Hotel Henry's has been frowning these days, and he has been in touch with news all the time. More money. More money. Give us more money. They all want more money. You guys are untrustworthy. It's obviously you, the old bitch, who didn't explain the situation clearly. The two sides almost fought. But Henry's finally sighed and compromised, borrowed money, and sent it to them. That's better. The three agents nodded. Everything is ready. It's time to start. First update. Action. All three of them were very proud and felt confident. It's easy to snatch away Princess Bethany from Yi Yang's hands. They got in a taxi and came to an attraction. According to their secret information channels, they knew that Yi Yang would bring Bethany here today. This should be it. The view is really nice. There are just a lot of people. There are really many Chinese people. The three of them were complaining while going up the mountain. Yi Yang and Bethany were chatting and strolling around, so he naturally knew that those three people were nearby. The other person feels that they are perfect. But every move has already been counter-monitored. Yi Yang knew where they had breakfast and how many buns they ordered. Of course, he didn't have the time to find out about it. It was more important to pick up girls. As for his itinerary, he naturally dispersed on his own initiative, but was accidentally discovered by the trio. It's really lucky that I saw the two of them when I first arrived. First of all, we have to capture the evidence of Yi Yang's abuse of Princess Bethany for that old guy. Even if it is just a forgery, it will do, but there must be material that can be forged. Well, let's observe them first and confirm the fact that Princess Bethany has been kidnapped. Then kidnap Princess Bethany back. The three of them made up their minds, lay down in the grass, took out their video cameras, and were ready to record at any time. Hey! What are you three foreigners doing? Come out here. You will be fined 200 for damaging the lawn. When the old sanitation worker in charge of patrolling the scenic area saw the three of them, he frowned and hit them on the back with a shovel. The three of them were depressed and vomited blood and paid the fine. Why is China feeling like it is in crisis all over the country? Any driver or sanitation worker can make them lose their temper. It's so terrifying. They feel suffocated. I deeply regret taking this business. I will never come to China again. That's right, it's too difficult to do bad things here. Several people complained, so they could only hide it and occasionally snap a picture. They're holding hands. Look so sweet. Are they a couple? Where's the kidnapping? That old man is lying again. Maybe Princess Bethany has Stockholm Syndrome? Bethany is a popular princess, known to many people in Europe, and is more famous than a celebrity. Although the three of them are agents, they also regard Bethany as the lover of their dreams. Now seeing her actually having sex with a Chinese, she was so angry that her nose was crooked. This Yi Yang? How dare a foreigner touch my goddess like this? They kissed. Several agents gritted their teeth and their eyes fell to the ground. Is this still the princess who doesn't eat the fireworks of the world and is like a goddess coming to earth? The kiss was so passionate. How deep is this love? They all had extremely hot eyes and felt extremely painful. Damn Chinese man, I don't know what kind of magic he cast to make the princess so obsessed. But I think they are more like true love. The third child said naively. Shut up. The boss and the second brother shouted in unison. All right. The third child scratched his head. At the Magic City Hotel, Henry's face turned pale after seeing the video. No. How could this happen? This is not true. His eyes exploded, he clutched his chest, feeling bursts of pain, and suddenly fell off the bed. It's over, now we can't get any evidence at all. And a princess came out. It seems that Vasani is really attracted to Yi Yang. He will never allow this to happen. This niece is an extremely important chess piece to him. If he cannot marry the Baylor Consortium, he will not be able to realize his future ambitions and plans. He directly and fiercely replied to the message, no need to take any bullshit evidence. Just kidnap Vasani back to me. As long as she is in my hands, Yi Yang will still be able to explain. What is the truth? It's not up to me. A mouth. Well, we have to find a good time. The three agents reluctantly agreed. The scenic spot is full of cameras and tourists, as well as the mountain patrol security team, and 3 old sanitation men who are psychologically troubled by the sight of them and dare not take action. Only surreptitious videos. After getting tired of playing, Yi Yang got into the Ferrari with Vasani in his arms, stepped on the accelerator, and left handsomely. Chase. The 3 of them were riding on the second-hand car they finally got. Because I can only use a pseudonym. I dare not seriously buy a good car that requires a real name. Hurry up. The 3 of them almost stepped on the accelerator. I drove too fast and the wheel flew off, almost causing a car accident. They gnashed their teeth. The second-rate dealers in China have a very bad conscience. Jarl swore angrily. Second brother, when will you learn Japanese? Jill asked confused. After a bumpy journey, the 3 of them arrived at the gate of Linjiang Community Inn. Shabby clothes and shabby clothes. Okay, there is a sheltered observation point here. Let's observe with telescopes right here. The 3 of them squatted in the grass, looking in from the large flat window. Yi Yang and the goddess of their dreams, Vasani, were hugging each other passionately, taking off their clothes. Second brother, why are you drooling? What is so beautiful? Show me quickly. Muscular man Gil said repeatedly. Ahem, there's nothing to see, just let me see it. Alone. Although the goddess was about to be taken off by others, he was angry and excited inside. When they were about to continue watching, a car stopped in front of them and blocked the lens. Don't urinate in public. Fine, 300. The urban management officer rolled down the window and looked at the 3 brothers with disgust. These foreigners are not good enough. They squat in the grass and urinate on the spot. Which country are they from? There are no toilets in your country. The second brother Zhao was so anxious that he shouted, we are actually from India. Oh, no wonder. The urban management officer nodded and suddenly felt that it was understandable. He collected the fine, kindly told them how to get to the public toilet, and then drove away. Quick, quick, keep watching. Zhao raised the telescope again with great excitement. But I found that the curtains on the large flat floor had long been closed. The good show is almost gone. Zhao looked sad and angry. Magic City Hotel. What? You mean Vasani? Henry's worst fear has happened. The Sunni actually developed to that point with that Yi Yang. We must not let the Baylor Consortium know about this. He was so anxious that his head was sweating. We can't delay it any longer. Vasani must be kidnapped tonight. Second update. Didn't you say that there would be an observation period and then you would take action when the time is right? Why do you keep changing your demands? The eldest Hal frowned and said unsatisfiedly. Ahem, the situation always changes. Faster than it changes. You are the ace agents of Europe. You don't even have the ability to adapt to changes. Henry's frowned and asked. Haha, to do this kind of thing, you need to plan carefully, think carefully, and ensure safety. If you change the requirements casually like this, every variable is a risk to us and is fatal. The second oldest Jarl said. This. Henry's felt that what these people said made sense. Then what do you want to do? Of course, add money. Is there any need to say this? Jarl rolled his eyes and said. Add money again. Since you came to China, the price you agreed on before has almost doubled. Henry's was completely emptied out and owed a lot of debts. If he failed this time, he would be completely scrapped. It's up to you. If you're not afraid that the news here will spread outside, take your time. Jar said lightly. No, I'll raise money for you right now. Already in debt, the sunk cost is already huge. When Henry's heard that the matter was going to be exposed, he couldn't stand it immediately, so he went to raise money. As long as it succeeds, it will be an invincible turnaround. Bet. Fight. It's come to this point, it's not a big deal to retreat now. The transfer was completed quickly. Well, although this old prince often changes his mind, he is still willing to pay. Hal nodded and said with satisfaction. What should we do? Jill asked. It's too urgent. There is no other way. We can only use our agent skills. Jar said. You mean? Jill glared. That's right, just be a bandit and tie up the woman quietly at night. Hal's eyes flashed a cold light. Even though they have encountered setbacks since entering China, it is because they have never performed missions in China and are relatively unfamiliar with it. In fact, their professional capabilities are extremely strong. Otherwise, they would not be called the 3 ace agents. Security, door picking, kidnapping, and tracking are all very high-skilled. Should we teach Yang a lesson? He made us suffer this time. Jarl said coldly. Don't act rashly. This person has a very important position in China. If there is any mistake, I am afraid that China will turn over the gray area of Europe, and our 3 lives will be in danger. When Hal heard this, his face turned green with fear. Okay, then he's in the house. If we really want to kidnap him, it will be difficult not to hurt him. Once Yang and Princess Vicine are done, they should leave. Let's just wait. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Did he fall asleep because he was too tired after doing it? It's impossible to do it for 3 hours at a time? Is he still a human being? I don't know. Anyway, we'll do it at 2 in the morning. Hal looked at his watch. There were still 4 hours left. He had to do it anyway. Another hour later, Yang finally went out. The 3 of them were sweating, right? So long? They're not human. It must be because he did something else after he was done. It can't be that long. This is not a human being. Jill has always been extremely confident in his extraordinary 20 minutes, but today he suffered a devastating blow to his confidence. Ahem, now is not the time to think about this. This guy is finally gone. We'll do it soon. Hal said repeatedly. However, not long after, Yi Yang actually came back with a suitcase. Oh my god, this is too unsatisfied. Will it take another 4 hours? The faces of several people were very gloomy. However, this time, Yi Yang came out in just over half an hour. Jill breathed a sigh of relief. This seems normal. After leaving, he never came back. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the time had come. The three brothers were all sharp-eyed and slowly approached the gate of the community. In the past few hours, they have scouted the site, collected information, and made a plan to move forward. The moon was dark and the wind was high. They nimbly climbed over the security mechanism of the community, and their bodies were like monkeys. It's not that the security mechanism of Linjiang community is too weak, but that they are indeed world-class, with strong skills, professional equipment, and master-level physical fitness. They climbed nimbly, carrying jammers, and jumped directly into the community 4 or 5 meters high. Click. After they landed, they looked around and avoided the security guards who came out of the security booth to check the situation. Then, they sneaked along and destroyed the cameras along the way with homemade crossbows. Finally here. They took out tools and electronic equipment, operated them, connected them, and used hacking technology to crack the electronic lock at the door. Click. The door of the apartment building was opened. It's on the top floor of the big flat. They all felt relieved. It felt like success was within reach. In front of the door of the big flat, they checked the airtightness and used the splitter to open a small gap. The mist spread from the gap to the inside. After 20 minutes, several people felt that it was almost done. They started to pick the lock. The fingerprint lock and the electronic lock were cracked by hacker technology, and the mechanical lock was even more difficult for them. After more than 10 minutes, they slowly opened the door and entered, put on a simple breathing valve mask and walked into the room. After turning around for a long time. Fuck, this big flat is too big, I'm dizzy. Being rich is awesome. Several people whispered. Found it. Jill smiled and called his two brothers over. In the big bedroom, on the big bed, there was obviously someone lying. The rope, and the suitcase that Yi Yang didn't take away, I'll use it to carry the person away later. I'll find a rag and take it away. In one go. He grabbed a rag. They looked at each other and nodded. The three of them rushed over. They are professionals in tying people up. The people inside should have been fainted by the smoke and are sleeping soundly. According to their professional techniques, 1 minute is enough to complete a whole set of tying up procedures. They have fierce eyes and cold expressions. As soon as they start, they show the qualities of being European agents. They put on the head, rags, and ropes. It was tied in 1 minute. However, they immediately felt something was wrong. The feel? It's not soft and round at all. The princess's body is a little hard. Indeed. First update. These bones are so hard. Why does it seem like you still have a beard? My skin is so old. I still want to take the opportunity to rub my goddess's oil on it. They couldn't see clearly in the darkness. After tying it up, make sure nothing unexpected happens to the target. They were the ones who turned on their flashlights and shined a light on the kidnapped man's face. The minds of the three of them went blank for a moment. The kidnapped person turned out to be none other than Prince Henry's, who hired them. Holy shit. It's over. The same feeling of nightmare popped up in the hearts of the three of them. What happened? Gil, the youngest, shouted. The boss, Hal, thought, we think we are so careful, maybe Yi Yang already knows everything. We are too naive. Suddenly, he shouted repeatedly, delete all traces of contact between us and Henry's. They took out their mobile phones and found that they had been invaded by viruses, and all their data had been stolen. When could it be? The pupils of the three people shrank when they used the device to access the large flat door lock. That Yi Yang. All three of them knew that it was completely over. Hal looked up in despair, only to see the hidden camera on the top of the bed, shaking at them, as if showing off and ridiculing. Ah! He was furious and blew up the camera with an arrow. We were set up. But he also made a mistake. He thought he had everything under control, and he didn't come to arrest us now. We must run out. Otherwise, a big disaster will happen. The elevator must be blocked by someone. We can only jump out of the window and run away. The three of them looked down. Because they were near the river, if they jumped from here, if they were good at it, they might fall directly into the river. Good. All three of them tied simplified gliding devices to their bodies, prepared to break the window, jump off the flat floor, and then escape. Pung! The three of them hit it hard and found that there was nothing they could do to close the window, but it shocked them so much that their heads were buzzing. What kind of dog window is this? How powerful the three of them are. Especially Gil, the devil's muscle man. In Europe, bulletproof glass has to be cracked. But the glass was not damaged at all. It's simply outrageous. It's over, I'm a turtle in a urn. Jiao sat on the ground slumped. When the three of them gave up in despair, the red aiming line was aimed at their heads. I'll go, do you want to be so cruel? Even though they were agents, they were so frightened that they felt cold all over. Papa, Papa. There was applause. Yi Yang and Vesni walked in slowly. The three agents were all extremely angry, they were completely plotted against. It feels like my IQ has been completely crushed. It is really uncomfortable to be manipulated by others. Not convinced? Yi Yang smiled. Not convinced. This is simply unfair. Hal said coldly, it seems that you know almost all the information. It's not that our technology is not good or our planning is insufficient, but your intelligence level is much higher than ours. You're here to commit crimes, so why don't I create a fair playing field for you? Yi Yang sneered and waved his hand. The three red aiming lines moved away. Okay, I'll give you a chance to run. I'll let you go if you can't get out of this house. Yi Yang smiled slightly. These guys sneaked into China and wanted to kidnap his woman. It would be too embarrassing to be thrown directly into prison. At this time I was just looking for an excuse to beat them up. Real. The three of them looked at each other, doubtful. I never tell lies. Yi Yang nodded. The three of them sneered, we admit that we lost completely this time, but you are a little too confident. Oh? Yi Yang shrugged, non-committal. Hee hee. Hal instantly became angry, ran out of the house, and let them go. Only a ghost can believe it. To capture the thief, capture the king first. As long as you capture Yi Yang, you can take the initiative in your own hands. He looks like a ghost, very fast. However, in Yi Yang's eyes, it was almost like a turtle crawling. I haven't slapped you yet, you come here to slap me first. A sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. He took action directly and covered Hal's face. What? Hal broke out in endless cold sweat. His speed is extremely fast, and normal people will be captured by him even if they can't react. As a result, Yi Yang not only saw clearly, but also counterattacked him easily. Before he could think of anything else, it felt like his face was about to be lifted up by Yi Yang. The huge force dragged his body across the sky, turned 360 degrees in the sky, and then hit the ground hard. Bang 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 bang. Yi Yang grabbed Hal's face and swung it back and forth, knocking Hal until he was bleeding from all his orifices. If his physique was not superior to ordinary people, a normal person would have been beaten to death. Brother! Zhao and Gil rushed forward with their eyes wide open. Quick, run. After Hal tried his best to say these words, he fainted. Yi Yang casually threw him more than 3 meters away and threw him against the wall. He caught Jarl's fist with one hand, raised his leg, and hit his elbow, breaking his forearm upwards. Then he elbowed him in the face, almost smashing his skull. The whole person was knocked back by the huge force of the face, and hit the window behind him, causing cracks in the window, and blood gushed out. Jarl was a technical talent in the trio, and his physique was relatively weak. These 2 blows were only a step away from death. Such a big guy, but his strength is so small? Yi Yang caught Jill's big fist with one finger. Before Jill's face changed color, Yi Yang flew up with a knee and hit him directly in the chin. Jawbone broken. Blood spurted out with one blow. Jill, the strongest of the trio, was knocked unconscious. Puff. In just a dozen seconds, the strongest agent group was swept away by Yi Yang alone. So awesome. Lieutenant General Yi is simply a godlike figure. I heard from colleagues in the Magic City that Mr. Yi can lift a table weighing 300 to 400 kilograms and dance with it. I thought he was bragging, but now I believe it. Too strong. Several special police officers who were arranged to snipe from a distance were ashamed. This fighting ability is worthy of being a terrifying existence that can make the world's #1 boxing champion and his apprentice go to the construction site to move bricks. The special police were deeply shocked. Yi Yang clapped his hands and said to the people who came in to clean up the mess, catch them all. Ask those who should be asked, organize the evidence and confessions, and send them to me. Yes. Everyone stood at attention and awe. Someone cleaned up the house. Yi Yang walked out with Ysini. This kind of large flat worth less than 1 billion yuan, Yi Yang has a lot of them. If one gets dirty, he can just move to another one. Second update. Soon, news and solid evidence of the kidnapping became popular on the internet. Vesini also recorded a video herself, saying that she voluntarily stayed and traveled in China and had no tendency to be forced. Uncle Henry made everything on his own initiative. This time it can be said to have caused an uproar. Especially the people of Semmelberg were shouting angrily. This is a royal scandal. This Prince Henry's is not worthy of being a royal at all. He is ugly at heart. For his own enjoyment, he disregards the happiness of our Princess Vesini and even wants to kidnap someone. That is, it must be removed from the royal family. The taxes we pay should not be used To support such rotten people. Just get him out of Semmelberg. The crowd roared angrily. It seems we mistakenly blamed Mr. Yi. They didn't do anything. We misunderstood. People who had scolded Yi Yang because of the fake news released by Henry's were very embarrassed. Ahem, but our princess does seem to be interested in him. Yi Yang, who posted the video, is still around. Well, he is indeed handsome. I think it is not impossible to be tied up by such a handsome guy. All kinds of voices are overwhelming. This reversal is too big. Henry suddenly went from being the uncle of a royal victim to a villain who did not hesitate to harm his own niece for personal gain. The verbal and written criticism spread all over the internet in an instant. In Semmelberg, Princess Bethany's father looked sad. He just asked Henry's to go to China to persuade his daughter to come back, but in the end, this guy couldn't even handle this little thing. And he dug out such a big bag. You dare to commit suicide by offending one of the wills of China and kidnapping your own niece. He almost cried. Although due to camp reasons, he didn't want his daughter to have anything to do with Yi Yang. But he didn't want to get into trouble with Yi Yang at all, let alone offend him. Nowadays, the world situation is changing rapidly. Who knows who will win in the end and where the world will develop? After all, Semmelberg is a small country, and it doesn't dare to offend China too much. Now, it can be considered as offending a big Chinese boss. He was filled with regret. After being sad, he discovered that this was not all bad. At least Henry's group was finished now, and his pressure was relieved a lot. After thinking about it for a while, he wrote a few letters in his own hand. One is an open letter from the king, expressing the royal family's mishandling and the decision to expel Prince Henry. The other two copies, one is a letter of apology to Chinese officials. One is a personal apology letter to Yi Yang. There is also a letter of condolences to Bethany. 4 letters. Later, the turmoil of this matter was considered in the past. My dad told me there's no need to rush back, I can stay here as long as I want. Bethany said with a smile. This is the best outcome. Yi Yang doesn't care too much about this matter. As long as that old ghost Henry's can't make trouble, Bethany can live a smooth life. Well, thanks to you, Yi Yang. Bethany held Yi Yang's arm happily. Yi Yang also smiled slightly. The Sani was no longer under pressure and her financial resources were restored. She said she wanted to repay Yi Yang for his help during this period. You are already my woman, what else do I want in return? For spending some money on you? Yi Yang smiled slightly. That's okay. I just want to pay it back anyway. Bethany pouted, I want to take you shopping. All right. Yi Yang smiled, the other party was not short of money anyway. There is no psychological burden on him when he spends it. Commercial Street. Bethany matched Yi Yang with several sets of temperament matching. The price and aristocratic vision immediately made Yi Yang shine. Yi Yang looked at the mirror. The Sani's eyes were indeed quite special. They were matched in a way that she had never thought of before. But they were both very beautiful. She is indeed a royal princess, but her vision is different. Afterwards, the two had a candlelight dinner in the restaurant, where romance and luxury were pushed to the maximum. Before the dinner ended, Bethany unexpectedly took out a watch box. This is the gift I want to give you. It may not be expensive for you, but it is also a gift that I will give my best. Yi Yang looked at Bethany's persistent eyes, smiled slightly, accepted the watch box, and opened it to take a look. It's actually a pocket watch. This was the first time he received a pocket watch from a girl. Although he has been in the top circles for 2 years, Yi Yang has only occasionally dabbled in these top luxury goods, and has only a vague understanding of a wide variety of luxury cars and watches. He may not have those luxury car and watch magazines that he just reads when he is free, or passers-by who simply check the name list every day and want to show off to others know better. However, one look at this watch is not cheap. What kind of watch is this? Yi Yang asked. After all, it was the other person's intention, so it seemed more sincere for him to understand clearly. The name of this watch is Patek Philippe Caliber 89. Destiny picked up the pocket watch and introduced it to Yi Yang. This watch is a pocket watch specially made by Patek Philippe to commemorate the 150th anniversary of its founding. It is known as the king of the most complex mechanical watches in the world and is also the most complex one so far. Pocket watch. Cal. .89 has 33 complex functions and 1728 independent parts, 129 ruby bearings, and weighs about 1.1 kilograms. The pocket watch is 89 millimeters in diameter and 41 millimeters thick. It took a total of 9 years to develop and produce. There are only 4 watches in the entire series, and each watch is made of different materials, so each one is unique. Also known as the royal watch since its birth. In the last century, those who are qualified to collect it are often the royal families of various countries. I hope that this watch, like me, can be by your heart and always protect your soul. Destiny looked at Yi Yang with full eyes, a little expectant, but also a little worried. For a little royal princess like her, buying this watch is already the limit of her ability. She knows that with her status as Yi Yang, she deserves better, but this is her heart. Yi Yang smiled and put it away. He is completely different from some pretentious aristocrats in Europe. He is not so fussy and fastidious. He likes everything given by his sweetheart. The two looked at each other lovingly and kissed each other slowly. On the romantic candlestick, next to the warm fireplace, in front of the window looking out at the bustling and falling snow, leaves a mark of love. A wonderful night, accompanied by happiness and laziness. Fei Shue witnessed all this. The next day, Yi Yang sent Weizani back to Linjiang Community, and he came to Huabao Film and Television Building. On the way, I couldn't help but be curious and checked the price of this Patek Philippe Caliber 89. It's really not expensive, only less than 60 million Chinese coins. However, money is priceless. He put the pocket watch into his chest pocket and walked into the Huabao Film and Television Building with a smile. First update. Huabao Film and Television Building. Daddy's God restaurant is about to premiere. Yi Yang attaches great importance to this TV series. At this moment, he also came to the building to watch the premiere ceremony in person. Cultural IP is different from other things. As long as one is popular, it will set a benchmark. In the future, the entire industry will be able to stand up in the world. Be the first person to lead TV series to the world. He sat in the center of the hall. This TV series, in China, has joined forces with satellite TV and many online video sites to be released on the entire network. After all, no website can take up such a huge investment and production alone. Although it was not managed later. But Yi Yang once gave an order to invest in the filming of this TV series at all costs. At least tens of billions of Chinese yuan were invested before and after. The cost of shooting a single machine is 1 or 200 million. Even if we look at the world, this investment level is the first today. Before this, the record for the investment in the shooting of a single episode of a TV series was $13 million per episode. It can be said that this TV series is now the highest investment in a single episode in the history of TV series so far. It's a bit noisy outside? Someone muttered. Shou also held a premiere event, also at home and abroad. Their main publicity venue in China is set opposite our Huabu building. Someone found out the news and said repeatedly, "So arrogant." Someone was surprised and doubtful. Shou is the organizer of My Love from the Sun this time. This drama is hailed as the hope for the revival of Dahan dramas. It is the largest investment TV series in the history of Dahan Minghua. The publicity and promotion are also full of energy. Not only Shou is investing, but also the big capital behind it, and many chaebols in Dahan Minghua have invested. After all, Dahan Minghua has been a little too sluggish recently, and there has been no news that can cheer up the people for many years. It does not conform to their self-positioning as the gods of the universe. This time, they want to fight. A beautiful turnaround. In the media of Dahan Minghua, this matter is also promoted very fiercely. Our opponent this time is the strongest company in China. This Huabu company is now the #1 film and television company in Asia. It is powerful, and behind it, there is Jiangjing, the current top boss of China, to help. Whether we can step on China and make our Dahan drama famous in the world again depends on this battle. Restore the majesty of the kingdom of God. The people of Dahan Minghua are boiling. We have been silent for too long. This time we will definitely rise again. Defeat China, defeat Jiangjing. Dahan Minghua rises. Countries nurtured by East Asian civilization generally have the heart of dominance. After all, the surrounding countries have been more or less impacted by Chinese civilization, and they have more or less the characteristics of Chinese civilization in their bones, but although Dahan Minghua has the universe in mind, its strength is indeed not good. In this situation where reality and dreams are separated, many people in Dahan Minghua have always fantasized about reaching the top of the world and becoming a powerful country in the universe. This is a traffic code for them. This time, with such publicity, most of the people in Dahan Minghua said that they would try their best to watch this TV series more and ensure that the number of views of this TV series would skyrocket. We have a population of nearly 60 million. If we watch it once every hour and stay up all day every day to support this TV series, as long as everyone watches it 24 times, we can surpass the Chinese. Ahem, it seems that 24 times is not enough. There are 1.5 billion people in them. After a wave of analysis, they felt the familiar despair. Yes, sleepless nights, 24 times, are not enough for their number. They gritted their teeth. If it doesn't work, ask America to help. They are our patron country. That's right. Let the 400 million people in America also participate. I don't believe we can't beat China. Ahem, I think it's hard. The internet in Dahan Minghua is hot, and the premiere and promotion of this drama have aroused enthusiasm. This excitement soon spread to China. How dare you, a little cosmic god, be so arrogant? It's so funny, you're going to surpass me without sleep. Just because of your wolfish ambitions, I'll definitely watch this drama. China has 1.5 billion people, and if one person watches it 5 times, it will surpass the total number of views of the human race. Haha. You must support Yi Shenhao. Huabwa YYDS. It's the first Yiwen in the world's film history. This time it will definitely be a big hit, directly leading Chinese TV dramas to the top of the world's TV drama history in terms of views. That little KCAO company, and dared to challenge Huabwa. Huabwa now far exceeds him in terms of strength, valuation, and influence. At that time, Lu Minhui actually provoked Yi Shenhao. Yi Shenhao is stronger than him with just one finger. It is said that at the Magic City airport, all his fans were snatched away by Yi Yang, and Yi Shenhao only showed up. Haha, I also remember that incident. This guy from the Sun was beaten up at the airport. In that video, his running shoes were lost, which made me laugh to death. Both sides are eager to try. They are determined to win the upcoming premiere. On the first day, my great cold nether country will make its playback volume exceed 1 billion. Haha, 100 million, weakling. How dare you say that? In China, if one person watches it once, there will be 1.5 billion views. You are too weak. If we set a small goal, we have to start with 1 billion views. Don't brag. Most of you Chinese don't even have a TV, and the first broadcast rate has exceeded 1 billion? Are you still living in the primitive age? I am dying of laughter. Chinese technology is now one of the strongest countries in the world. I don't know how much it has surpassed you. Most people don't have a TV. I think you are talking about India. My great India is also shot. Why do you say we don't have a TV? Every village in our country now has at least one public toilet. Do you have one in China? As the heat of this matter became higher and higher, all countries participated in the discussion. It became more and more lively. Yi Yang looked at the debate on the international internet and shook his head and laughed. These are all angry words. Whether a TV series can be successful or not, the popularity is secondary, and the most important thing is its content. As long as the strength is strong and the content is attractive enough, even if the cost is low, it can achieve great success. He stood solemnly in front of the start button. He pressed the button to agree to the premiere domineeringly. At the same time, the great cold nether country also started. A cultural war without gunpowder smoke has begun. Second update. Dad's Restaurant, 4 episodes have been released since its premiere. Playback data is soaring. I don't know how. Many people are squatting in front of the TV, preparing to watch the internet. After all, this has been the TV series that has received the most publicity in recent years, and people want to watch it the most. Compared with previous cultural products, only Yiwen, also produced by Huabwa, can compare with it. The editing made my blood boil. I hope the feature film is as good as this. I hope we can maintain that special effect. It's finally here. Call the whole family and watch it, The Other Side. The great cold drama My Love from the Sun also has its world premiere. When it started airing, 8 episodes were released. This great cold kingdom cannot afford to lose. Normally, the first broadcast of a TV series will show 3 or 4 episodes, but the other party actually showed 8 episodes? I thought these Han people would be shameless and carry out sneak attacks, but I didn't expect them to be so shameless. To know the number of times a TV series is played is based on the episodes. One person watches one episode, which is the number of views. How shameless. I wonder if we will add more episodes? It's over now. Our Chinese TV dramas are rubbish to begin with. There's no way they can compare to Han dramas. Now they're outnumbered by others. It's weird to win. You can criticize those unscrupulous directors, but the ones produced by Hua Bo and Yi Shinhao are all high-quality products recently. How come they are garbage? Can garbage be the #1 box office in the world's film history? Haha, I don't care, I just want to see the final result. If you lose, it means it's not working. There's nothing you can say about it. You two-skin bitches, don't think about how you can win. Are you so happy to see yourself lose? Why are you so mean? Are you mean? Haha, I just look down on you little guys. Patriotic wolves. We just can't do it. I just like the feeling of not being as good as others. You are just dreaming. Not only do I want to boycott our TV series, I also have to watch You from the Sun. I want to see that Yi Yang lose. Ha ha ha. Come on, another one is crazy. I've memorized this mad dog's ID. His name is House Slave Wu. Everyone, keep an eye on him. Then I'll slap him in the face like crazy. Okay. There was a lot of talk outside Huabua building. Mr. Yi, let's. Although I am very confident in the production of this drama. But after all, the Dahan drama has a lot of background, and it is an extremely strong opponent. The number of episodes is twice that of theirs, which makes them feel a little unsure. No need. Yi Yang shook his head. The goal of this drama is to make the real history of Xinhua drama. The other party is nothing more than the light of a firefly, and it has never entered my eyes. Yes. He never regarded the other party as a competitor. If you have the ambition to conquer the world, you should treat it like an ant. No matter how hard the ant struggles, there is no chance of defeating it. It's just that it only showed twice as many premiere episodes. There is nothing to worry about. Good. Everyone felt Yi Yang's desire to win the championship, and were inspired. For a while, their hearts calmed down. Soon, ratings have begun to appear on major rating platforms in the world. My Love from the Sun received crazy high scores. It's so good. This is the best cold drama I've ever seen. It really broke through my understanding of the drama. The plot is so attractive. Must score perfect. I have to say, it's really a good shot. Less than 20 minutes after the premiere, major rating websites were flooded with high-scoring reviews. On the other hand, there are almost no comments in the comment section of Dad's God Restaurant, which looks extremely bleak. KO building. Pooh Buting was in a good mood, touching the actress butt and drinking red wine. Look what I'm talking about? Promotion is nothing. Only after it is broadcast can we see the real story. Judging from the ratings and response, our drama is crushing the other. Ha 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 ha. What is Asia's #1 film and television company? What is China's top boss? So what if I beat up the top conglomerates? Before the invincible cold drama of my great cold underworld, I am nothing. Pooh Buting finally let go of the pressure in his heart and laughed wildly. After all, this is no longer an ordinary competition, but a culture war and a struggle for supremacy. If he really wins, maybe he will go down in history as a hero of the Great Cold Kingdom. This is too attractive to him. After all, many people want glory after they have money. Damn Yi Yang, he's finally deflated for once. Lu Minhui also said fiercely with itching teeth. This situation has not been reversed. 1 hour, 2 hours. The comment area of my love from the Sun continues to receive skyrocketing praise and popularity, and various posts and discussions are almost crazy. Not only is it a phenomenal cold drama, it seems that it has become an unprecedented explosion. Maybe it can become a miracle and a benchmark for world TV dramas. I feel like I can compare myself to Game of Thrones and become the #1 TV series in the history of the world. They were all very excited. The investment really pays off. I will be recorded in the history of entering the great cold underworld. Haha. Huabua building. There was silence. Everyone's face was grim. This situation shouldn't happen. What's going on? Yi Yang smiled slightly. No hurry, let the bullet fly for a while. Everyone looked at Yi Yang's calm demeanor, and their hearts were suddenly much more stable. This man is a man who has created countless miracles. With him here, everyone's heart seemed to have a stabilizing needle. This situation lasted for nearly 4 hours. Yi Yang reached out and glanced at the 60 million Patek Philippe pocket watch, and said lightly, "It's almost time." What? Before everyone reacted, the news came out. Many rating websites crashed. What's going on? Just now, a large number of users suddenly rushed in, and the server was not enough for a while. The technical department is slowly recovering. The rating website was difficult to recover for a while. But the popularity and posts suddenly exploded. Oh my god, I was so into it after just a while. I didn't realize the passage of time. I finished watching 4 episodes before I knew it. I still can't get enough. Please update. Please update the new episodes. This is so good. Me too, me too. +1, it shocked me for 3 lifetimes. Is this really the special effects and plot made by our great China? It's simply, incomparably awesome. Why hasn't the rating website been restored yet? Hateful. Why can the highest rating be only 5 stars? I want to give this drama 100 stars. China is full of excitement. As expected of today's superpower, this TV series is so good. The special effects of the United States have always been the best in the world, but now it feels like it can only be second. I can't believe that China can make such a treasure. Foreign drama fans are also boiling with excitement. First update. After the website was repaired, the number of ratings began to skyrocket. I'm going, are you crazy? Even the rating website of Dahanming Kingdom, the number of ratings of Dad's God restaurant is increasing dramatically. In just 10 minutes, the number and ratings of My Love from the Sun on various websites exceeded that of My Love from the Sun, which had been accumulated for 4 hours. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, Smekta. Pu Buting waved his arms and was so angry that he couldn't hold his tongue straight. Just when he thought he could shine in the annals of history, reality gave him a huge slap in the face. It's just like other places. Why can't we, Dahanming Kingdom, compare with others in terms of ratings and number of ratings? What's going on? Everyone in Pu Buting was dumbfounded. Gradually, he realized that he had just been deceived by the false prosperity at the beginning. How can real viewers be so anxious to rate a TV series after watching it? How can a Really good TV series be made to be watched for more than 20 minutes, then abandoned and then rated. The other party's TV series is so good that I can't stop watching it. Now, these real fans of the show are starting to rate. If you lose, the ratings and number of ratings can't be compared to the opponent. Pooh Buting said calmly, however, in the end, it still depends on the number of views. He already had a very bad feeling in his heart. However, tough-talking men will never admit defeat until the end. Over the next 20 hours, playback data continues to rise. Both sides are paying close attention. Breaking 100 million. It's exceeded 300 million. Good news came frequently, which made Pooh Buting's brow soothed. There are very few TV series that can surpass 100 million views on the first day. Even Game of Thrones did not achieve this level of success. At least it is firmly ranked first in the history of Dahan dramas. And it's still the kind of crushing one that's far away. I don't believe that he can surpass our strong playback data. Pooh Buting constantly builds self-confidence in himself. Before the results come out, they cannot see each other's playback data. However, it's almost 24 hours. By then, everything will be known. He was sweating all over, he was so nervous. So nervous. Data from all directions shows that he is likely to lose. Oh, God. Save me. Let a miracle happen. He cried out to heaven. Soon. The results are out. He grabbed the phone repeatedly and looked at the data released by Yi Yang. As soon as he saw the long series of numbers, he blinked. I feel dazzled. What is going on? He muttered. How is this possible? Others joined in. Looking at the official premiere data released by China, my jaw dropped. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, billion. 1 billion, 10 billion. The number of views on the first day exceeded 10 billion. It was hard for them to breathe. It feels like this is just a joke. Previously, with 200 to 300 million views on the first day, it could firmly reach the top 3 in the world and compete for the first place. If there were 500 million, it would definitely be number 1. Now, My Love from the Sun has been released for 8 episodes in one go, generating a full first-day viewing volume of 800 million. This is extremely scary. I thought I had a chance to win, but after seeing the report that China's broadcast volume exceeded 10 billion, I was dumbfounded. This is simply. What a myth. It must be a lie. I do not believe. 10 billion views, 4 episodes. This means that an average of 2.5 billion people watched each episode. Even if someone deliberately increases the traffic, one person opens multiple accounts, etc. At least 1 billion people around the world have watched it. How can this be? Even the ultimate event in the world, the Summer Olympics. After the entire competition, the cumulative number of viewers was only 3 billion. There are still quite a few countries in this world that don't even have television. The most representative one is the Olympic opening ceremony. It would be great if 500 to 600 million people from all over the world could watch it online. More than 1 billion people watched it on the first day. What a concept! It can only be described as terrifying. This is the most arrogant and boundless demonstration of its influence on itself. It's definitely a fake. Ha ha ha, you can't even find a reasonable number for the fake. It's just too outrageous. Pooh Buting questioned. Later, Dahan's management bought a lot of Navy troops and said everywhere that Yi Yang was cheating. How could it possibly exceed 10 billion views on the first day? Totally impossible. Doubt, it really worked. Huabua Film and Television officially issued a patch announcement. Some countries have underdeveloped networks and the data has not yet been sent back. Therefore, this data is less than the real data. We will seize the time and correct it in time. Puff. Pu Buting was so angry that he almost vomited blood at this announcement. It's heartbreaking to kill someone. Followed by. Under Yi Yang's instruction, detailed data was released. In China alone, more than 600 million people watched this TV series. On the first day, nearly 6 billion views, from China alone. In contrast, My Love from the Sun has only a few million viewers in China, and the views are only 100 million. In today's world, giving up the Chinese market is the stupidest decision. Yi Yang's sneer of ridicule rushed into Park Buting's ears. Aha! He was furious. But there was nothing he could do. Even if the Chinese part was removed. Nearly 4 billion views overseas are enough to crush the entire views of My Love from the Sun. I thought the first 8 episodes would be a sure win, but I didn't expect it to just make us more humiliated. He was desperate and sat down in great sorrow. The data released by Huabua official was very detailed. As a senior film and television practitioner, he could see that it should be real data. Huabua Building. There was jubilation today. It's a strong opponent indeed. We were just a few 100 million away from losing. Ha ha ha. The other party did make a great drama, but unfortunately, they met us. Now, let's see who can still look down on China's cultural output. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Success is not accidental. China's online literature has long been sweeping the world. Foreigners have quit their drug addiction to read online literature. In this way, the cultural heritage of this drama has also been quietly laid out. Second update. Maybe they look good from the front, but they still can't beat us from behind. Pu Buting waited with the last trace of fantasy in mind. However, as time goes by, it proves every time that he is just a delusion. After the first day, the ratings and playback volume of Dad's Restaurant not only did not decrease, but even increased. This is simply outrageous. What a monster. He sat slumped in the chair and sighed. They were already very strong, but it was a pity that they met Yi Yang. Do we have to pay compensation for betting? Pu Buting's assistant asked. Pay shit. Pu Buting was so angry that he was itching his teeth. Even if we lose, we can't admit it. Remember, as long as you insist on making excuses, there will always be excuses for delay. After all, Yi Yang belongs to China and has no control over us. Ahem, the forces that were gambling with Yi Yang in the world also thought the same way. The assistant reminded kindly. Who are you from? Ah. Pu Buting was so angry that his assistant was so angry. The assistant sighed, she was just being realistic. That Mr. Ye's money is not so easy to deny. But what you said makes sense. I have to ask. For help from above. Compromise with China? Even if we starve to death or jump from the building, it's impossible. Pu Buting sneered, stood up, and prepared to go to the super backer behind KO Company to ask for help. Behind KO is the most terrifying Samsung consortium in the entire great cold underworld. A behemoth that has a place in the world. I believe it would be easy to help him deny tens of billions of bets. He thought. confidently. Yandingshan manner. Aren't you ready to admit defeat? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. I have long seen that this old boy is not an honest person, and he is really ready to play tricks with me. I heard that they are already planning to apply for Dad's God restaurant to be a World Heritage Site. They want to register this patent as belonging to the Hanming Kingdom, so that they don't have to pay the betting funds. On the contrary, we lost. When Yumomo said this, he couldn't help laughing. This operation is really not something that ordinary people can think of. I can only say that it is worthy of the great cold underworld. The operating idea is cowhide. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. This move made him speechless. However, this also echoes the opponent's consistent behavior. Even the Dragon Boat Festival can be registered as their own holiday. What else can they not dare to steal? This matter. I'm already dealing with it. The other party won't succeed. Yumomo said seriously. So reliable. Yi Yang gave her a thumbs up. Hee Umo smiled slightly. Leave the rest to Jiangjing Law Firm. They are a professional team and have never let me down. Yi Yang said. Good. You silently wrote it down. A few days later, Park Buting felt tremendous pressure. The other party actually guessed what he was thinking. Preemptive trademark registration, cultural patent registration, and other methods have all failed. My genius idea was discovered. Damn Yi Yang. He must be a habitual thief. Otherwise, how could he guess my idea? Pu Buting shouted angrily. The assistants on the side couldn't stand it anymore. It was obvious that you wanted to be a thief first, but when someone stopped you, you actually got angry? This brain circuit is so bastard. But Pu Buting didn't realize that he was a bastard. That Jiangjing law firm is also a group of wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards. They are very familiar with our country's laws. And they actually have connections with the government and legal affairs. We were already at a disadvantage in this lawsuit, but now the situation is critical. He gritted his teeth. He had never expected that the other party would have such great influence in the legal world of the great cold underworld. It caught him off guard and made him look confused. Even the big backers are not sure that they can win this case. That Jiangjing law firm is really too powerful. He walked around the room. He would never allow himself to sit still and wait for death. As he walked, his breathing became heavier and heavier, and his eyes were filled with terrifying red bloodshot eyes. Look at him, that Yi Yang is forcing me to take the last road. He punched the table. You mean? The assistant blinked. Flash data? He sneered, isn't it just tens of billions of views? Let's do it too. As long as we do it secretly and no evidence is found by him, our lawsuit will be invincible. No matter what, we can't be said to have lost. You can even bite back and make him pay the bet. He is known as the entertainment wolf of the great cold underworld. What evil tricks can he think of? Naturally, I have done this kind of thing more than once or twice. But this time it involves gambling, and there are supervision teams on both sides. It is very difficult to brush up the data, and at first I felt that I had a chance to win, so I didn't take any risks. But now, it has reached a dead end. A risk must be taken. We have been doing fake accounting for so many years and have rich experience. You must be able to do it well. I have entrusted you with an important task. If you can handle it well, I will kick off my current wife immediately and marry you to me. let you enjoy true glory and wealth. At this time, Pu Buting was already seriously ill and sought medical treatment. He grabbed his assistant and said earnestly. The assistant gritted his teeth. The entertainment circle in the Great Cold Kingdom was very scary. Being able to marry into a wealthy family was already the best destination. This was a terrifying attraction for any worker in the entertainment industry in the Cold Kingdom. Although she, Lake, hated Group 1054, Park 117, Boo 329, Ting, and did not agree with this approach in her heart, she still nodded. In the end. Turn around and make preparations, soon. The playback volume of My Love from the Sun has skyrocketed. In one day, the number of views increased by 40 billion. Followed Dad's God restaurant directly. Here, there are only 8 episodes in total, and the number of views has increased by 40 billion in one day. Is this asking all the mammals around the world to watch it 24 hours a day? One episode is played once. 40 billion, 8 episodes, let alone 5 billion people watched these 8 episodes from beginning to end, still in one day. This data is too blatant. Treat people as fools. There was a lot of criticism online, but obviously, no one believed this sudden surge in data. But Pu Buting's lazy and arrogant voice came, where is the evidence? This is the real data. It's kind of like the Huabua official to announce the real broadcast details. That is. Many people were angry. This is confidential and cannot be shown. Pu Buting is starting to mess up, and anyone can see that the data is falsified, but as long as the evidence is not made public for a day, he doesn't have to admire the money he lost in gambling. However, the real data has been transferred and retained in the core storage of the Samsung consortium, and it is impossible to make it public. Haha, I'm really a genius. Now that I'm invincible, I might be able to blackmail Yi Yang. If I can't, I'll be disgusted with him, ha ha ha. He knocked on the back of the chair and thought with great pride. First update. Yi Yang looked at Pu Buting's speech and sneered. This guy is a bit naive. Do you think you can't do anything about him with such deceitful tactics? Does he really think that he can beat up major financial groups in the world just by talking about it? However, to deal with an entertainment company and dig up some data, he doesn't need to take action personally. He directly sent the message to the legendary hacker that was conquered during the last business war with the Baylor Consortium, Galaxy Black Hole. Boss. Galaxy Black Hole was extremely excited when he saw that the Iron Fist of Justice finally contacted him. The last time he helped Justice Iron Fist steal the core secrets of the Baylor Consortium, he received some advanced hacking skills as a reward from Justice Iron Fist. Nowadays, his realm has advanced by leaps and bounds, and his skills are no longer the same as before. The boss really went above and beyond for us. During these days, he felt emotional all the time. After just learning a few things from his boss, he felt like he was in a completely different realm than before. Except for my boss, I feel that I am invincible in the world. The so-called leader of the 9 legendary hackers may be a threat to me now. The galactic black hole is extremely confident. Now that he saw Yi Yang contacting him again, he was naturally very happy. When he worked for his boss, he would always get some benefits that he regarded as precious. Yi Yang explained. This is too easy. Leave it to me. Galaxy Black Hole just wants to practice what he has learned during this period. A few days later, he was the one who dug out the data. Why so slow? Yi Yang was a little surprised. The other party was one of the 9 legendary hackers. With his own professor, there should be very few firewalls that could stop him. Ahem, boss, that Pubuting was too cautious and did not put the data in the KO company's data disk. It was all stored in Sanqing's core database. Galaxy Black Hole explained again and again, fearing that Yi Yang would think he was useless and would not accept him as his subordinate. I see. Yi Yang nodded. As the most powerful power levels in the world, the major consortiums have very strong core protection. If he did not give the Galaxy Black Hole the hacking technology that transcends the times, with his original technology, he would have to spend a lot of effort to invade. At least a few days are not enough. He smiled sinisterly. Data is obtained. Instead of announcing it myself, we found an authoritative international organization. Released. On this day, the entertainment industry once again caused an uproar. I'll go. This My Love from the Sun didn't even have 400 million views a day, but it actually hit 40 billion. I'm laughing to death. I'll go. Ha 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 ha. What the hell? Comparing the real data with what he posted, it's simply bleak. The audience laughed out loud. Where did he get it from? Commercial espionage. Hacker. Pooh. Buting broke into a cold sweat. Has even the database of Sanqing's backer been breached? Isn't this terrible? I want to sue him. Faced with the accusation, Yi Yang imitated Pooh Buting and smiled lazily. Where's the evidence? Pooh Buting's face turned red after being scolded, and he felt depressed and wanted to vomit blood. He threatened the authority. Where did you get the data? This is the core secret of our company. You are committing a crime. Authoritative organization. The data is provided by a third party, and we are only responsible for publishing it. As for the identity of the third party, our company stipulates that it must be kept confidential. If you have the ability, find this third party and sue yourself. In fact, everyone knows that this third party is none other than Yi Yang. But there is no evidence. Pooh Buting's mentality completely exploded. As for asking hackers to counterattack, that's even more unbelievable. The hackers they hired could even invade the Sanqing headquarters. Even if they killed him, they wouldn't be able to find hackers of this level. It's completely over. He lamented. He has been causing harm all his life, but he didn't expect that he would meet a ruthless person now. To treat him obediently, all underhanded tricks will not work. Jingle bell. The phone rings. As soon as he picked up the phone, he was scolded. Why did you take it upon yourself to boost traffic? Originally, this lawsuit could be dragged on for a while, but now that the traffic boosting incident has been exposed, we are directly considered to have violated the contract. Not only do we have to pay compensation, but we have to pay several times the compensation. You. What a smartass. It's so stupid. Sanqing's lawyer scolded him this. Pooh Buting was completely dumbfounded. I think you should stop being the person in charge of this KO. You are fired. In addition, use your shares to offset the compensation. An ultimatum was announced from the other side. What? You can't do this. You have no right to do this. Pooh Buting's eyes were full of fear. This means that he instantly went from a millionaire with a net worth of tens of billions to a middle-aged and elderly man in poverty. How is this possible? Haha, what, you dare to disobey President Sanqing's personal order? I think you want money rather than your life. There was an angry shout over there. I see. Pu Buting lowered his head. The chaebol is really too terrifying in the Dahanming kingdom. Even the highest-ranking person in the world, if he offends the chaebol, will disappear at any time, go to jail at any time, or even to say suicide means suicide. As a small amount of hot money, he did not dare to compete with the existence representing the chaebol, so he could only let it be manipulated. What's more, the huge loss this time was indeed caused by him. Absolutely no, he shouldn't provoke the Yang. He regretted that. His intestines were turning green at this time. But there is nothing we can do. Before he could cry out, he saw an afterimage. He took a closer look and saw that it was Lu Minhui who rushed in and kicked him directly in the face. You! He, tick-tock, was furious, search, and roared like a Zhejiang lion. Attention, son, author. You old bastard. You humiliated me in every possible way before. Now you have no money. I am a big star, so I can just step on your head and dominate you. Ha ha ha. Lu Minhui's eyes were filled with the joy of revenge, and he beat Pu Buting severely. Just after being beaten, Pu Buting and Lu Minhui, one for business fraud and the other for fighting, were thrown into prison and served prison food. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but they were locked in a double room. Continue staged grievances and hatreds. The news that the lawsuit was won soon reached Ji Yang's ears. Well, it's just a few tens of billions. He smiled slightly, not caring about the money, but Pu Buting's fate, which made him grin. Second update. The TV drama competition has come to an end for the time being. Yi Yang has started a happy life of a super rich man again. Beautiful women, luxury cars and mansions, endless money, and extreme enjoyment. The new year is coming soon. Happy days always pass quickly. He flipped through the calendar and found that the new year would come in a few days. Time flies so fast. It will be the second new year after I got the system. Yi Yang sighed. He browsed Douyin for a while. Supervolcano erupts. A country may be destroyed because of it. Huh? He was a little shocked. In recent years, it has been really not peaceful. Natural disasters and man-made disasters have always continued: earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, floods. Disasters that were once rare in hundreds, thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years have begun to appear frequently. It makes people feel a little uneasy. He looked at the huge volcanic eruption scene, which really seemed like the end of the world. The whole country was shrouded in the terrifying power of nature. This eruption was very large, enough to be comparable to the power of thousands of atomic bombs exploding together. Maybe it will eventually have a certain impact on the global ecosystem. His company is all over the world, and naturally he has employees in this country. He immediately invested and prepared to deal with the aftermath. For this kind of natural disaster, China's official evacuation of overseas Chinese will be slow due to various factors. He also has to do his part. Natural disasters are often not the most terrible, but the man-made disasters after natural disasters. Humans are only called humans when the society is stable. Once there is chaos, some people are more brutal than beasts. Smashing, looting, and burning are everywhere. After he arranged the relevant matters, he was ready to go to the gym to exercise. As soon as he walked to the gym, he heard the voice of the system. It is detected that the host invested in the spaceship project, and the actual expenditure of funds exceeded 1 trillion. A skill card is awarded, plus the human extreme survival ability. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Human extreme survival ability? This has nothing to do with him, a top rich man, right? He is now the pinnacle of human society. When even he has to use this extreme survival ability, it is estimated that mankind has been destroyed long ago. But if I change my mind, I can challenge the wilderness survival? Yi Yang smiled with evil taste. He has now enjoyed most of the glory and wealth in the world, and he is bored to death. He is looking for some new life experience. But he will not take the initiative to do such things that make him suffer for no reason. After thinking about it, he gave up this idea. Boss, someone is looking for you. Yumomo's voice came, and he handed over a letter. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Who is it? It's quite solemn. He looked at the envelope. It was tightly sealed and printed with a crescent seal. It should be a top-level secret letter with a crescent seal. The writer was Tang Rugua. The other party rarely intervened in the affairs of the Crescent Hotel on weekdays, and left it to Sister Ling to take care of. Only when it came to the capital of Europe, the United States and Japan last time, he would really take action. This time, he took action again, and wrote a solemn letter. Where's the messenger? He asked. Here. Yin Qingyue walked in with a smile. Handsome Yi, we meet again. A beautiful girl walked in at the door, with 2 silver pendants on her ears, which made her look more lively. Yi Yang smiled slightly. This is Tang Rugua's daughter, the eldest lady of the Crescent Hotel. When the Crescent Club lit up the 9-day lanterns and defeated Japanese capital to bid for the second scroll of Fuchin Mountain residence, Yin Qingyue was there. Miss, don't make trouble. Sister Ling followed in. You actually came in person. It seems that it is indeed an important matter. After seeing Sister Ling, Yi Yang invited the two to sit down. By the way, he opened the letter. This time, I came to borrow 2 people from Mr. Yi. After Sister Ling sat down, she got straight to the point. The conditions and background are all in the letter. The fewer people know about this, the better. I won't go into details. Yi Yang nodded and glanced at the content of the letter. Although the internet is well developed, he knows that the internet is not absolutely safe after learning hacking technology. It is not as thorough as the secret written on paper. There are relics in Changbai Mountain? Yi Yang blinked, a little surprised. Well, the news is still sealed and will not be made public. The value of this relic is definitely not lower than Xingdui and Shou. Sister Ling said. We went in once before, but this place is very strange. It is more difficult than cleaning Xingdui before. The people who came out brought out 2 metal coils. Yi Yang nodded. The letter described that the discovery of the Changbai Mountain relics this time was extremely amazing. It was found that there were traces of civilization suspected to be hundreds of thousands of years ago, and they were metal products. If it is really confirmed, it will subvert the current human understanding of civilization. A lot of strange things have been unearthed in Xingdui recently. They are obviously things from ancient times, but they have serious modern traces, such as golden masks, horse sculptures with tongues sticking out that look like the classic image in a certain cartoon, and Peppa Pig sculptures. Wait, you mean, you also went into Xingdui and cleaned it? Yi Yang discovered some unusual information. Well, professional things still need to be done, By professionals. Sister Ling nodded. The Crescent Hotel is now an official organization of China, but the legacy of the past has not been broken. Whenever we find any important relics or tombs, we go in to explore first, and only after we are sure that there is no danger, we let the archaeological team and scientists are waiting in. Oh. Yi Yang nodded. So, what are said in those tomb robbery novels are all true. What about zombies, Feng Shui, strange powers, and the like? Sister Ling smiled slightly. Of course not. All right. Yi Yang smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was overthinking. How can it be so ordinary? Sister Ling continued her next sentence. Puff. Yi Yang was almost beaten by her. There are many things that go against common sense in this industry. But, ghosts and the like naturally don't exist, and there is no way to fly into the sky and escape from the earth. Sister Ling said, it's common to see tomb passage mechanisms, feng shui furnishings, and things that are beyond normal life. For example, rare animals, or zombies. There really are zombies. Yi Yang glared, but with his status, he had seen a lot of things in some top-secret files in China that ordinary people couldn't access. Although he was surprised, he didn't think it was outrageous. It's just a moving corpse. It's just a way for ancient people to use biological energy. It's not as weird as written in novels. It's just used by ancient feng shui masters to scare tomb robbers. And it's not harmful at all. What is really scary are the various ingenious mechanisms. Without a master, the cleaning team will suffer heavy casualties at every turn. Sister Ling explained. This relic in Changbai Mountain is different from the previous ones. We are gathering experts from all walks of life in China. We are here this time because your 2 bodyguards are also among the experts. First update, P.S. I am neither a cultivator nor a cultivator. Don't think too much about it. This book is based on reality plus technology. Some of the foreshadowings have been buried a long time ago, and the real ultimate settings will be slowly revealed later, including the reasons for the creation of the system. Everything is developing according to the original outline plan. Interested book friends can also guess the origin of the system and the final setting of the book as the story unfolds. However, Jiuyang believes that everyone will not be able to guess the day before the secret is revealed. After all, it is from other books. A storyline that I have never gone through. Shou Zhu and Shou Xian. Yi Yang asked. Good. Sister Ling nodded. That's the 2 of them. These 2 should be absolute masters. We observed them that time at the Silver Moon Hotel. Yi Yang saw the payment for the loan written on the paper. 2 rare antiques were indeed not too small. Are people from Japan and other countries also involved in this matter? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Well, there are some strange people in various countries. Changbai Mountain is vast and it is winter. Even if checkpoints are set up, it is impossible to seal them all. Some people have sneaked in and want to seek things in the ruins. Sister Ling nodded with a solemn expression. This ruins involves a lot. Once it is tampered with by foreign countries, China will suffer a lot of losses. Yi Yang knocked on the back of the chair. I still want to ask them what they think about this matter. You should go back first. I will give you an answer within 3 days. Okay, don't rush. It will definitely not be easy to clean this ruins. We also need to be fully prepared. It is estimated that it will take at least a week before we set off. Sister Ling nodded and stood up. Qingyue shook her head and said with a smile, I want to play here for a few days. Sister, please go back. First. Sister Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She obviously saw Qingyue's careful thoughts and said, The boss has told you not to cause trouble for Mr. Yi here. Mr. Yi has everything to do today and is a giant in China. Don't delay his important events. Ah. Qingyue pouted. It doesn't matter, I have nothing to do here. Yi Yang said with a smile. Sister Ling blinked. She had heard from Tang Rugua that Yi Yang was currently at war with the Baylor Consortium, spending trillions of funds. She thought that Yi Yang would be very busy at this time of crisis, so he didn't even plan to sit down for a long time. This time. But it turned out that this man was living a very prosperous life and didn't take this matter to heart at all. Could it be that he thought he was sure of victory? That is one of the top existences in the world. One of the 4 leading companies in Europe and one of the top 10 financial groups in the world. Assets worth tens of trillions. How could he be so calm and indifferent against such a being? She felt more and more that she could not understand the man in front of her. Look. Brother Yi even said there would be no delay. Qingyue snorted. Since Mr. Yi doesn't care, I won't say anything more. Sister Ling smiled slightly and wanted to resign. However, Yi Yang was left to have a light lunch. I've been eating Hank's food for the past 2 years, so this is my return invitation. Yi Yang smiled slightly. The theme of the state banquet chef's meal today is Anhui cuisine among the 8 major cuisines. Since Anhui cuisine attaches great importance to the original taste, the ingredients used are all top-notch. The purchase of ingredients for one table costs millions, not to mention other drinks, seasonings, and labor fees for state banquet masters. Ahem, Mr. Yi, didn't you say it was a light meal? Sister Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the daily light meal at Yundingshan Manor. Yi Yang said matter-of-factly. Yes, we follow this standard for 3 meals a day. The state banquet chef testified. Hey, why don't Sister Ling follow our boss? Eat state banquets every day, every time. The maid Chu Xiaoxiao said jokingly. Well, I have to say, I'm very moved, but forgive me for refusing. Sister Ling smiled. Tang Rugua was very kind to her, so it was impossible for her to do it with anyone else. A meal that was enjoyable to eat. Sister Ling also talked about things related to Laojiamen and Crescent Hotel, which opened everyone's eyes a lot. Things in novels and legends are always slightly different from reality. Real tomb robbers are also living people. They have no magical skills and rely entirely on the skills and knowledge left by their ancestors. In modern times, these people have been recruited by the state and have become confidential professional workers. Industry standards have become more standardized, and high technology is now being used to clean ancient tombs. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu also found out during the dinner that Crescent Hotel wanted to find out about their visit to the Changbai Mountain ruins. The 2 of them can become top bodyguards, so naturally they are very restless at heart. When they hear such interesting things, of course they want to get involved. Yi Yang, let the 2 of them make their own decisions. Is it dangerous to explore the ruins? The maid Mou asked. The situation of each ruins and ancient tombs is different. The Changbai Mountain ruins are dangerous. Sister Ling said solemnly, that's why we recruited talented people from all over China to explore and clean up. Among the first batch of people we entered, there were more than a dozen. Seriously injured and several died. So terrible. Most of the maids are modern city dwellers who have never even entered deep mountains and forests. Death is too far away from them. Sister Ling seems to be used to this kind of thing. The Shou sisters also disagree. On the international mercenary battlefield, what is human life? It was lighter than grass, and they had certainly seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. During the war, it was common for the enemy to massacre a village without any reason. This kind of thing was still happening even last year. But people living in a civilized Chinese society would hardly hear of it. The world is very big and different. People live in different worlds. People in different circles have completely different feelings about the real world. If someone tells you that there are still cannibal tribes killing and eating people in the rainforest, you will definitely think they are joking. But these things really happened. Outside the life trajectory of most ordinary Chinese people, in other circles and worlds. Nothing is surprising. This world is big and has a long history. The current level of technology is limited, and the understanding of the real world is also extremely limited. What we do is to go to the real mountains and ancient tombs to discover the reality. So, it's not strange to encounter anything. When I first saw a zombie, I also felt like I was dreaming. Sister Ling shrugged, as if she was saying a commonplace truth. Second update. After eating, Sister Ling went back to the Crescent Hotel by herself. The Shou sisters are all eager to try and buy some equipment. Yi Yang didn't stop him. He was also looking forward to these things, and maybe he would go there and have a look. Qinghua took Yi Yang to go shopping in the Magic City. In order to prevent being recognized all the time, Yi Yang directly wore a mask. Although the temperament metal prevented him from attracting too much attention, whenever someone discovered him, he would always attract a crowd of onlookers, and he didn't want to bring too many bodyguards out, otherwise he would lose the joy of shopping. Nowadays, the mask and temperament metal finally cover up some of his handsomeness and temperament that cannot be concealed at all. The shopping streets in Shanghai are more luxurious and modern, Qinghua said while watching. Those in the capital generally pay attention to ancient style and heritage. But as the first commercial city in China, Magic City is full of modern style and luxury. She bought some style clothes that she had never tried before, and Yi Yang's eyes lit up every time she tried them on. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Every time a girl changes her style, she looks very different from before. There is a saying on the internet that if your girlfriend knows how to dress well, then you are equivalent to having many girlfriends at the same time. As the little princess of the Crescent Hotel, of course she is not short of money. Buy and buy along the way, because the products you buy are all top quality products, so the merchants will provide delivery service, and the delivery location is always at Yundingshan Manor. It's really good. It was fun all the way. While they were shopping, little did they know that someone was already watching them. These two seem like good targets. Well, indeed, I saw them going in and out of several luxury brand stores, but they didn't have any bags in their hands. At first glance, they looked like young lovers who wanted luxury but couldn't afford it. Humph. Several people conspired to discuss it and felt that these two were good targets. Take action. Still the third child. They discussed it. Two respected young masters and ladies several people came up and spoke quite pleasantly. What's up? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. There is a lecture ahead. We are here to promote it. If you are interested, you can go and listen to it. The man with a crew cut handed the promotional poster to Yi Yang. As soon as Yi Yang unfolded the poster, he felt the inferior quality in it. Do you want to succeed? 10 billionaires are here to teach you how to reach the pinnacle of success in life. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had always heard about a successful master, but he didn't expect to see him today. He has little interest. But Qingyue is very interested. She is quirky and likes to get involved in things that she has never seen before, or that sounds interesting. Come on, let's go listen. Qingyue's eyebrows danced with joy. This is all a lie. Yi Yang shook his head, but he didn't bother to take care of the guys next to him and exposed it in front of his face. Little brother, this is not a lie. Today, there is a genuine super boss with a net worth of tens of billions here. That's right. You should be very young. You can't lose your enterprising spirit so early. You should listen more humbly to the advice of your seniors and watch the speeches of such successful people. Only then can you achieve brilliant success in the future. Several people were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Sounds great. Qingyue became more and more interested. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. It looked like he was a pyramid scheme. Could it be that Qingyue was so well protected that she didn't even know this? Okay, let's go and have a look. He nodded. Several people were overjoyed and gave Yi Yang some eggs. Because Qingyue didn't like eggs, they changed them to apples, and then turned around to find other targets. Yi Yang looked at Qingyue. Do you really want to see it? Yes. I really want to hear how this poor guy worth tens of billions teaches others to succeed. It's so interesting to think about it. Qingyue tossed the apple in her hand and said sincerely. Yi Yang was ashamed. So this is what you little girl thinks. It's so Versailles, it's almost catching up to 1% of Brother Yi and me. How could this happen? But come to think of it, the antiques displayed in the Crescent Hotel are worth more than tens of billions if put together. In Qingyue's world, tens of billions is indeed a poor guy worthy of the name. Since Qingyue was interested, Yi Yang also wanted to see the MLM site to see if it was as evil as it looked in the video, so he finally decided to go and have a look. After wandering for a while, Yi Yang led Qingyue to the venue. I have to say that this organization is quite willing to spend money. The rented lecture venue was very spacious, and now it was packed with seats and looked extremely popular. Good guy. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. There are so many people who believe in success masters. The venue was buzzing with people. Many people have already rehearsed the clapping dance in advance. Have you heard? Master Shou Wenqiang will be attending the lecture tonight. It is said that he earned his first 10 million at the age of 17. Now he is giving lectures around the world, spreading his love and knowledge to the world. Yes, yes. I'm really looking forward to it. Yi Yang originally thought that most people in the venue should be like him, coming to see the joke and have fun, but he didn't expect that there were actually fanatical believers and fans on the scene. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were too many Chinese people. There is really no shortage of fools who take the initiative to rush up and ask others to cut their leaks. On the big sign in the venue, there are words such as energy, enlightenment, success, etc. Yi Yang and Qingyue found a seat and sat down. There were nuts and drinks on the table, which were free. Yi Yang threw the eggs he was given on the table, and they were instantly snatched away by several old ladies next to him. He sweated profusely. Before he finished looking around the venue, there was a loud noise in the sky, and the top of the podium in the venue slowly opened to both sides, and a man with gray and black hair, long hair draped over his shoulders, thin but unruly temperament, slowly descended from the sky. The steel wire rope tied around the waist can be seen faintly. Brother Shou, Brother Shou. Invincible. Rule the world, energy connects the universe. Oh. The audience burst into cheers, and most people were shouting enthusiastically. I guess many of them are agents, but for some people, Yi Yang really can't tell whether they are agents or real fans. If they are agents, their acting skills are simply amazing. It's so embarrassing that I just used my toes to dig 3 villas. The friends who came to have fun nearby laughed so hard. First update. Everyone must have heard of my name. Shou Wenqiang. Today, I will teach you what success is. I dare not say anything else. When it comes to success, in the whole world, I only obey myself. After Shou Wenqiang landed on the stage, he gave a cool and crazy opening line, plus a crazy and cool pose, which caused the whole audience to roar. Brother Shou, I have lived in humble circumstances since I was a child, and now I have succeeded. Then, after learning my theory from Brother Shou, you will all become the best among men. Listen to the applause. Shou Wenqiang waved his hand wildly and coolly. There was neat applause from the audience, bang bang bang. Follow the music, very rhythmic. If you want to succeed, you must accumulate energy. If you want to accumulate energy, you must have ambitions that are different from ordinary people. And I, Brother Shou, I have shown my unique style. Since I was a child. When I left home and went out to explore, my mother called me to her side and said to me with concern, Mom supports you, but it's not that easy to make it in the world. There is a saying in our rural areas that money is hard to make and shit is hard to eat. You have to be mentally prepared. After hearing this, without saying a word, I took a bowl to the toilet, took a bowl of cake, and then took it out and ate it in front of my mother. Then I smiled and said to my mother, Mom, I dare to eat shit, money is not difficult for me to earn. As long as you are like me and have this kind of ambition, you will definitely have a successful life. Hear the applause. There were waves of applause in the field. Many people were moved to tears by Brother Zhao's words, and were so excited that they aroused their passion. Yi Yang almost burst into tears with laughter. He hadn't seen such a silly figure for a long time. Watching it occasionally can be regarded as relaxing. Shou Wenqiang was immersed in the applause and continued, if you want to achieve great things, you must dare to spend money, not only dare to spend money, but also dare to spend unjust money. In my opinion, spending money is the beginning of a person becoming rich. How can you make money without spending money? Many people once betrayed me, bang, I gave away 1 million at that time. I gave 1 million to everyone who betrayed me. Then the number of people who are loyal to me will be hundreds of millions in the future. Listen to the applause. The applause was even louder. What a money theory. Yi Yang couldn't help but nod when he heard this. He was really smart. Brother Shou continues to be extremely confident. There once was a man whose surname was Kobe, and his name was Kobe. He, a big boss from Qingdao, once came to see me. The car he drove cost more than 100 billion. Everyone knows water margin, right? Of the 108 heroes in Liangshan, more than 80 died, and in the end there were more than 70 left. Anyone who knows a little bit about history knows that Qin Shi Huang worked for the Qin family. 200 million wasted money, but 1 billion for doing practical things is not just a joke. Culture is to dissolve the world, dissolve yourself, and then create something out of nothing. This is called culture. Once, I went to Beijing to attend an auction, and there was a person named Ma Yun, the founder of Alibaba. At that time, Ma Yun was selling t-shirts with her own face on them. Everyone in the audience raised their hands and bid 20,000 yuan. I shouted 1 million, and the whole audience was stunned. Ma Yun called me to the side and asked, "Young man, why did you spend 1 million to buy this worthless t-shirt?" I said, "T-shirts are not valuable, but your connections are valuable, understand the applause." The audience burst into thunderous applause. Yi Yang and Yin Qingyue were laughing so hard. It would be a pity to miss this kind of crosstalk that you can listen to for free. They felt more and more that they had made the right decision in choosing to come here. This is simply more beautiful than the Spring Festival Gala at Diyun Club. Who can compare to this stand-up comedy's hilarious results? Isn't this 100 times better than the Spring Festival Gala sketch? Many people who came to watch the fun were laughing so hard that they couldn't sit still. Brother Shou is almost too hot to watch. The hot spot. Looking around the scene, do you have dreams? Have. The whole crowd shouted. Good. He nodded and pointed directly. Today I am going to personally guide a young man through the maze. Open up the energy of the universe for him. Let his life be prosperous from now on. I, as a person, rely on self-confidence. The less you believe in me, the more I let him come up and experience it. This is my Tao. Listen to the applause. He raised his hand amidst the applause and pointed at a young man who looked extremely handsome, but was wearing a mask. Yi Yang was stunned. He was really lucky. He came here to have some fun, and he was lucky enough to be directly clicked by the master. He stood up dumbfounded, ready to go up and see how the other party channeled the cosmic energy to him. He walked onto the stage and stood with Shou Wenqiang. Shou Wenqiang sneered. Such a young man has never seen much of the world. Seeing the thunderous applause, he was in control of the whole place just now. Now he will be able to say whatever he says. He said directly, "Young man, do you want to succeed?" The whole audience was watching. Yi Yang spread his hands. "I don't want to." Shou Wenqiang was confused. Why didn't the other party follow the routine in the first question? However, he felt that this was just a result of young people's tendency to play devil's advocate. After years of experience in the battlefield, such accidents could be easily resolved. He laughed. Young age is the time to strive. How can you not want to succeed? Yi Yang shrugged and said, "Because I think I'm successful enough." When this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. This kid is so arrogant. Even Brother Shou doesn't dare to say that. That's right. He's too young. Many fanatical fans were angry. But the people who were having fun laughed. This little brother looked like a fellow traveler. Now there's going to be a good show. You look so young, don't you want to have a good life in the future? Let me give you an example. Now, you suddenly have a deposit of 10 million. What will your life be like? After hearing this, Yi Yang's face became exciting. Well, Brother Shou was very satisfied. He is still a young man. He was speechless when he thought about the deposit of 10 million. As long as he added a sentence, and studied my course, he could easily make 100 million. Wouldn't that make him obey me directly? But the next moment, Yi Yang actually took out his mobile phone, sent a text message casually, and checked his balance. Brother Shou was stunned. What is he doing? It seems my savings are still there. Yi Yang smiled evilly and deliberately let Brother Shou glance at the text message page. Oh my, I really don't know. If my savings are really only 10 million, how should I survive? I say you, master. Why don't you teach people to succeed, but just curse others here? Second update. What? Brother Zhao's face turned from black to white in an instant. He did glance at Yi Yang's text message interface. There was a long list of balance numbers, 10 million, which was absolutely unstoppable. Good guy, why are you so unlucky to just interview a lucky audience member and directly deposit more than 10 million? Isn't this too lucky? Brother Shou didn't quite believe it. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether Yi Yang was a poor guy pretending to be cool by taking screenshots, or a second-generation rich man with a rich family. Does he really have 10 million? You are so young, but you are quite accomplished. So what? Can you compete with Brother Shou? Brother Shou earned his first 10 million at the age of 17. This young man looks like he has graduated from college. And he said maybe he's still a rich second generation. That's right. Everyone present is a fanatical fan of Brother Shou, and of course they are all defending Brother Shou. Not to mention Yi Yang is wearing a mask, even if he shows up in person without a mask, these idiot fans probably think that he is not as good as this master who can communicate with the universe and absorb energy. After all, no matter how powerful you are still a human being, and this guy has made himself a god. Beginning to enlighten. Brother Shou pondered for a moment, and the show had already begun, so he couldn't let it cool down, so he rolled his eyes and said repeatedly, young people, if you haven't experienced hardship, you don't have a foothold in society. If you have some cash, don't you want to live in a big city? With a mansion and a lot of real estate, can you really sit back and relax and start living your own real life? What did Yi Yang want to say? The phone rang. After he answered the call, since the phone was very close to the receiver, the voice on the other side came directly, boss, the occupancy rate of the more than 2,000 houses in your community was 80% last month. The rent has been collected and sent to you. It's Fong Xijing calling to report the rental situation last month. Yi Yang nodded, well done. After saying a few words casually, he hung up the phone. When he raised his head again, the whole place was silent. Even Brother Shou opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say at all. More than 2,000 houses? The whole neighborhood belongs to you, right? What a terrible charterer. However, with Brother Zhao's intelligence, he immediately thought of many possibilities. How is it possible? Just calling a lucky audience member and calling a super boss of this level. He muttered inwardly. He sent out his minions to look for audiences on the streets, and recruited those who came to attend the lectures. They should be guys with little money or ability, but daydreaming every day. Even if you occasionally make mistakes, you won't just find a super boss, right? He must have come here to cause trouble on purpose. He thought with determination in His heart. Why is this phone call so coincidental? Where in the world can there be such a coincidence? It must be a colleague who came here to cause trouble. This cash deposit interface and this phone call were all planned for a long time, all planned for a long time. He laughed inwardly, feeling that he had seen through the mystery. You may be considered a successful person, but you must also be humble. Only by being humble can you gain energy and achieve success in life. After all, there are mountains beyond the mountains, and there are people beyond the people. Brother Shou repeatedly said, I have met many successful people, and they are all very humble. I also invited a truly successful person today, with a net worth of tens of billions. The name and company can be found on the internet. I believe everyone here, I have also heard of this old friend of mine. He solemnly introduced the next guests. He has no idea now. After all, although Yi Yang may be an opponent, he may also be the real boss. Although he is known as the strongest king among the 4 kings of successful masters, he is cheating everywhere, cutting leaks and selling courses. All in all, he just makes a profit. More than 100 million. He also spent most of this more than 100 million on renting venues, showing off, making connections, and the like. We also need to share accounts with the organizations and companies behind them. In fact, he boasts so much that Ma Yun would call him a master. In fact, the cash he can use for himself does not exceed 10 million. I brag myself to be very awesome and awesome. But apart from the money he made by bragging and selling courses, he had never made a penny from his theories. Therefore, he also plans to move out the big boss he hired with a large sum of money today to control the situation. Even if Yi Yang is really rich, he will probably tremble in front of a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions and dare not speak. The door opened, a loud and rustic BGM sounded, and the fog filled the air. A very elegant man, with his hands behind his back and a very stiff suit, but a bald old man, accompanied by the fog, appeared in the middle of the gate. Yi Yang was stunned. Why did this figure become more familiar the more he looked at it? The fog dissipated, and the bald old man finally showed his full figure. This big boss is the chairman of Wanmin Software Company, Mr. Zhang Wanmin. Xiao Wenchang raised his hand and introduced in a loud voice. Yi Yang broke into a cold sweat. He and this guy were really destined. After graduation, my internship company was their home, and I met them several times after that. The market value of Wanmin Software Company 2 years ago was only over 10 billion. Later, because of the incident involving Jean Boujing and the senior executive, Zhang Wanmin, gave himself a portion of his shares to make amends. Later, he gave Xing Xian a portion of his shares to please him. However, due to its own reputation, the market value of Wanmin Software Company has increased a lot in the past 2 years. Therefore, although Zhang Wanmin's shareholding ratio has decreased, it has become richer than before. He is already a well-known boss in Shanghai. Why you? Yi Yang asked with interest. Originally, Zhang Wanmin was still walking forward angrily, like the overlord of a party. But when he heard Yi Yang's voice, he almost got stuck. He looked around and saw the young man wearing a mask among them. Although he was wearing a mask, combined with this voice, it was absolutely unmistakable. Boss Yi. However, seeing that Yi Yang was wearing a mask, he obviously didn't want to reveal his identity, but he didn't dare to overstep the mark and immediately trotted to Yi Yang's side, acting like a horseman. Boss, why are you here? How much? Does this guy have to pay to invite you to appear? Zhang Wanmin was shocked. His nephew invited him and spent hundreds of thousands in appearance fees. If he invited Yi Yang to such a low-key occasion, why not spend hundreds of millions? If Brother Shou is so rich, he can spend hundreds of millions, casually. Why are he harvesting leeks and selling courses? How much money can you make by selling courses? The whole place was silent. Obviously, many people recognized Zhang Wanmin, and when he first appeared on the stage, they even whispered to each other, lamenting that Brother Shou could even invite such a terrifying big shot. As a result, before he could finish his emotion, Zhang Wanmin ran to that young man and knelt down. This gesture is even more humble than a small employee asking his boss to borrow money. What exactly is going on? First update. I just came to watch the fun, but this guy called me to the stage and wanted to teach me how to succeed. He also asked me to be humble and learn from you, Yi Yang said with a faint smile. Oh no. Zhang Wanmin broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. How unlucky he was. He almost offended Mr. Yi again. So unlucky. The first time was because of the blind manager, Gao. The second time was because of Han Siley, who wanted to show off, and this time it was because he coveted the appearance fee of hundreds of thousands of yuan for free, and was cheated by this success. King Xiaoga. How dare I teach you? I was just invited by this guy to go through the motions. I don't know anything else. Zhang Wanmin explained repeatedly. At this time, he didn't care about anything else. As long as he didn't offend Yi Yang, his company could continue to prosper. A master of success, he once fought with others for grabbing lunch boxes and couldn't even eat. He knew what was more important and what was less important. What? He was actually paid to come here. Good boy, I really thought that this Brother Shou was friends with Zhang Wanmin. Even a billionaire is so polite to this young man. This person's status is ridiculous. Haha, Brother Shou has fallen into a big trap today, and he is embarrassed. That's right. Ha 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 ha. Many people in the audience were originally here to have fun, and when they saw this scene, they all burst into laughter. As for Brother Zhao's fans, they were confused and had no idea what to do. Although the scene in front of them told them that Brother Shou was probably a big liar, they had already firmly believed in their hearts that Brother Shou was a spiritual leader who could lead them to success and wealth. Their dreams were shattered. They were very angry. Most of these deceived people knew that they could not succeed, and they regarded Brother Shou as a drowning straw and a spiritual pillar. Even if Brother Shou was arrested, they would not hate him, but only hate the person who reported Brother Shou. This is the sad nature of these people who are easily brainwashed and cheated of money. What's going on? Brother Shou, tell us, it's not like that. That's right. Zhang Wanmin must be a liar. Yi Yang looked at the surging curses below and shook his head sadly. It seems that it's not just Brother Shou who needs to be educated. After all, as long as there are people like this, there will be an endless stream of success gurus. What are you doing? Do you know what kind of person this person next to me is? A bunch of stupid people. This Brother Shou is just a liar who steals lunchboxes. How dare you confront such a big boss for such a big liar? Zhang Wanmin was furious when he saw that these ignorant people dared to scold Yi Yang. He was really afraid and loved Yi Yang in his heart. Although he was afraid of Yang's majesty, his booming development and opportunities in the past 2 years were almost all because of Yang's name in his company. From this level, Yang was grateful to him. And he almost offended the other party many times, so he needed to express his attitude even more. No. You're lying. What billionaire? Our master Shou can draw the energy of the universe. You are nothing in front of him. That's right. Brothers and sisters, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. You are just lying. Everyone didn't believe it at all. Brother Zhao's face was pale. Although he was called a master, he could only be a master of these 250 people in the audience. He was extremely confident when fooling them. But when he really stood next to the super boss, he was scared. Like a mouse. These fans scolding Zhang Wanmin made his heart jump, and Yang was even respected by Zhang Wanmin as a big boss. He knew that he was probably finished. He didn't do good things in the first place, and he was afraid of being exposed. If he offended the big boss, he would be useless. Although he knew that he was probably doomed this time, he didn't expect the disaster to come so quickly. Just as the fans here were angry, the door was kicked open. A group of police rushed in. Don't move. Be honest. The police quickly controlled the scene. The captain came directly in front of Brother Shou, and in front of the fans. In the audience, he said seriously, "You are suspected of illegal fundraising, pyramid selling, and other crimes. Come back to the police station and tell us the truth. This is a summons and arrest warrant." The police quickly controlled the situation. All the relevant people were detained. The fans in the audience were dumbfounded. Damn. Is Brother Shou really a liar? No. Who can tell me? This is not true. These people are like losing their parents, which is more painful than losing their own mother. The spiritual support is shattered. When Brother Shou was handcuffed, their fantasy was completely shattered. The facts told them that they almost let someone cheat them of money and counted money for others. People don't want to believe that they are mentally retarded, but today, they have to re-examine themselves. Some policemen want to come and handcuff Yi Yang and Zhang Wanmin. After all, Yi Yang was wearing a mask and standing on the podium. If they didn't know, they would think they were in the same group. Zhang Wanmin repeatedly stood in front of Yi Yang. You misunderstood. Take a good look at who this is. Yi Yang took off his mask. The policeman was immediately shocked. Isn't this the super idol he dreams of every day? Nowadays, the legend of Yi Yang is being spread among the police system in the capital, especially the armed police and special police systems. Yi Yang took them on a mission that night, but they were besieged by killers from the black source. This ruthless man directly wielded a large log table weighing hundreds of kilograms and broke all the bones and tendons of the killers. Almost everyone regards Yi Yang as their idol. He holds a high position, is rich and handsome, and has incredible martial arts skills. A man is born in heaven and earth, this is how he should be. When the captain in charge of this mission heard that Yi Yang was here, he ran over and saluted, "Lieutenant General Yi." Plop. Although Zhang Wanmin knew that Yi Yang was awesome, he shocked the business community in Shanghai and even China, and he was famous internationally. But he never expected that in another, more terrifying field, he would reach such an extreme level that he almost stumbled off the stage in fright. It's terrible, it's terrible. After this incident, Zhang Wanmin planned to show Yi Yang's appearance and voice to everyone he knew, so that these people would not open their eyes to provoke Yi Yang in the future, and then implicate himself. This kind of pyramid-selling behavior is very bad and must be punished from the root. After Yi Yang left instructions, he took Yin Qingyue and left. He also wanted to see the arrogant brother Shou crying after being caught, but there was another news from the black technology company, which fascinated him. Second update. Yishanhei Technology Company, headquarters in Magic City. There is no need to avoid outsiders for projects developed by this kind of branch company, so Yi Yang brought Yin Qingyue directly here. On the helicopter. It feels so high-tech. Yin Qingyue looked at the building in the distance and sighed. The building of the Magic City headquarters has a very new air feel, and its appearance is very high-tech, which makes people's eyes light up just looking at it. It's a bit like the Stark Tower in the Marvel movies, but in comparison, it has a more Chinese style. Yin Qingyue smiled. Yi Yang nodded. The helicopter landed on the helipad above the building. The staff from the Magic City headquarters have been waiting on the roof for a long time, preparing to welcome Yi Yang's arrival. Boss. Miss Yin. The staff on the roof or the executives at the Magic City headquarters all bowed and saluted. Yi Yang smiled. Slightly, I heard that you have developed something good again? The first-generation product has matured, and the upgraded product has just left the experimental stage, said the representative of the scientific team in the entourage. Yi Yang nodded. He has to invest tens of billions in black technology companies every month, not counting the costs of new factories, branch buildings, etc., for black technology companies. Because of the special nature of black technology companies, there is no rebate for spending money on black technology companies. It can be said that it is the biggest gold sales cave in his hands. However, every technological breakthrough made by a black technology company can bring about a qualitative improvement in its overall strength. Therefore, no matter how much money he spent, Yi Yang would not feel bad. This is a terrifying existence that can upgrade human civilization as a whole. Take me to see it. Yi Yang smiled. Good. The entourage brought Yin Qingyue and Yi Yang to the production workshop. This is the first-generation machine. The steward showed. What is this? A robot? Yin Qingyue looked back and forth. This is a 2-meter-tall human-shaped metal frame that seems to allow the whole person to enter it. The whole body is full of mechanical feeling, coupled with the handsome high-end painting. It looks super futuristic. This is a nanoscale mechanical exoskeleton. The steward laughed. Mechanical exoskeleton? Yin Qingyue has been exposed to things like tomb robbing all year round, and is obviously not very clear about the development of human science and technology. Wearing this mechanical exoskeleton, humans are equivalent to having a metal body, making them faster than cars, and infinitely stronger. This kind of mechanical exoskeleton has been around for a long time and is generally used in the military and heavy industry. But the previous mechanical exoskeletons were very bulky. This is a product beyond the times. If Miss Yin is interested, you can try it. The steward laughed. Okay. Yin Qingyue stepped into the mechanical exoskeleton. As she stepped in, the mechanical exoskeleton actively contracted and closed, deforming in various ways. In less than 10 seconds, it completely fit Yin Qingyue's figure. Yi Yang has seen news about mechanical exoskeletons before. In terms of ease of wearing and intelligence, the one in front of him surpasses all other eras in the world. It doesn't feel bulky at all, but rather light. Qingyue moved her hands and feet and felt very surprised. These metal outer bodies seemed to have really become an extension of her body. She jumped lightly, and the elastic metal under her feet made her jump up to more than 3 meters high. Jumped 5 meters away. Fortunately, the factory building is big enough, otherwise the roof would have to be smashed into pieces. It's amazing. Her eyes shook. Immediately, she tried to lift the large piece of machinery next to her, which weighed over 1,000 kilograms, but she actually lifted it directly. She was really surprised. If I modify it a little and dig graves in this outfit, wouldn't I be invincible? The scientific researchers and executives nearby were all dumbfounded by this statement. Al? Dig a grave? What is this? Qingyue also realized that her image of an innocent young lady, wearing a sci-fi mechanical exoskeleton, but saying she was going to dig a grave, was a bit too inconsistent. I've been reading too many novels recently. Oh, Yang smiled. Is this just the first-generation machine? What does the upgraded version look like? He knew that the upgrade mentioned by the black technology company was not an upgrade in the ordinary concept. Basically, they are VR eyes fully integrated into the somatosensory suit virtual reality game warehouse. This kind of upgrade across eras. He is also looking forward to it. The first-generation mechanical exoskeleton is so amazing. What will the upgraded version look like? Not. He had some science fiction concepts floating around in his head. Boss, please come with me. The executives were a little uneasy about Qingyue. Although the things developed by the Magic City headquarters are not top secret, this upgraded product is really not easy for outsiders to see. If it were publicized, wouldn't it cause a sensation? Yi Yang thought for a while and saw that Qingyue was having fun and probably wouldn't get off the exoskeleton for a while, so he simply nodded. Let's go. Factory within the core. When Yi Yang saw the era upgraded edition, he blurted out, "Holy shit. Is this really Iron Man?" The scientific name is humanoid mechanical armor. However, we consider that Marvel is so popular in this world, and the boss must have some feelings for it. We bought the copyright from a foreign company before and produced this upgraded first-generation model. If the boss likes it, we can make it into any shape," said the chief engineer. Technology is the core, and the appearance mainly depends on personal preference. Yi Yang nodded. The technology team is generally artificial intelligence, which is detached from the system and only refers to the Earth as this world. There were outsiders outside just now, so the chief engineer would naturally not speak in this tone. Yi Yang nodded. In order to build this mecha, we developed our own special alloy, a nanoscale zirconium tungsten alloy. Because it can withstand the surface temperature of the sun, we named it Brilliant Sun Alloy. This mecha is temporarily designated as Li Yang No. 1. Yi Yang nodded. It was a good name, and there was no need for him to change it. We used magnetic confinement nuclear fusion to develop a conservative energy device for power supply. The chief engineer said, in other words, its power source is cold nuclear fusion energy. Yi Yang nodded and suddenly said, I won't dig my chest too, right? No. No. The chief engineer wiped his sweat and said repeatedly, how could it be possible? Yi Yang laughed. It seems that artificial intelligence generally does not have a strong sense of humor. There is such a good thing, of course you have to give it a try. This is a motivation bracelet. The chief engineer put the bracelet on Yi Yang. The bracelet is very thin and comfortable, and can be hidden under the strap of his Vacheron Constantine 000R. He unlocked the bracelet with his fingerprint, and the Liang one in front of him instantly lit up his eyes. Chapter 1, Warm Reminder. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Buzz. The cold fusion reactor on his chest suddenly lit up. This is a copyrighted IP costume that I bought. And naturally, it basically pays homage to the appearance of Iron Man. In fact, the reactors of other armors would not appear in such an obvious exposed position. Otherwise, when actually facing the enemy, they would just attack the chest fiercely, and the reactor would kill the warrior first before the armor could do anything. Blue Eye scanned Yi Yang. Pupillary data collection, fingerprint data collection, DNA data collection, owner confirmation completed, system calibration completed. The mechanical voice kept talking. The first launch goes through these confidentiality procedures. The chief engineer promptly reminded, you won't have to worry about it. In the future, the main body data has been saved. Armor attachment begins. Click, click, click. The mecha in front of him began to split independently. Yi Yang opened his arms. These mecha parts flew over automatically and surrounded him, forming a personal mechanical armor. Yi Yang's viewing angle is completely unrestricted, and he can even call up some electronic pages. The specific functions are being improved. Where's my Jarvis? He asked. I'm here, the owner, and my name is Liang. The mechanical AI butler responded. After getting familiar with the operation for a while, Yi Yang began to try to take off. Streams of high-energy particles spurted out from everywhere, and he slowly rose into the air. Did it really fly? Even after experiencing so much, the feeling of actually flying by myself is not on the same level as flying on an airplane. This feeling is extremely magical. Has the weapon system been loaded? Yi Yang asked. Advanced field equipment is still under development, but some small weapons have already been fielded, the chief engineer replied. The headquarters in Magic City has National Military Industry Certification. Yi Yang nodded and flew directly into the sky along the factory window. Did you see it? There seemed to be something flying out in a swish. Didn't see clearly. Big bird? That bird is too big. Everyone was talking about it, but when they wanted to look again, it had disappeared. High in the sky. Yi Yang felt the feeling of ascending to the sky, extremely happy. Rushing left and right, it's like you can fly into the sky and escape from the earth. Look at the top speed. Yi Yang quickly became familiar with the flying skills and flew away into the distance. Pung. Soon, the suit broke through the speed of sound and let out a scream that broke through the sound barrier. However, these noises were selectively isolated and Yi Yang could not hear them. Call up the real-time speed, the speed index on the screen keeps soaring. 10 times the speed of sound. Yi Yang was surprised. In terms of straight-line speed, from acceleration to ultimate speed, it is amazing. It soared to 10 times the speed of sound so quickly. You know, the fastest world record for aircraft in the atmosphere, manned fighter jets, is only 7 or 8 times the speed of sound. And His current speed has directly exceeded this value. The conventional missile flight speed is only between 3 to 5 times the speed of sound, which is more than half slower than his current flight speed. 10 times the speed of sound, and a speed of more than 12,000 kilometers per hour, which means that he can fly to any place on the Earth within 3 or 4 hours. And there are no venue restrictions or space restrictions. This meaning is self-evident. This kind of thing can be called a strategic level weapon. Yi Yang lamented that 10 times the speed of sound was far from the maximum flight speed of Liang 1. He keeps pushing the limits. After 10 times the speed of sound, the acceleration slowed down significantly. Finally, after breaking through 20 times the speed of sound and exceeding the safety threshold, Liang 1 reached the theoretical limit speed. At 20 times the speed of sound, the friction between the armor shell and the air produced a high temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees. Most metals in the world would melt at these terrifying temperatures. Generally, nuclear missiles with relatively slow speeds are only as fast as this. Yi Yang slowed down. The extreme speed wasted too much energy. After experiments, stabilizing the speed at about 15 times the speed of sound was the most cost-effective. In just a moment, he had flown from the magical capital to the sky above the northeast. He couldn't help but feel very emotional. If it reaches the ultimate speed of 20 times the speed of sound, he can circle the Earth in 2 hours and fly over the great rivers and mountains of China in 10 minutes. He changed direction and flew directly towards the Sea of Japan in the distance. Try the loaded weapon. As soon as he raised his hand, a high-energy particle beam erupted from his palm left. The beam of light shot into the sea instantly, penetrating hundreds of meters under the sea before disappearing. Passed through a lot of marine life along the way. In a few minutes, he crossed the Sea of Japan and the Japanese mainland and arrived over the Pacific Ocean. Click. The armor covers on his shoulders were opened, and there were 3 micro-missile launch ports on the left and right. There were 4 groups of 24 micromissiles inside. Swish swish. 6 micromissiles were activated and shot into the distance. In the sea more than 10 kilometers away, 6 micromissiles exploded. 6 sea pillars rose into the sky, and the sea turned red. A veritable fish fry. The power is not bad. Yi Yang estimated that there should be no armed unit on Earth that could block this level of attack, especially the last group of 6-shot micro-missiles, which were specially made and more than 10 times more powerful than the previous 3 groups. Let's stop testing here. Yi Yang was extremely satisfied, turned around, and flew back to the Magic City in a few minutes. What he didn't know was, not long after he left, a damaged submarine floated up in the blood-stained waters. In the submarine, the members who had suffered a terrible disaster scanned the surrounding area with radar, but found nothing. What is going on? Our secret submarine base has been discovered. The little country of Japan doesn't have this ability, does it? What a coincidence. Have no idea. Did the United States discover us? It's not like, if it were them, we would definitely get instructions from above. Haha, what an instruction. Last time in China, the headquarters was destroyed, and the attitude adopted by the superiors was also very negative, right? Maybe it's a new weapon test. Inside the submarine cabin, several men in black robes wearing black masks were discussing. Anyway, let's change the sea area. This submarine also needs to be sent for overhaul. Fortunately, it dived deep enough this time, otherwise we would all be buried under the sea. They were all shocked by the destructive power just now. The radar did not issue a warning at all, which proved that the thing that launched the attack was extremely small, and such a small weapon exploded with such terrifying power. It made their faces extremely ugly. This matter must be made known to the superiors. The headquarters of Yixinhe Technology Company in Magic City. Click. Yi Yang landed and expressed his satisfaction to the chief engineer, but saw that the chief engineer seemed to have something to say. Second update. The activation range of this bracelet is 10 kilometers. Within 10 kilometers, as long as you press the bracelet, the mecha will arrive and possess you, said the chief engineer. Yi Yang nodded. This range is already large enough. Liang. One is just a product that has just left the experimental stage. We are developing Liang too. By then, various parameters and functions will be more perfect, the chief engineer continued. Yi Yang nodded, not bad. Although in the eyes of an advanced artificial intelligence like the chief engineer, this level of mecha is rubbish, in his opinion, it is powerful enough. Yi Yang thought for a moment. This kind of combat mecha can already be called a crushing level of equipment. Once it is actually put into use, a side with this kind of armor will be simply invincible in a conventional war without the use of nuclear weapons. Even the fastest fighter jets cannot fly. It is small in size, flexible and maneuverable. It can be said to be invisible in radar exploration. It is extremely powerful. It is simply the most terrifying weapon of war. Yi Yang sighed. As long as 2 or 3 of these mechas entered the modern battlefield, it would be a massacre. Hundreds of 5th-generation fighters were not enough to kill them. Not to mention tanks and the like. The conventional speed of surface-to-air missiles is only 4 or 5 times the speed of sound. How much does it cost to build Liang 1? He asked. 4.7 billion, said the chief engineer. Yi Yang nodded, not exaggerating. The strategic significance of this kind of mecha transcends the times. The significance of a Liang 1 on the battlefield may surpass that of an aircraft carrier. The cost of an aircraft carrier is probably between 30 billion and 40 billion. 4.7 billion is only 1/8 of the cost of an aircraft carrier. The main reason is that the level of other industries on Earth is too low now. Every part we need, and even the metal materials we need, we have to build a factory to make it. If we can produce it later, the cost of each machine should be control it within 3.6 billion. The chief engineer sighed, deeply feeling that he could not carry him. It is said that the cost is 4.7 billion, but in fact the cost is far more than that. The cost of researching the solar alloy alone is more than 1 billion. Building a factory to synthesize the solar alloy is another big expense. The machine tools and parts in the factory were not available in this era, so they had to deal with them all by themselves. It will get better and better in the future. Yi Yang smiled slightly, we still have a lot of time. Perhaps we are running out of time. The chief engineer said suddenly. What did you say? Yi Yang asked in surprise. The chief engineer shook his head, I don't know, this is just an inner feeling. The relevant storage area that produced this feeling has disappeared or been sealed. The artificial intelligence in the black technology factory is absolutely loyal to him, and what he says should be his inner thoughts. He kept these words in his heart. No more delving into it before unknown problems arise. Thinking too much about them is useless and will only increase worries. He walked out of the inner workshop. Qingyue had already jumped around the factory with a mechanical exoskeleton, and now she was bored sitting on the ground, counting stones. Yi Yang, what are you doing? When she saw Yi Yang finally appearing, her eyes lit up. She dropped the stones in her hands and walked over. Some business stuff. Yi Yang said dumbfounded. Oh. Qingyue was smart at heart and didn't ask too much. She smiled and said, would you like to try this exoskeleton? It's so fun. Yi Yang saw her smiling, as if she didn't have good intentions, so he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Just tell me what you have in mind, and you don't have to beat around the bush with me. Ahem, I want to make a deal with you on behalf of my father. Qingyue said. Want to buy a mechanical exoskeleton? Yi Yang asked. Uh-huh. Qingyue nodded repeatedly. Yi Yang thought for a while, and the Crescent Hotel was now considered an official background. This primary exoskeleton was developed to be a commercial auxiliary machine to reduce labor burden. If the other party really wants it, he can agree. How much? Yi Yang asked. Why don't you just do 180 things? Qingyue thought for a while and said. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Do you think this is Chinese cabbage? It's very expensive. Handsome Yi, you are so handsome. You will definitely give me a discount, right? Qingyue took Yi Yang's arm and said coquettishly. Yi Yang smiled. Since you are so beautiful, I'll give you a 120% discount. Isn't this 20% more expensive than the original price? Qingyue was speechless. The beauty trap failed. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled. I'm kidding you, Boss Tang and I are close friends. I'll give you a 20% discount and sell it to you for 30 million a set. Thank you. Handsome man Yi. Qingyue gave a Chinese princess gift. Qingyue is so polite. Yi Yang said it was a trivial matter and there was no need to say thank you. In this way, the first order was generated, 100 sets, 3 billion. If this kind of thing is exported in the future, we must have a backup plan. Yi Yang touched his chin. Although it is a commercial auxiliary device in the future world, in the present, an ordinary person can lift a 3-meter-high person, with a strength exceeding 1,000 kilograms and a speed exceeding that of a car after putting it on, which can be called a super killer. But at this price, no country can afford it. 1,000 units cost 30 billion, enough to build an aircraft carrier. It can be sold to the Chinese military to form a super special forces team. Yi Yang was thinking, but these are all later stories. He took Qingyue for a stroll nearby and took her to a romantic candlelight dinner. When they returned to Yundingshan Manor, Qingyue was a little drunk. She said she had a great time today. The two were chatting casually when Yumomo's message came. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. So soon? He stood up and looked at Qingyue. Apologetically, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. We'll continue the conversation another day. Okay, you're busy. My father told me not to disturb you. Although Qingyue was a little tipsy, she was still clear-headed. Yi Yang asked a few maids and the Shou sisters to accompany Qingyue, and he came to the meeting room. Did they succeed so soon? Yi Yang looked at the display screen. It was the night in China, and it was still afternoon in Europe. This is a giant rocket launch site in France. The launch site is very large, and the things to be launched today are obviously very special. The size alone is several times larger than the conventional rocket displayed in the distance. Is this the super rocket that the Baylor Consortium is proud of and thinks can be used to defeat me? Yi Yang looked at it. This is a global live broadcast. In addition, the unprecedented bet led by the Baylor Consortium has caused a huge heat. First update. It's about to launch. Sure enough, the European side is faster. Haha, an individual group has obviously lost its mind. To compete with the top super consortiums in Europe and the United States. This time, the scientific foundations accumulated by the United States and Europe are combined. Moreover, I heard that when the challenge was launched, the construction of their super rocket was almost completed. Yi Shenhao was obviously extremely unwise in taking this gamble. That's right. The wind direction was almost one-sided. On the European side, the super rocket is already standing at the launch site and is about to be launched, but there is no news at Yi Yang's side. This battle for the construction of the lunar base is going to be completely lost. On the international live broadcast platform, some of the people were sighing for Yi Yang, feeling that it was a pity to lose. Some people are applauding the Baylor Foundation and Europe and feel proud. Some people are even mocking Yi Yang, thinking that he has been too aggressive recently, and he is finally sanctioned, which is really satisfying. Yi Yang looked at these comments and smiled without saying a word. The construction of the lunar base did not happen overnight. This super rocket looks big, but it can't hold much more than the previous rockets. If you want to build a base, even if the launch is successful, you still won't be able to build a moon base for a long time. Baylor Consortium matter, sales building. Everyone is paying attention to this moment. Once successful, our victory will basically be declared. Seth Baylor was also staring at the screen. Trillion euro. Bets are crucial even for one of the top 10 super consortiums in the world like the Baylor Consortium. Once they lose, they will be devastated. Nowadays, the aviation technology of various countries is placed here. The United States and European aviation technology have joined forces to create the most powerful super aviation rocket. No matter how powerful China is, they can only create a finished product on the same level as this rocket. As long as they are ahead of China in time, no matter how hard the opponent chases them, it will be impossible to surpass them. But all this is based on the successful launch of this super rocket. Once the launch fails, it's hard to say whether you will win or lose if you build a new one. Everyone is nervous. Although he looked down on Yi Yang, in his heart he was still extremely afraid of this new terrifying existence. It was inconspicuous at first, but Yi Yang won these several huge bets. This is scary. Unknowingly, this newly rising man in China has gathered an invincible aura, which makes the enemy feel timid even if they hold a huge bargaining chip. On the barrage, various arguments emerged. With their respective interests, they constantly quarreled. The Soviet Union had tried to launch the super rocket before, but it failed. How could it be so easy to succeed? I think they will fail this time. Yi Shenhao never fights an unprepared battle. Look how good you are at that, Yi Yang. China has only been around for a few years. Do you really think it can compete with the two super sports in Europe and the United States? I have 5,000 years of Chinese heritage. Why can't I give it a try? None of you can do it. Our country, Ine Sandu, is #1 in the world. Haha, the #1 in the world. is too weak. The kingdom of the great cold underworld, the kingdom of the universe. The number one in the universe. Everyone is paying close attention. They know in their hearts that no matter how nice they are or how sharp their words are, it is meaningless. Facts speak louder than words. No matter how much you say you despise your opponent, it is all in vain if you cannot actually do it. Finally, it's launch time. Jet flames shoot out from the huge rocket base. The white mist was like a sea tide, instantly flooding the entire launch site. A behemoth with a height of more than 200 meters slowly soared into the sky. Everyone looked at the huge thing rising into the sky with different emotions. Did it succeed? It seemed so. In midair, the tail flame suddenly became unstable. The super rocket, which was more than 200 meters away, began to shake. No way. Didn't I promise before that it would be successful? Even Sethi's bailer couldn't sit still anymore and stood up directly, staring at the screen nervously. Haha, I just said that the bailer consortium is unreliable. Amid all kinds of arguments, super rocket has slowly stabilized. Then, there were no other accidents, and it flew upward smoothly. After several stages of separation, it was declared a success. In a few days, you can fly to the lunar orbit, and within a dozen days, you can land on the lunar surface. Success. There was a lot of joy in the Baylor Consortium manner. They know they have won too much. Ceci's Baylor also laughed with relief. No matter how he thought about it, Yi Yang would never be able to win. One step faster, each step faster. However, we still have to be wary of the China speed. Once the technology matures, their execution and efficiency will be too terrifying. A rationalist reminded. If the time is similar, it is possible that we will be directly chased by the later stage. Good. Several rationalists spoke out. What's the use of talking about this now? Humph, you know that your own prestige will be destroyed if you grow up with other people's ambitions. The radicals frowned and scolded. That's right. We're sure to win. Our agents haven't heard anything about the Chinese official rocket department yet. They probably admitted defeat, right? Haha. No movement. Isn't that the biggest suspicious point? The rationalist frowned and retorted. This. Everyone was stunned. Yeah. Such a big bet. And the other party accepted it. How could there be no movement at all? Don't they plan to build rockets? How is that possible? In my opinion, they are still designing the blueprints. After all, the technology of super rockets is still very difficult. It's also possible. Okay, no need to discuss it anymore. Invest all your money, and strive to build more super rockets as soon as possible. We must win this bet, and we will definitely win. Ceci's * Barol hammered the table and said firmly. Barol Consortium will win. The council members were also ambitious and excited. Since it takes more than 10 days to launch a super rocket, they can only send supplies first, and the last rocket will send astronauts to coordinate supplies and build a base. However, in their estimation, this human feat should be completed within a year. Thinking of this, they were all excited. Humans are finally going to truly set foot on the Sea of Stars. Build their own base on the alien planet. And this step is destined to be taken by them, and Yi Yang is just a loser in the competition on the Sea of Stars. Second update. The successful launch of a super rocket in Europe quickly caused an uproar around the world. Moon base. What I thought was science fiction before is actually coming true today. When I heard them betting on who could build a base on the moon first, I thought it was outrageous. The advancement of science and technology is really unintentional for us ordinary people. Because you don't pay attention. Except for this very gimmick event, you don't know what breakthroughs have occurred in science. Until the day the atomic bomb exploded, many people didn't know that uranium and nuclear fission were discovered in the world. 2. Everyone thinks this statement makes sense. Deeply agree. Sackless, but this time, Yi Yang, the longtime victor in the gambling world, is going to lose this time. Taro Kamita, humph, he had to lose in the first place. He doesn't even care who his opponent is. He dares to accept any bet. Mark Rons, yes. This is a super large project with the participation of several of the world's top consortiums with our European background and American technical assistance. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is one of the largest projects in the world. This leaves Yang actually dared to pick it up, haha. Mr. Liu, stop bragging. When you signed the betting contract, you didn't say that your research was almost successful. It was supposed to be a fair competition, but it turned into a scam with asymmetric information. Sneak attack. Viking, haha, although we didn't say it, Yi Yang didn't ask at the beginning either. I think it was just his own fault. After winning the SALS consortium, he felt that he was invincible in the world. This time let him give him a good fall and let him know the consequences of arrogance. Good. International forums exist for people from all countries. Everyone represents their own complex background and has their own complex position. The comment section below such incidents of great power competition is always full of gunpowder. In the end, it always rises to the level of discussing the results of the competition between great powers. The flower grower came to the next life. In any case, China has given priority to unlocking nuclear fusion. In the future, the energy will be unlimited. The advantages are beyond your reach. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. Smekta. It's just that we have unlocked a technology first. Our country, the great cold underworld, might unlock it tomorrow. Nonviolent. Non-cooperation, I don't know how long it will take before you unlock it and fully apply it. Want to finally win in the competition between great powers? Stop dreaming. American Cobra, our journey in the future will be all about the stars and the sea. What's the use of you still talking about Earth's energy? Without nuclear fusion, our super rocket has also ascended to the sky. We will build a moon base soon. Can you do it? That is Qingfeng Fugong. Just watch, Yi Shenhao will never lose. Don Qin asked, with the support of China's endless resources, and will, the final winner is still us. Watermelon Kojiro, haha, you win with words? I haven't seen any news about the moon base or super rocket from China until now. Northern Wolf Clan, haha, do I still need to report to you what Yi Shenhao does? Maybe I, the great China, have already prepared it. Once exposed, I will scare you so much that you won't even have time to cry. What a loud tone. Yi Yang browsed the comments and comments below, smiled slightly, and didn't care. Because he has absolute confidence in Yi Shenhao Technology Company and the spaceship blueprints he has unlocked. While still browsing, the second team leader of Kyushu Industrial called. Hello? Yi Yang answered the phone. The second group of Kyushu Industrial is responsible for the research and development of spacecraft. The person in charge called at this time. He must have come prepared and had news to report. Lieutenant General Yi, we are ready. The last round of inspections will be completed within 3 days, and the spacecraft will fly directly to the moon in 3 days. A steady and reliable voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiangjing Industrial is a joint venture between state-owned assets and Black technology company Personal Capital. Some of the people in charge are senior military personnel. So when I opened my mouth, I got used to calling Yi Yang his job title instead of his boss. Yi Yang nodded, very good. Don't be in a hurry. Make all preparations. Have you already completed the construction plan for the moon base? Don't worry, Lieutenant General, everything is ready. We promise to build a lunar base before the end of the first month. The voice on the other side was sonorous and powerful, extremely firm, and sounded extremely reliable. Well, on the day of the first flight, I will go to watch the ceremony. Yi Yang said. We are waiting for Lieutenant General Yi to arrive. After ending the call, Yi Yang felt confident. To be honest, becoming the first person to build a base on the moon will definitely go down in history. He is also looking forward to walking on the moon. After the lunar base is built, he will go to the lunar base to see it in person. It was launched years ago, and the base was built before the first month of the year. Yi Yang smiled and looked forward to it even more. Today is almost the Chinese New Year. So he stood up. Speaking of which, it's time to go home in a few days. In the past few days, he went to the street to buy some New Year gifts and New Year's goods. Although given today's living conditions, New Year's goods and such have no practical significance. But this obsession with festivals is engraved in the bones of Chinese people. It's just symbolic, but that's enough. A few days later, Yi Yang brought Momo and Shou, Qingshan sisters, to the second industrial zone of Jiuzhou. Many bigwigs of China gathered here today. Spacecraft has improved too much in the scientific level of rockets. The highest wills of China unanimously decided that it would never be easily exposed unless necessary. In the past, the reason why countries reported the launch of rockets was that the act of launching rockets would inevitably be known to other countries. Whether it was its huge site or its huge size, it could be seen clearly on the satellite. It was impossible to launch secretly. But spacecraft is not like this. Its kinetic energy form is nuclear fusion, unlike the previous rockets, which need fuel to propel and cause such a big movement. Yi Yang got off the military's exclusive car. Many bigwigs from the military, government, etc., came to greet him. Today is a day of great significance to China. And the one who made all this happen today is the person in front of him. Surrounded by many top bigwigs in China, Yi Yang walked to the edge of the launch site. He saw the spacecraft in his mind. There is a gap between the actual spacecraft and the spacecraft in the blueprint. After all, due to the current technological level of the Earth, the spacecraft that can reach sublight speed can only be made to reach a few hundred times the speed of sound. There is a huge difference between 100 million meters per second and tens of thousands of meters per second. First update. The cold steel body is about 50 meters long. It's also a huge thing. Its cost is extremely expensive, even aircraft carriers pale in comparison to it. If Yi Yang hadn't won several super bets many times, he might not have been able to afford these super projects at the same time. After all, having assets of tens of trillions does not mean that there are tens of trillions of money that can be disposed of at any time. Even with the bonus of divine soil, the assets he could control at any time before were only a few trillion. After several bets, his cash flow far exceeded 10 trillion, which allowed him to undertake these mega projects with ease. He walked into the spaceship, and various science fiction settings that seemed impossible to appear in this era were all realized. The internal structure is extremely technological, simple yet beautiful. He walked out. The transportation capacity of our spacecraft is several times that of Europe's super rockets, and it is several generations ahead of its rivals in terms of power source. It does not require orbital acceleration and can directly take off and land on the lunar surface. A round trip only takes a few hours. The chief engineer reported to the Chinese Peak Wills. Yi Yang nodded. The finished product was much better than he expected. The top speed can reach 200 times the speed of sound. The cosmic cruising speed can reach 150 times the speed of sound, reaching more than 50,000 meters per second. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is 380,000 kilometers, which is 380 million meters. Calculated based on the average speed it takes off from the Earth and lands on the Moon. It only takes a little over 7,000 seconds in total, which is about 2 hours. Coupled with training, preparation, cargo transportation, etc. An average round trip between the Earth and the Moon can be achieved in 1 day. As for Europe's super rocket, it takes about 10 days from launch to landing on the Moon, let alone traveling back and forth and establishing a base. Not the same level of efficiency at all. The times are crushing, it is so despairing. Subsequently, many big guys retreated outside the border area, and the astronauts boarded the ship. Unlike rockets that have preset routes and can only fly along previously fixed routes, spaceships are free and can be controlled by the pilot. They treat space as an airplane-like driving tool in the atmosphere. Overall, it surpasses the rockets for who knows how many eras. Hoo-hoo. The high-energy particles spewed out by nuclear fusion turned into blue energy beams, blowing the entire venue into a hurricane. But the bosses must have taken complete precautions. This hurricane cannot blow through the protective layer. Hoo-hoo. The spaceship slowly rises. After the energy accumulated to a certain limit, it turned into a black arrow and shot up into the sky. In the atmosphere, the speed will not be too fast, because the air resistance is too great. If the speed is too fast, even the newly developed sun alloy will not be able to withstand the super high temperature generated by friction. It's so fast. Even if the speed is preserved, it is still 20 times the speed of sound. It rushes tens of thousands of meters in an instant, several thousand meters in a second, and disappears from sight in a few seconds. In the eyes of humans, it is almost the same as teleportation. Even the expressiveness is more powerful and shocking than the garbage TV series. We in China will finally have our own moon base. The first will sighed, his eyes filled with anticipation. We've already decided on a name, let's call it Guanghan Palace. There was an unspeakable emotion surging in everyone's hearts, which was the romance in the bones of Chinese people. It is a unique, mythological complex, brought about by 5,000 years. Now that we have spacecraft, and after building a lunar base, we can fully explore the moon. Maybe we can find the real Guanghan Palace? Someone said half-jokingly. With a smile. I hope. Many big guys are basically materialists and know that this possibility is almost zero, but they do not completely deny this possibility. A true materialist will not deny anything that has not been falsified by science. Regardless of the premise, to oppose the possibility of the existence of all strange forces and chaotic gods is pseudo-materialism. For example, there is no science that can prove that ghosts do not exist, myths have never happened, and feng shui has no inherent truth, so we attribute these to superstition. It is a manifestation of pseudo-materialism and a complete formalist. The spacecraft quickly flew out of the atmosphere and traveled through the universe. It will land on the moon's surface in 2 hours. At that time, the European super rocket launched a few days ago was still flying slowly between the Earth and the moon. Yi Yang took a few girls shopping before returning to the manor. Just received the news that the spacecraft successfully landed on the moon's surface. He smiled. It is indeed a technological blueprint that is ahead of its time. Even a low-quality imitation of the spaceship is still so powerful in this era. Ding ding ding. I just took the girls shopping and bought some New Year decorations when I got a call from Sister Ling. Tomorrow, we will set out to explore the Changbai mountain ruins. Please ask Mr. Ye's 2 bodyguards to arrive at the following coordinates at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, I see. Yi Yang nodded, feeling moved in his heart. He wanted to get involved in this kind of new thing. Now that the big project of building a spaceship was completed, he had nothing to do, so he just wanted to go down to the ruins to explore. He told this idea to Shou Qingxian and her sister. Boss, we can't let you take risks. The ruins of Changbai Mountain are dangerous and unpredictable. There will be bloodshed when cleaning them up. Xiao Xiaozhu said with some worry. Isn't your responsibility to protect me? Yi Yang smiled slightly. In fact, he was a little worried about the safety of the 2 bodyguard sisters. The Crescent Hotel is the integration of the old 9 gates and the major underground business forces of that era. There are so many talented people that it is difficult to count. Even so, this time we have to recruit experts from all directions, and the previous initial exploration of the ruins has obviously caused a lot of losses. Even if the Shao sisters are top-notch, if there is a big monster, they may not be able to escape unscathed. And he has an absolute trump card in his hand. As long as he is on the planet Earth, there is nothing that can hurt him. With a sweep of the photon weapon, no matter whether it is a 1,000-year-old red-haired old corpse or a mechanism personally laid by Lu Ban, everything is smoke and dust. The 2 beautiful bodyguards gritted their teeth. We are still afraid that something will happen to you, boss. There will definitely be risks when we go to the ruins this time. It's the first time for us to face such a thing, and we may not be able to protect you, boss. Yi Yang laughed. Don't worry, when you can't protect me, I will protect you too. The 2 girls blushed, but still wanted to say something. But Yi Yang pressed their heads with one hand. That's it. Oh. The bodyguards can only make suggestions. They can't really control where the boss wants to go. However, with the boss's skills, it's really uncertain who will protect whom at that time. Second update.